It was 15 years ago, after all. Just because he was the head of Sapa, some of the Mutang clan's Daoists cursed and called him evil. The rage reached its limit, and he couldn't take it anymore. The war known as the Great War began. It was a grand battle, however. He was not there. From the beginning, his target was the Mutang clan. With his own hands, he burned down the 3 palaces of the clan, beheaded the elders and the chief. He only sought the one who would give the answer as to why he had been accused of sins. But they went to war. They decided to continue by simply saying that he was a mean and wicked man. It was too ridiculous. Even though a truce was made, the authority of Mutang, which had been the sacred place of Taoism for 1,000 years, weakened, and it had become the lowest among the 9 kung fu classes. In any case, it has nothing to do with him. Didn't it say, "What you sow is what you reap"? Of course, he was a far cry from the masters with his temper. The hypocritical clansmen that surrounded him, only in public, pretended to care. The mere thought of further socializing made his entire body itch. Eventually, thanks to an unwavering and clear mind, memories of the past would clearly surface in his mind. This seems to be the very thing called a pre-death epiphany. The apprentice and the elders, the loyal companions who created Sape Cheon with him. But I don't see Cheon Woo Myung here. He may have his faults, but that person is very loyal to him. If you think about it, Cheon Woo Myung traveled to find the herb of eternal youth for him, but it seems like he still hasn't arrived. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. But the most important thing is that he comes back. That boy ran to the foot of the mountain, but he didn't know anything about medicinal herbs. He's probably just tearing up weeds right now. It would be nice to see his face one more time before he died. Anyway, he's starting to choke more and more often. Looks like time has passed. He's already 80 years old. How hard it was to reach this position. Ilwon Magyu clan, Chonmu Maeng. His name was Hukren Mugan, the master of Sapacheon, combining the 3 cruelties. That became his name. Pass the good guy. Trample the ugly guy. Stab in the back the one who helped. Betrayal and deceit became the cause that exalted Sapa, even though the people who pointed him out said he was just a scoundrel. What could those fools possibly understand? Because of this, he was able to overcome the trials of a cruel world. For almost 40 years he was king and ruled in Sapa. He could spend time with his desired concubines whenever he wanted, and the treasure vaults were stocked with silver and gold. With just one wave of the hand, any unpleasant situation could be resolved. That's the ultimate power of power. But life is the ultimate wealth. How can man ever go against the will of heaven? When the time comes, one must leave. Now he is very regretful. To be honest, he's even a little sad. If he knew that he would have to leave like this, he would have spent all the money available in the treasuries. Although he took care of some of the associates who dared to betray him, he should still have a hot night in his new room with Huayan. He could feel the life leaving his body with every movement. Even the faithful servants could be heard talking about him with sadness in their voices, but they didn't really understand why he still hadn't died. His body seemed to be in good shape, so his life wouldn't be cut short so easily. Why such a cruel bastard still lives? Tears wouldn't stop his face when he thought about the fact that this vile villain would die soon. They were glad that it would happen soon. What are these scum carrying in the first place? There was no need to worry. He would deal with it. So Cheon had suffered so much. He was the only caretaker who had been given attention since he was 60 years old. He was giving him everything he was deprived of himself when he was an apprentice. What the hell did he even do wrong? They were so lucky, after all. He was so afraid that stupid Cheon Woo Myung, who had gone in search of the herb of eternal youth, would suddenly return, that he prayed every day after putting holy water. Imagining that this bastard will live forever and will not age, just that alone makes me shudder. Now we need to do it all together. They were probably thinking about how they wish he'd die sooner. These are probably the thoughts of those who curse and point fingers at him right now. What a mean and lowly bunch of people. If you think about it, they've been acting like this from the beginning. And if you think about it, that's the way he lived too. That's where the Reaper of Death came in. In fact, this was the first time he had ever seen a Reaper of Death. Once his name was spoken 3 times, he would immediately go to the other world. It looked like he really didn't have much time left. He decided not to quibble anymore and just closed his eyes. Just then, Cheon Woo Myung's iron sword burst into the room. After all, he had gone to look for the herb in eternal youth and was very afraid that he wouldn't make it back in time. He was so glad that at least he had Woo Myung, At least one last time he would see the face of the one who existed for him and was devoted to him. In his hand was the herb of eternal youth. After all, he was able to find it. None of the old men present had expected this at all. Wu Myung asked that the emperor eat this herb. Does it really exist? If he won't die with it, then he should eat it quickly. How ignorant of him. He could have at least shaken the dirt. Wu Myung asked the emperor why he wasn't chewing. He should eat that grass. Hukren Mugen asked for someone to shut the mouth of the Reaper of Death as soon as possible. He's going to feed the emperor himself. Does he really think he can squeeze the juice out of this herb with his dirty hands? He was immediately jumped on by the elders and disciple who wanted to push him away from the emperor. Hyukren Mugen mentally requested that these scoundrels take their hands off him. Would they be so disgusted by the fact that he would live a little longer? Reap wanted to say his name a third time. The old man asked him to wait, for he had not swallowed enough. He needed more. There was no way out and he would have to eat the grass like this. However, he was still too late. It felt tentative. His soul was leaving his body. The old man even wondered if he would be able to cope with such a difficult task, if he could live forever. The Reaper had already almost said his entire name. It was definitely over now. He wouldn't be able to go back to his money in Huayan. Suddenly, his soul began to return to his body. Could it be the effects of the eternal youth herb? The Death Reaper, of course, tried to stop him by grabbing the old man by his hair. It was quite painful. After all, he said it hurt that scum. The old man was glad that the Reaper had missed him. He would live, so he won. Isn't it more accurate to say that it's not going home? What's it waiting for here? Looks like it wanted to take his soul in its favorite way. Well, let them try. If the Emperor hadn't eaten the herb of eternal youth, he would have died. But he didn't. He's clearly enjoying himself. They'll see who has the last laugh. Because there's no man who can take it. Until he leaves, then the old man won't open his eyes or move. The Reaper should recognize that he has lost this battle. In front of him is the master of Sapechon himself, Hukren Mugan. He heard the aging voices. It seems no death is already gone. I think he's waking up. What a lousy sight. It's like waking up in a coffin with a negative Mutanga pattern. Wait a minute, it's Mutang. The others noticed that he had regained consciousness. There were Taoist monks all around him. How did this even happen? It's heaven-given luck. He planted the herb of eternal youth and the Reaper couldn't drag him away. Maybe that's why he ended up in this body. What a bastard. It's impossible to believe such nonsense. It's also worth noting that he couldn't move. His whole body ached. The monk told him to take it easy. He would have watched this gentleman not exert himself when it looked like his bones were broken and his muscles were torn to shreds. This was a special case. He had gone to look for healing herbs for his mentor and had fallen off a cliff. When had he managed to do that, and for what mentor at all? In his mind he saw new memories, abandoned by his parents. What was that even? Left alone, he met a kind Taoist monk. It was all so warm and tender. But right now he couldn't get sentimental. The cursed master seriously Sapechong had harmed him, causing his chakra to close down. The boy of 17 went looking for healing herbs on Mutang Mountain to save the master. Whose the hell are these memories anyway? There were too many of them. His pulse was unstable. They need to hurry. He felt the holy Taoist energy begin to pour into him. What are these crazy people even doing? They decided to do this to the body of Sarachong's master, Hukren Mugen. They're going to infringe on his life. The Reaper ordered them to kill him. They finally managed to do it. The energy of the 6 Yangs is safely concentrated in his stomach. That should be enough. His blood vessels had returned to normal, and his bones had also fully recovered. He didn't even realize what was in his abdomen. He thanked the Supreme Elder and the brothers for their mercy. What kind of mercy were we talking about? And why thank those sadistic Taoist monks at all? They didn't even think of the person they hurt with the damn holy energy. In the name of Buddha Almighty. He saved the life of a kid who took a risk for his own mentor. It's all connected. Then he turned to the Supreme Elder. Since this guy's body concentrated a large portion of the 6 Yang energy, why not make him Myungjin's disciple? It seems like that was the plan as well. It's really possible. But it hasn't happened before. He will be Myungjin's first disciple. Isn't it fate itself that favors this kid? He can teach the kid, even though his own chakra is blocked. The Supreme Elder asked the boy's mentor what he thought about it. He had been thinking about it for a long time, but he hadn't dared to ask the elders. If they allowed it, he would train this guy diligently. In that case, he was fine with it. The others were also happy about it. Of course, it was against tradition, but if no one minded, then he would give his consent for this old man to take the kid under his wing. He was immensely grateful to the Supreme Elder for his kindness. Perhaps he was already thinking of a name under the temple. The first generation of disciples would adopt part of the teacher's name, meaning it was Jin. He will also add Mu. And out comes Jinmu, a true Taoist miserable name. He just heard that name and he's already getting goosebumps. He can't understand why these monks have such a stupid naming system. They use the same Chinese character in the name. Anyway, useless and personality-less morons. Now they have to do it for Jinmu's recovery. What else are these goons going to do? They started to expel something from his body as well. It hurt like hell. Exorcism. Let all the demons and evil spirits leave this body. Healing. Let this tortured body heal faster. He told those bastards to stop this torment, didn't he? If a person is traumatized, they treat them by shifting the compress and splinting them. How far do they even plan to go? He is the most immoral and despicable, sweeping away everything in his path, the master of Sapa Cheon, Hukran Mungan. With Ilwan Magyu and Chonmu Maeng, the absolute ruler, divided into 3 murim. Utter nonsense. Now in a completely destroyed Mutang, he became a disciple named Jinmu. That reaper of death is such a scoundrel. That's what the hell, opening and closing his eyes, suddenly becoming obsessed with thoughts of Dodong's death. That is the guy's name before he became Myung-jin's disciple. These memories were completely stored in his mind. Because of the 6 yang energy being concentrated in his body, all the power he had turned into ashes. Great Hukran Mungan can't even master the wooden dragon technique. Teacher Myungjin turned to him. His facial expression immediately changed. It was an unconditional reflex. Whenever Teacher Myungjin called out to him, he would unconsciously respond politely. In that stupid head, the memories of that idiot Dodong. It's like controlling Sung O-gun's bracelet, a kumgango. The memories left in that head controlling his actions. Myungjin. He remembers it like it was yesterday. During Mutang's attack, that scumbag, despite burning half of his arm, blocked his path and guarded Jisoo's palace to the last. Myungjin was one of the great disciples of that time. He had a special spirit, and the decision to let him live was a big mistake. We should have just killed him. Everything related to Mutang should have been destroyed. Myungjin offered to have lunch. Jinmu wanted to prepare everything himself right now. Despite his feelings, he still responds politely. Oh, and also with a smile on his face. Jinmu's body is doing all of this. The absolute ruler of Murim, Sapa Cheon's master, Hukran Mungan, is cutting vegetables. The master boils the soup. Putting his whole soul into it, he prepared lunch for the teacher. This is so lame. What the hell is this? What does he even have to do to get out of this damn body? The master watched his apprentice practice. He watched it with a bit of concern. Jinmu was able to fill his sword with energy. The master's surprise was great when he saw this. It's actually remarkable. Even after years of training to fill the sword with energy, it was not an easy task. Still, it only took him 3 months to do it. That old man forgot to add that he only studied martial arts by word of mouth. Since recovering, it had already been 3 months spent practicing. Myungjin can't practice martial arts because of his closed chakra, so he has been explaining the essence of the 6 yang energy in words all this time. He had been explaining it to the Murima Lord from the beginning, so disgusted at the thought of having to continue learning the 6 yang technique. But because of this stupid body, he can't even contradict his mentor. The memories of the past owner instinctively control him. Perhaps it's because of the 6 yang energy in his body. But even if he is talented, he needs more time to master it. But Myojin doesn't see the logic. It's just the opposite. Everything is very logical. No matter how you look at this body of Myojin, the soul of Lord Murim, the master of Sapechan, is hidden inside. The experience of his past life makes it clear, and Jinmu seems like a talented kid to his teacher. Still, learning the martial art of Mutang is quite interesting. Every day he makes concessions, even humbling himself and eating vegetables. Compared to Sapa's fast-paced yet dangerous martial arts, this kind is more systematic and safer. He can't help but recognize that. It was popular for a reason. He's getting deeper and deeper into his training. Diving into the classes, he was reminded of his first martial arts classes. So he was so focused that he didn't notice time running. And so 1 year flew by. His weapon skills had been honed. Mutang's first disciple could afford some stew after a hard training session. Mutang's martial arts. If he were to be honest, it could be said to be superior to any martial arts he had studied before. But there is one problem. Chi energy doesn't increase. After practicing for a year, he certainly became proficient with the sword, and anyone in Mutang who saw him in action would be rendered speechless. But it's still not enough. He is not satisfied. How he would have liked to practice the familiar martial arts of Sapa, jumping several stages in one fell swoop. But that's impossible because of the opposing internal forces. One must reach the absolute level as soon as possible. It's a pity that he can't reduce all his training to 0. However, many things have been done in the past year. How would he become a top disciple? Before the full moon. If anyone sees it, they'll think that this guy has already become a head disciple. Interesting. Does this second-level disciple know what courtesy is, or is he only capable of delivering grits? He has only reached the 2nd rank. Jinmu can't even remember his name. The only thing left is to become a master disciple, and then the Supreme Elder himself will train him. Once he becomes the head disciple, he'll be able to become a fellow Supreme Elder. Everyone wants to take the position of head disciple. Usually he just brings the groups, but today he's too talkative. It seems like he's just bored. He wants to become a helper too. If he stands up as one, he will receive the highest reward. It seems it will still be possible to learn the legendary secret of dual energy. Jinmu immediately wondered if he had just said the secret of dual energy. That was indeed the case. This was a technique that allowed one to concentrate 2 energies into one body. It had been secretly passed down in Mutang from generation to generation. This technique had been around long before Mangan was born. Without a doubt, there was not yet a master in Mutang who had recognized the dual energy technique in practice. But what if he could master this technique, Mangan's martial art, and the holy Daoist energy in harmony? Then he would be able to use the Dark Dragon technique again. Could he really be able to learn the secret of dual energy if he becomes a master disciple? It's something that everyone knows. Everyone knows, only Jinmu didn't know. He needs to learn more about it. He doesn't know what this guy is thinking, but he feels like it's something impossible. All the students will compete for a place in the sun. Not only students from this palace, but from other palaces as well. He must know something about the great competition. He's so stupid. He's a fool for not knowing about people. What competition? It's like a joke. If he can see the way, all he has to do is just keep moving forward. Traditionally, the strongest will be the best. We have to get rid of all the disciples one by one, then he'll take the place of the head disciple. That's great. Now he had a chance to retrieve her Dark Dragon technique. If he solved one more problem, he could hear the release of this magnanimity. The mentor thanked him for this. Jinmu replied that there was no need to do so. The mentor can eat to his health. We need to find a way to cure Mentor Myung-jin. It's truly a miracle that he was able to survive the chakra closure. Jinmu's body was constantly worried. Every time he tried to leave Mount Mutang, his legs would bring him back on their own. In order to get rid of this condition, the first thing to do is to take care of the mentor's health. There is only one way: meat. The sick person needs meat. Jinmu told the mentor to chew leisurely. It was really so delicious. The ungodly scum from Mutang. Even if it's forbidden, how can you feed a sick person with just grass? He begged his mentor to sit down another bite for him. It took a lot of effort to convince him. The meat improved his condition. He became less anxious, so he was able to get away for a while. Myung-jin asked if he was going to practice again. He might as well not worry about the mentor. Let him go quietly. Meat is the best thing he can think of for recovery. He can't tell the mentor his plans. If the mentor starts asking about everything, the whole truth might come out. Jinmu can't lie to him while in this body. In any case, after taking care of Myung-jin's recovery and becoming the head disciple, all he has to do is to master the dual energy technique. As soon as he heard a foreign voice near him, he immediately pointed his sword at it. He immediately came to his senses when he realized it was a person. He almost automatically attacked him. This stranger recognized Jin's brother. The protagonist didn't realize who it was. After all, he doesn't know him at all, but he has 4 arms in front of him as if they were human thighs, and a round belly. Is it a relative of a piglet? He was greeted by a Cheon disciple from Wanghua Palace. The boy wondered if he was definitely not a piggy bank. Cheon brought fresh produce. Jinmu called him a piggy bank. The guy asked what he was saying. The guy replied that it was nothing. Perhaps he can still find out what this guy is all about. This guy is no doubt not putting his best foot forward. If he was trying, he wouldn't be overweight on a diet of grass. Where did the recently passed idiot go anyway? And why did the other one come in looking like a piggy? There's no need to worry about it. Jinmu said to leave it here and go. Isn't he a substitute for another disciple? In any case, he will just continue his training. He needs to concentrate completely. This grunt is constantly getting in the way. The main character mentioned that he's from Wanghua Palace after all. So why isn't he practicing at all? Cheon replied that he doesn't have any training today. It's like Jinmu is interested in hearing whether he has training or not. Isn't it possible to guess that it's time for him to leave already? If he left, he wouldn't have anything to do anyway. So he asked for permission to train here for a while. Wouldn't it be better to spend a day free from practicing amongst his peers? Jinmu asked him if there was no one in the palace right now, and he doesn't have anyone to go out with. The boy replied that everyone seemed to be very busy. He began to have suspicions about this goon. Jinmu asked if it's ever happened that peers scattered to all 4 directions when he approached. Cheon asked how he knew about it. So they don't train together yet either. He thought he was just the most incapable among his peers. The other man was originally supposed to bring the groceries, but he was the one who was asked. The man said he had a lot of things to do, and if Cheon gets it wrong, he will make fun of him. He just thinks his appearance is ridiculous without Togo. He's literally an outcast. But he doesn't seem to realize it himself. He's a simpleton who's being mocked by everyone and the most untalented of them all. He reminds him of someone. Cheon-woo Myung, an ill-mannered but loyal guy. Even when he was beaten up, he always had a positive attitude. He's the only person from Sapi Cheon that he misses. He doesn't even know what he should do about it now. Jinmu said to stay out of the way and it's better to keep practicing somewhere off to the side. As long as he stays out of the way, he'll be fine. As long as he just stayed out of the way of the training. But it was still curious to see a bit of how the disciples in Mutang practiced. Chilsung fist-fighting techniques. Aren't these basic skills? At first, Jinmu thought that this guy was lazy, but he actually trains diligently. However, he doesn't take his body proportions into consideration. Cheon-woo is full-figured. No matter how he moves, his movements are heavy and slow. Therefore, it is easy for the opponent to anticipate his moves. If your arms are short, you need to use other techniques rather than the basic ones. For example, work his legs more often. But he doesn't have a partner to teach him that. In any case, it's not his concern. But just watching it frustrates the hell out of him. Jinmu asked why he was so erratic in his punching technique. The protagonist starts to claim that he's fat. Only by practicing in pairs can he practice his punches and learn how to mislead his opponent. Even if he practiced with the most beautiful tree, it would be of little use. This guy doesn't seem to understand a damn thing. What a crazy thing to do. There are idiots like this everywhere. He pulled that pig by the ear. Chao Wu said it hurt. Jinmu said to just shut up. Now he needs to stand up here. The main character told him to repeat the Chilsung fist-fighting technique. We need to train him as soon as possible to get rid of the wrong fighting technique. He was actually glad that someone had asked him to do this. Cho threw himself into the attack. After making a few movements, he aimed his fist straight at him. But then, Jinmu struck near his face. He had started moving before his brother, after all. But this person was ahead of him. Oh, that kid. He should stop focusing on useless stance changes. He should only aim for the target. He needs to work his fist fast and sharp. He doesn't seem to be thinking straight. Only when he gets a good beating will his body learn something. Jinmu decided to repeat it all, telling him to work harder with his legs, and not to change his stance. This idiot should be looking over here. Let him just kick his groin. Also need to poke his fingers in his eyes. Cheon-woo asked if those weren't too cowardly techniques. In response, Jinmu asked if he's ever seen cowards fight. If the opponent fell down, it was over. After which, they started again. But that's enough for today. Cheon-woo thanked his brother for this training. He didn't give up to the last and kept moving. You can see that this is a stubborn guy. It would have been better if he had gotten it right the first or second time. But no, it wasn't until the 20th time that he stopped making unnecessary lunges. That stupid boy. He would only hinder Jinmu on his way to becoming the head disciple. From tomorrow onwards, he shouldn't come here anymore. Let it be someone else. Cheon-woo asked what he meant by that. Jinmu said to never let him come here again. And if he comes, the main character will kill him. It was only because of that that he understood everything. After that, he left. It was unsettling. Jinmu just mentally asked him not to come here again. But would he really come back after all that was said? A mentor came to see him. Jinmu wondered why he had come out. He hadn't seen this kid before. He's a bit silly, and he still has a lot to learn. The two of them had a good time. Jinmu should do the right thing. The protagonist didn't understand why this old man looked so happy. Better hurry up, because Jinmu still has to make dinner. The next day, Mentor had gone for a walk since the morning. Yesterday's pig-like boy didn't come back. That's a relief. It means it's finally safe to start training. Suddenly, 2 people approached him, one of whom was apparently angry. There was also the pig from yesterday. And next to him was a disciple from Wonghua, Jinho. And if it's Jinho, he's an older disciple and his status is higher than Jinmu's. His mentors from the Chill generation are among the top 7 masters of Mutang. But it's not clear why he came here, and since so, who is he needs to be polite to him? Jinmu asked his senior apprentice why he had come. If only he had the patience not to punch him. Jinho asked what the hell he was even doing. Jinmo asked what the hell he meant. Jinho came here because of Cheon-woo. Jinmu taught him cowardly moves, and he hurt another kid in general training. Just a little more, and that kid wouldn't have been able to continue his lineage. It was commendable that he was able to win. How dare he even dare in this sacred place teachers like him? Jinho called him a scoundrel. What a loudmouth he was. Jinmu's ears even popped. All means are good for victory. If he's not going to say anything good, then let him get the hell out of here. What a saint. If that kid has everything in place, it's not worth coming here at dawn to talk about this nonsense. It's so annoying. Jinmu and that guy are even the enemy. He's kind of weird. Jinmu is being trained by the ailing Myung-jin. I mean, he was a kind kid who cared for his mentor. This ignorance and insolence makes him a real bully. What the hell could have changed him so much in the first place? He had enough yang energy. Now there could be too much qi accumulated. And in such a state, he had only taught the techniques in words without practicing them. Now everything is back to normal. If you train alone, you become arrogant and your soul changes for the worse. Jinho can't turn a blind eye to this. Even though he is not a disciple of the Yongyang Palace and has no right to teach him morals. But as a senior disciple, he just has to teach a lesson. Enlightenment is like a plague. He didn't even think he'd get a chance like this so soon. By defeating him, Jinmu can become famous. One step closer to becoming the head disciple, the main character said looking at him. Jinho asked where he even picked up such words. Jinmu thought to himself, if he can't use a real ball, no one canceled the cover. This guy himself came and challenged him to a fight, and from Jinmu kept thinking how to pull it off. Isn't that the best gift ever? Jinho mentioned that of course they would only use basic techniques, and that cheeky guy smirked again. Jinmu asked how long he was going to scratch his tongue for. It's going to start getting dark soon. Since he doesn't want to start, Jinmu will do it instead. This guy is targeting the acupuncture point of spiritual enemies. In Mutang, this swordsmanship technique is called the spiritual gate of 13 swords. But instead of smooth transitions, his movements are abrupt and very fast. In that case, he'll just pay this guy back in the same coin. But he can easily spot any weakness because they share the same technique. He can't hurt the student, so he'll have to use his wrist. Suddenly, he noticed that the creep was targeting his groin. That was really close. Now he started aiming at his eyes. Jinho also managed to fend off this strike. The 13-sword spiritual gate technique. Its essence is that by pressing the point of the spiritual gate, one can deprive the opponent of his weapon, thus winning the fight. And to accomplish this, there are 13 techniques. In Mutang, there is a rule. Namely, the spirit of the swordholder must not wish the death of the opponent. And it came out just as the Jinho thought it would. The fact that he constantly aims his sword at the eyes and groin is part of Sapa's technique. It's a vile and lowly martial art. But even so, Jinmu managed to strike his wrist, after which the sword fell out of Jinho's hands. How is it even possible that he lost in this fight? It was very strange. Even though he had lost, he was not upset. Jinmu had waited for the right moment to perform a technique. And this was all he had achieved in just a year. It's amazing. It's reminiscent of Jinmu's mentor when he was a student. Jinmu is a great successor. To be honest, he can't help but praise him. And just when he wanted to say something, Jinmu had already pounced on him with his fist. That punch caused the guy to fall down. Jinho tried to stop him. Why is he doing this here? The fight is already over. This is so great. His hunch was confirmed. Beating up a monk is so cool. It's exactly what he needs. It's really soothing. He was finally able to let out his anger that had been building up because of Myung-jin. Cheon-woo noticed that Jinmu had knocked Jinho down. How cruel of him. Now it's clear what his true colors are. Apparently, because of the lonely training at Cheonho Temple, no one suspected what Jinmu was capable of. Cho-woo was fascinated by him. Jinmu asked what it was that he was considering. It would be better to take him to the Cheongdong Courtyard's treatment center. Cheon-woo would do it now, the long-awaited first step towards becoming the head disciple. The rumors of defeating Jinho will spread at the speed of light thanks to Cheon-woo's talkativeness and the Cheongdong Palace Healing Hospital. It doesn't matter if the traditions of Taoism are followed. Strength is everything. And in this he is unrivaled in all of Marima. Who is now considered the strongest disciple in Mutang. He will definitely curb this 6 yang energy. Jinmu laughed out loud. Jisoo's main palace. It was not reported to the Supreme Elder there that Jinmu had defeated Jinho, Myung-hyun, the Supreme Elder of Mutang. He asked for it to be repeated again. Jinmu had only become a disciple a year ago. He changed the technique Spiritual Gate, 13 Swords Spiritual Gate, defeated Jinho from the Cheol generation. John was able to teach a child from the Cheon generation the Chil-Sung fist-fighting technique. This is all really true. Jinho was badly beaten, but he still hadn't recovered, so they couldn't find out the details. Wonghua Palace Elder, Myong-sung, a disciple from Cheon's generation, dragged the Jinho to the treatment center. It certainly wouldn't be difficult for them to return the technique to its original state. But the fact that it was able to be done by a disciple should not be overlooked. Such a thing was impossible without a deep understanding of martial arts. But aren't they exaggerating the capabilities of a guy from the Cheol generation? It was probably taught to him by Myung-jin. After that incident, Myung-jin criticized his ball technique. He said that it's not about the form, it's about the use. Yongyun Palace Elder Myung-go. It happened when the godless Hukran Mungan invaded Mutang. He burned down 3 palaces and killed everyone there. Even remembering that, his hand was shaking. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't visited Myung-jin even once. Tomorrow morning, they would go to see him. Already on the spot, they would listen to Jinmu and talk to his teacher. The next day, Cheon-woo has come to an agreement with the elders and he will now live here. Jinho told him to learn a lot from Jinmu. Who said he could do that? Jinho is just a crazy bastard. Let him get ready, because Jinmu is already coming for him. Myung-jin walked out, saying that he had given his consent. He was about to agree with his mentor's decision, when suddenly what he was talking about came to him. Last night, Jinho had come by last night asking for this. Therefore he hoped that Jinmu would help him. What a pest. In the absence of the protagonist, Jinho had gotten consent from a naive mentor. This is simply unacceptable. Jinmu mentioned that he wasn't ready to train others yet. Jinho told him what happened. He took this guy's hands and tearfully said his name. Why he got goosebumps all over his body. Jinmo shouldn't doubt himself. His victory over Jinho is a big step forward. This guy is sent to them from above, and this is a great fortune for Mutang. All these words of his are full of contradictions. Considering Jinmu's situation, Myung-jin replied that he is now inducted. If a student goes above and beyond, the teacher will always only be pleased with his success. But that wasn't supposed to happen after all. Myung-jin turned to the new student, saying that now he too must work hard. Cheon-woo called him teacher, and also replied that he understood everything. The two of them got along too quickly. Myung-jin also asked for the Jinmul to prepare something to eat. He was hungry. This mentor is a parasite. Jinmu replied that he would try to cook quickly. Cheon-woo inquired what the teacher preferred for breakfast. He will cook them from now on. Although he took this guy because of his mentor's orders, but he better remember a few things. First of all, Junmu is not his teacher. Secondly, in the future, he must only do what he is told to do. In training, any kind of shouting is forbidden. If he fulfills these 3 conditions, nothing will happen. But for every offense, he will be punished. Cheon-woo shouted that he understood. Jinmu asked if he was really willing to obey him in everything. The guy replied that he will obey. He can go now. Cheon-woo asked where exactly to go. What do you mean where? A little later, Cheon-woo brought chicken. What a great guy he is. Now he has to gut it, put it in water. Now remove the feathers, and boil it. What an obedient dog. It's so convenient to have someone else do the work for him. He'll just assign this guy to do the things that piss Jinmu off. Let him keep it up. Cheon-woo asked the teacher how he did it yesterday. He was very surprised. Jinho's fighting skills were recognized by all the mentors, and this guy defeated him with 1 left. Is he really interested? And now he admires Jinmu. Cheon-woo replied that he is. The main character told him to get the chicken out since it's already cooked. He looks so much like Cheon-woo Myung no matter how Jinmu looks at him. Even though he's not savvy and has a lot of flaws, there's still no one more loyal than him. He really pulled the chicken out with his hands. Plus, he's such a kind guy, and yet he endures all the humiliation from his peers. Now it's time to go to the mentor. Everything worked out just right, so now Jinmu can dump all the worries on him. Cheon-woo asks if everything will be okay. One of Mutang's commandments forbids eating meat. What will happen if they find out about it? Oh, those 10 commandments. In Mutang, if one is a master, one must follow a certain moral code. One of them is the absolute prohibition of animal food. If one eats meat before the yang energy is charged in the chakra, it will not accumulate, and the chi energy will increase. Therefore, meat is strictly forbidden to all disciples in Mutang. Herbs and grains are the main diet of the mentees. They're very strange. It's all right because he also eats sometimes, and the mentor has been eating meat for a long time. We should take this to him. It's what the children need to grow. How ignorant these monks are. The preceptor should eat as much as possible, for he will need a lot of energy to recover. After Jinmu's advice to eat meat, he feels his strength has increased. 2 months ago, he couldn't even go out. Jinmu was happy to hear that. It's wonderful. He would be able to leave this pesky place, only to stop worrying about his mentor. Myung-jin offered him something to eat as well. Jin told him that there was no need to worry. He would eat with Cheon-woo, who was waiting outside. But they're big, after all, and they're going to split 1 chicken for 2. We should have caught and cooked 3 after all. Look at that fallen saint. He's getting lower and lower. In that case, he'll go. When the mentor has finished his meal, he should call Jinmu over. After all, he is also terribly hungry. Just then, he noticed that that rotten pig had eaten everything in one go. Doesn't that bastard know to share? Cheon-woo apologized. He even drank the broth. Couldn't he at least keep it? Suddenly, they were told to stop. It was the Supreme Elder along with the others. Why did they suddenly decide to come like that? The sudden arrival of the elders caused Cheon-woo to drop his plate. Jinmu also didn't understand why they could even come and why so suddenly. It was also early in the morning. The smell of cooked meat can be smelled even at the foot of the mountain. Did he dare to break Mutang's commandments because of his ailing mentor? And now, he has been exposed. As the head of Yongyang Palace, that he is responsible for keeping the commandments. He cannot turn a blind eye to this. Therefore, he will report everything to Jinmu's mentor. That fellow will not escape punishment. After which, the rest of the elders along with the Supreme decided to go inside. If they went in now, they would reveal that Myung-jin was also eating meat. He clearly didn't expect to see the Supreme Elder right now. Because of this situation, Jinmu might lose the chance to become a top disciple. That means all his hard work would be for naught. He immediately kneeled down and began to apologize, saying that it was all his fault. The mentor's energy had greatly diminished, so he decided to help him recover. However, the elder didn't want to hear this rascal. Caring for the mentor, although commendable, he still broke the commandment. Apparently, this guy had completely lost his mind. That bastard was getting on his nerves. If it wasn't for the Supreme Elder, this circus wouldn't be here. As soon as he restrained the 6 Yang energy, the first thing he would do would be to smash that jerk's head. The Supreme Elder asked Myung-jin what he was doing. He's the eldest in the temple, so he has to explain. And he demanded an explanation immediately. However, Myung-jin asked if they really thought it was a sin. All the elders were shocked by this statement. Jinmu, of course, supports the mentor this, but he had clearly lost his mind. It even appeared to him that the mentor is kind of weird. Myung-jin told the protagonist to stop it and get up. Where did he sin his eating some meat? Cheon-woo should get up as well. After that, the old man asked his dear brothers how he was now. Having lost all his energy to that nasty creep from Sape Cheon and being left with only pain, they can't even imagine what it was like for him back then. Seeing his older brothers and elders die on the battlefield, they must know how heartbreaking it is to see the pain of loved ones and to stand idly by. This fiery speech could have done without the vile creep. Because of the fact that they spent all their time nurturing their moral image, Mutang was destroyed. What a pathetic defeat it was. The only reason Hyukrin Mugen left was because of the truce that was made by the alliance of united political forces. What do they have left after all this? Are they capable of revenge with nothing? In the past, because of the conflict between Sapechan and Mutang, a great war broke out. Being Sapechan's master, he had caused a lot of damage to Mutang. The Union of United Political Forces thought first of benefits rather than morals. It was the right decision. At the same time, the 3 sides began fighting in Marima. If Big War continued, the Ilwan Magyu clan, waiting and increasing its forces, would only be left with an advantage. Therefore, the alliance, wanting to prevent such an outcome, saved Mutang by making a truce. However, after that, everyone turned their backs on Mutang. The plan was forgotten and fell into disrepair. If strong, everyone is willing to help. But when weakened, everyone will turn away. That is the law of the Murim. And no one cares, for that is the harsh reality. Mention of the Quan Gen Taoist sect, as well as many other clans, have disappeared from the pages of history. Mentor says, useful things. It's interesting to see if the Supreme Elder can respond to this. May he already forgive these unfortunate sins. He was very surprised when Jinmu brought him meat. However, that guy said that if the mentor didn't eat, his strength wouldn't return. And Jinmu also asked how he would live if the preceptor died. So then he had to agree. And after eating it, he felt a surge of strength. Recently, he even took a walk near the temple. The Supreme Elder was surprised when he heard that Myung-jin, who had been bedridden for decades, was taking walks. Had his condition improved so much? He may have broken the commandments, but his condition has improved. The garbage is worth getting rid of, and the rest needs to be changed. In order to accumulate yang energy, they do not eat meat. But for him to gain strength, it is necessary. He is so exhausted that he cannot teach his students martial arts. Because of the fact that they are not allowed to kill, they were unable to fight back against Sapai Cheon. And the 3 palaces that were burned down have still not been rebuilt. Do they really not understand? All they are saying is that Mutang is getting weaker day by day. If Mutang disappears, what good are all these precepts anyway? Isn't Myung-jin saying that we should get rid of the precepts? The old man is clearly crazy. The commandments are the essence and history of Mutang. Even though he did get better, following the commandments is the foundation of discipline. Myung-gon started to argue that it was the old man who just wanted to equate them with Sapa. However, that's not what Myung-jin meant. After all, he was just suggesting that they change them a bit to at least survive. Nothing wrong with change. Why don't they at least try to compromise if they weren't happy with something? The Supreme Elder intervened in their argument. He would settle the matter, after which he asked for time to talk to Myung-jin alone. However, the two thought that the problem wouldn't be resolved this way. Myung-hyun won't say it twice. In that case, they have to deviate. Cheon-woo asked the main character what they should do now. Why make a big deal out of it at all? After all, they just ate meat. Some commandments and changes. Why is it so complicated? It just couldn't be. He just hoped that the opportunity to become head disciple wouldn't just go away. The next day, Jiso Palace, Jinmu was called there. It was all right, after all, he had only eaten meat. So the guy hoped that there was nothing wrong with the punishment after all. Jinmu has 3 sins on his conscience, but it was only eating meat. What else have they come up with? Why is everything so strange? Is this the end of his dream of becoming the head disciple? First, he pushed his mentor to break one of the commandments. Secondly, he had changed his sword technique and was training a junior without authorization. Third, by violating the chain of command, he traumatized the older student. The supreme capitalist asked if he would admit it. Those old bastards brought in everything they could. Because of the fact that they were looking at him so intently, he even wanted to just tear those eyes out. Jinmu recognized this. Did they all come just to hear about the harsh punishment? And if he blundered again, he would finally lose that opportunity. Since he admits all 3 of these behaviors, the Supreme Elder will announce his punishment. In 1 month, he will have to restore Hamunjin Pond. That old man created so much fear, and in the end he was given such a trifle. Myung-hyun also added that in the future, it is permissible to eat meat as needed. The elders asked the Supreme what this all meant. This guy should have been in the dungeon. These are, after all, violations of the prohibition against meat. They all demanded that the Supreme Elder reconsider his decision. He's the Supreme Elder, so his decision is not up for debate, and they were not allowed to express their opinions. Myung-hyun replied that Jinmu could go. He was shaking all over with restrained anger. The man asked the Supreme Elder if he could say something. Myung-hyun replied that he could speak. The Cheongdong Palace Elder, Myung-hwa, asked if he had made that decision because Myung-jin had gotten better thanks to the meat. It turns out he had already heard the news about Myung-jin, and also that he could go out for walks. He should have done that, not Jinmu. Myung-hwa was embarrassed. He was Mutang's chief healer after all, and had been watching Myung-jin for a long time. He had long ago realized that he needed to eat meat food, but he couldn't recommend it, because that would break the commandment. Therefore, he didn't prescribe anything. When you think of it that way, there is nothing more important than human life. His words are true. However, this was not the only reason for lifting the prohibition against meat. Hamunjin Pond and Hamungak. This place will not escape those who went to Mutang with war. This place is the pride of Mutang. But 10 years have passed since the protagonist destroyed everything here. But why hasn't anything changed? Isn't there anyone who could at least keep an eye on it? Cheon-woo thought that was strange. The boy inquired about the matter. They were discussing the training schedule this morning, and it was definitely said that someone from the headquarters would be sent here. But why is there no one here? Jinmu thought that they were just jealous. All the disciples except for Jinmu are from the ancient clans of Mutang. The fact that Dodong, aka Jinmu, doesn't have a high status and is not related to them by blood, but is on the same level as them, greatly hurt their pride. In addition, by changing the technique, he defeated the Jinho, and breaking the commandments was not seriously punished. And even the ban on meat was lifted. It feels like everything has been turned upside down. From the beginning, nobody likes a stone that comes out of nowhere. And when it turns out to be a diamond, the dislike only grows stronger. And it's all done on purpose to mess with him. He has to control himself until he's head student. Then he'll have those years to dance around. Cheon-woo didn't understand why his brother looked so angry. Jinmu called out for him to follow him, saying that they had one important thing to do. Cheon-woo asked what the case was. First day, roast. There's nothing better than a roasted boar. Day 2, boiled. May the chicken they eat be blessed. Day 3, roast again. The rabbit roast may be tough, but it's still good. Cheon-woo asks if it's really okay to do this. It's like this guy doesn't trust him, asking such a thing. In order to last and recover cool, they need to eat. And why is Cheon-woo so late today? Did he fall asleep or something? But surprisingly, he didn't come alone today. Cheon-woo thought his brother must have waited for him. He was accompanied by his senior student, Cheon-sang. He's not bad, he's tall. But he and Cheon-woo probably aren't too close, though. Cheon-sang's senior student asked him a lot of things, but he couldn't explain things to him properly, and that's why he brought him here. Jinmu asked, and what were the things he questioned? First of all, what did he learn from his brother? However, his body does everything instinctively, so it's hard to explain it. What is true is true. I don't know if there are any words. Especially if it's him. Their gazes collided. What's that guy up to? Myung-jin thinks so. Mutang has to change. It's still hard to believe that Myung-jin didn't teach Jinmu anything. He only received theoretical knowledge, but he easily found his opponent's weaknesses and changed the technique to his advantage. His talent was revealed in just a year. He was clearly heaven-sent. It was as if he'd just had an epiphany. What if such talented children didn't fully develop because they only cared about tradition? He wants to make a change this time. And lifting the ban on meat is the first step. He wanted to see where it would lead. Cheon-sang already mastered the floating cloud ball technique. Among Cheon's generation, few people had managed to advance to even the intermediate level. Innate talent is no joke. He's the most gifted among his peers. It's annoying that he didn't even say hello. And he ignored Jinmu's question. I feel like punching him. But even so, this guy is also a homemaker. Teachers don't do it much because of his background. And then he was stopped by Cheon-sang. It seemed to him that there was no need to talk about his roots. Cheon-woo-sang immediately apologized. That's not what he meant. This discontent, it explains everything. He may be talented, but the disdain of the masters makes itself felt. After all, low family status and lack of kinship with the clan is not a bad thing to be despised like that. There are many situations like this in any clan. However, it was the Mutang boys who disgusted him from ear to ear. An idea popped into his head. Since these guys are so disliked by him, they could be changed so that he would be satisfied. He asked that Cheon-woo remove that rock. They have to restore the Hamunjin pond, right? However, Brother Vid said that it was just a formality, and they could now enjoy the game they caught while waiting for the punishment to be over. Jinmu immediately interrupted him and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. They have to restore the pond, right? But after all, it's not a rock, it's a real rock. It's simply impossible to remove it. Jinmu said it was possible. He can move that rock. It's not a matter of talent, it's a matter of being sharp and quick. What will he do now? Cheon-woo tried to lift the stone, but he failed. Cheon-sang has no idea what he's up to, but he was already intrigued. Is this really just a show-off? Of course this guy is going to sneer. He probably thinks he came here for nothing. In that case, he must watch carefully. Jinmu will show him a little trick. He needs to bend his back. The toes should be brought together, knees pressed against the boulder, and now lift. He actually succeeded in lifting the boulder. After that, he threw the boulder right into the pond. Cheon-woo was happy that he was able to do that. It's just impossible. How did he do it so easily? That idiot was now creepily curious as to how he managed to do it. Jinmu had actually passed him some key when he pretended to help him with the counter. However, he was unable to notice it as he looked on absent-mindedly. Let him wait, because the protagonist would surprise him in more ways than one. Now Cheon-woo has to catch and carry it. Cheon-woo asked who exactly he should catch. A rabbit, of course. This guy is not thinking straight at all. Everything was ready. Now we can eat. Cheon-woo wished everyone a good meal. Jinmu offered him a taste. Cheon-sang refused, asking how a student could break one of the commandments that were set by the ancestors. Jinmu mentioned that if he ate meat, he could increase his strength, just like Cheon-woo. He still held back. Cheon-woo doesn't have that kind of willpower. He could have asked to eat meat after all, but he defiantly refused. So far, only the ban on eating meat has been lifted. It means that the stubborn, decrepit elders are willing to change Mutang's way of life despite their conservative nature. It may be difficult in the beginning, but it will get easier from here on. If the changes continue, there will be no trace of the commandments. Then not only meat, but also alcohol and ladies will become commonplace. And the result will be a loss of morality and a complete return. Crooked and eaten from within by anger, the elders, playing to the audience, cling to the damsels and drink alcohol. Here's a world that is full of pleasures. The thought stirs the blood so much. Until now, he couldn't think of what he should do after mastering the 6 Yang energy. But now, he seemed to have found the answer to his question. After becoming a master disciple, he would learn how to control the 6 Yang energy. And then will make a good guy take the place of the Supreme Elder. This will be Mutang's moral downfall. The others will be subjected to moral decay as well. Mutang will become Sapa. The union of united political forces will become Seipi Cheon. He will fill this world with meanness and baseness as his soul desires. But he needs loyal, like-minded people to put his plan into action. Cheon-sang will be his servant. He and Cheon-woo let Jinmu sow evil in their souls. After which, he proposed to start training. He also noticed that Cheon-sang seemed bored, so he offered to pair up with Cheon-woo. However, Cheon-woo himself didn't seem to like that idea very much. That's not going to happen. Cheon-san's older brother is too strong. He had already mastered the soaring cloud sword technique. Jinmu was confident that Cheon-woo would win. After all, he is the weakest of the Cheon generation. Jinmu told him, who only knew the basics, that he was destined to defeat Cheon-san. He can transfer energy to the sword. It may not be much of a surprise to first-level disciples, but even among them, there are not many who have mastered this technique. Cheon-woo's level is hand-to-hand combat. He hasn't learned sword techniques yet. Apprentices are only allowed to use the martial arts they have learned. If he were to pair up with Cheon-woo, it would be a sword and fist duel. Knowing this, Jinmu still offers him to fight with him. This guy clearly looks down on Cheon-sang. Jinmu is well aware of this. But if there's an ability, there will be a patron. And is Cheon-sang worthy of the protagonist becoming one for him? He's such a stupid brat. He's not even close to Jinmu. What a fool. Cheon-sang should surprise him. After all, Jinmu is the one who deserves to have the right rumors. He should fight Cheon-woo. Temporarily, the guy didn't understand how it had gotten here at all. Before they begin, he wanted to say something. Everyone is equal before the sword, for it is blind. Just look at the way he succinctly intimidated his opponent. If anyone heard that, they would think he was the strongest master of Mutang. Cheon-woo tried to distract the brothers. Jinmu pointed at his sword and asked if it was just for beauty. Doesn't he want to use a real sword? How can one even use a sword in sparring? This man is completely out of his mind. These demands are impossible. The commandments forbid the use of real weapons in sparring. Again, he speaks of these commandments. He can't even imagine how disappointing this is to Jinmu. In fact, this kind of ominous atmosphere was scaring Cheon-woo. Now he has nothing more to add. He prompted Cheon-woo on how things should be done. The guy started to resist, because that's not the way to do it. Doesn't this brat trust Jinmu at all? As soon as the guy replied that he trusts the protagonist, Tut told him to just go ahead already. Cheon-sang couldn't understand how they could even discuss this in front of the opponent. Jinmu mentioned that if he doesn't do as he's told, he'll be killed, and if he loses, he will be left without meat. Jinmu said that he won't even give him a piece of meat. That's unacceptable. He can't live without meat anymore. That's why Cheon-woo will do it. Jinmu can trust him. That piggy's mood has changed. It's so funny. A person only needs motivation to fulfill a goal. In that case, they'll start a duel. Jinmu is a year younger than him. His name was Dodong, and now he's Myungjin's apprentice. He was able to change his sword technique and defeat Jin-ho. In addition, by breaking one of the 10 commandments, he was able to easily get away with it. Also, Cheon-woo lifted a huge rock with his advice. What kind of person is that? Even after mastering the soaring cloud sword technique, he had a bit of trouble. He sought the support of his older brothers to cope with the difficulties, but because of his background, no one was really engaged with him. He saw with his own eyes what Cheon-woo had accomplished. And then he thought, isn't this the one who will give answers to the martial arts questions that constantly plagued him? That's how false hope was born. He'd come for nothing, There was no one who could help him. It's time to call it a day. But first, he has to break the nose of that snooty guy. Cheon-woo immediately used the Pakdu step technique. It's a technique where the steps change depending on the movements. It's what they use before changing the attack technique. He'll stop that guy now. But suddenly, Cheon-woo disappeared right in front of his stick. The guy was immediately beside him and attacked him with his foot. This asshole had used the dragon retreat technique while crouching on the ground, so he was able to dodge his attack and immediately struck back. At this moment, he felt like he was fighting a warrior or an outstanding disciple. The technique of a lazy donkey lying on the ground. This technique was considered shameful and cowardly by all factions. Is he really going to continue to use this technique? Even when he blocked Cheon-woo's leg, he immediately kicked his back. Cheon-san can't block his attacks because one hand is occupied with a weapon. Isn't this all he learned from Jinmu? The protagonist told you to roll. On the side where the enemy has the sword. He's just doing what he's told to do. And this great Cheon-sang can't answer back. Cheon-sang, not expecting such sudden action, will be confused. His movements will become more sprawling. If he uses too much strength in the smooth sword technique of the floating cloud sword, it would be the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Cheol-san technique. Cheong-san's wand was broken. He simply couldn't believe what had just happened. How could he even lose? What a fool he was. Jinmu had said to roll on your back with a wolf to make the smoke go. How ignorant and slow he is. Cheon-woo asked for forgiveness. Cheon-sang lost, but for some reason, Cheon-woo got hit. Cheon-sang hit him because of his hasty attack. If he had a real sword, Cheon-woo would be dead by now. What he said was really true. Cheon-woo flew to the back of his head. Cheon-sang began to realize that this guy was worried about Cheon-woo. At the same time, Jinmu has to apologize. Cheon-woo loses. The main character's hopes of him winning were trampled. If Cheon-woo had won, then another student could have been morally shepherded. Cheon-san didn't quite understand what he meant. Jinmu simply said that he was screwed. He was now forbidden to even look at meat for 2 days. Cheon-woo thought that was too cruel. After all, he had been trying to defeat Cheon-sang until the very end. However, Jinmu didn't want to hear those excuses. It was his own fault for not being able to eat the game. Cheon-sang thought about how this disciple is too rude and acts like a complete brat. He doesn't put the elders in anything and ignores the commandments. Cheon-sang's expectations weren't met. Maybe this guy isn't what he seems. He's such a weirdo. He's even younger than Cheon-sang. It has been half a month since they started to rebuild the Himunjin pond. They installed the wooden beams. The broken pieces were fixed hastily. Now it's time to eat. But the main character still found it kind of strange. Cheon-sang caught some pheasants. They're smart, so he didn't catch many. Jinmu didn't understand at all why he was showing up so often. He thought he wouldn't be here after he won. But now, this guy was showing up here day after day. Furthermore, there was another change. He asked Cheon-woo to make a fire. It could be prepared quickly so that his brother wouldn't have to wait. The guy heard that pheasant meat is very tasty, so he asked his brother to be patient a little longer. Jinmu didn't understand why he had become so polite. Was this rascal acting like this? Or he might have eaten something wrong. It's necessary to destroy their morals, but he doesn't like it. The protagonist himself didn't understand what was happening to him. What went wrong? This meat was really that delicious. Did they forget the rules of etiquette because it was delicious? But the meat was burnt. You couldn't trust them to cook it. It doesn't even look edible. How could anyone even eat it? Now he could taste the meat. It was clear to him why Cheon-woo had reached such heights after eating this food. Why all this flattery? No results will appear after a few days of eating meat. Cheon-sang turned to his brother again. Jinmu had talked about the weaknesses of the soaring cloud sword technique that time. No matter how many times he tried, Cheon-san couldn't manage to figure them out. So that's the reason why he's been coming here a lot. I can see where that flattery came from. There's a nasty aftertaste in my mouth. Maybe it's the meat. He wouldn't even mind water to get rid of it. He immediately ran as soon as he realized he needed water. Cheon-woo couldn't believe that his brother was actually going to get a drink. At least this guy is quick on the uptake. It shouldn't be overly encouraged, as if someone in need of food should be given to him little by little so that he doesn't starve to death. Jinmu will gradually train him. How was it even terribly cooked? Cheon-woo asked if he could eat it then. Young and Palace. Once again, he broke the commandment. That guy was eating meat again. The Palace's first-level disciple, Jin Hai. As he found out that they don't hide and openly eat meat, stepping on the same rake again, he has completely lost his way. His habits need to be changed urgently. The ban on meat has been temporarily lifted, so he can't be held accountable. But the other students are still following it. That rascal Jinmu. Cheon-sang has been going to Haemunjin Pond a lot lately, and he's been interested in Jinmu's training. All after he lost to Cheon-woo. The man asked if he was talking about Cheon-sang being the best student of the second generation. And that was a serious problem. This talented guy had fallen into Jinmu's trap. If it happened to one student, others might fall under the bad influence. Therefore, the punishment should be appropriate. The elder asked if there was any other offense. That is a rather strange question. He advised Cheon-san to use the technique of a donkey lying on the ground and striking the hand in which the sword was in. This technique is shameful and cowardly. For using it, he should be punished. This is a flaw in the sword technique of the hovering cloud sword. The hand with the sword is not protected from below and is very immobile. Of course, first-level students are not aware of this. They would sooner be taught to use other, complementary martial arts, before they realize the disadvantages of this technique. How does Jinmu even know about it? The elder didn't think of showing the flaws of a technique until it was fully mastered. I wonder how far this kid's insight about martial arts goes. Myungjin's disciple. He was known to everyone for being kind to his mentor and caring for him. The elder thought that this was the end of it, but this kid is developing very quickly. He was already a little admiring of this young man. Jinhee asked if Jinmu should be summoned to the punishment hall immediately. The elder asked what he was even thinking. Wasn't it that the ambassadors from the Supreme Parliament would arrive today? In that case, Jinhee will go to Haemunjin later. The Supreme Elder is very interested in the Jinhee. Therefore, the guy has to make sure that he won't inconvenience him. However, he still wanted to know what about the punishment for that guy. However, his mentor just walked away. What a useless old man. It would be nice to nail Jinmu. Anyway, he won't be in a hurry. No matter how you look at it, Jinmu is just a peasant's brat. A pathetic trash. Even if nothing is done, no one will like him anyway. When it became known that Jinmu would be serving his sentence in Haemunjin, it was discussed who would be sent to help him. Everyone, except for the absent Jin-ho, expressed their reluctance. The most important thing right now was the main trade guild. After Hukren Mugen's attack, all the power of the surrounding area was in the hands of the Zhu family. Because of this, Mutang's finances have dwindled. Of course, they do business with the outside world, but the proceeds from the transactions were just barely enough to make ends meet. Maintaining relations with the main trade guild is the only way to help Mutang, and the only way to do so was with the help of the Jinhee family. This coincidence has greatly improved Mutang's position, giving him more importance in the eyes of the elders. He was already halfway to becoming the head disciple. They headed towards Haemunjin. He'll deal with that lowlife a little bit of gosh. Jinmu felt like the sun was shining too brightly today. Cheon-woo mentioned that there would be guests today. They've been moving in since this morning, it's crazy. It's kind of to welcome them. Jinhai said they'll arrive at lunchtime. And it's going to be at lunchtime. That can't be right. They're almost here. Jinmo ordered those two men to clean it all up quickly. There were people with Jinhee there too. It's okay to get rid of the traces of meat food. These two still need to wash up. Yet they have already gone to meet her guests. Where are they even going? It's not like they haven't even washed their faces and went grubby. Cheon-sang asked if they were from the main trade guild. Cheon-san gave his name and also mentioned that he was a disciple from Mutang. Brother Jinhai relayed that they would arrive here at lunchtime. They traveled a long way. This was the kind of unkempt appearance they didn't expect at all from Mutang disciples. Jinhee immediately greeted the chairman. The man asked if there was something wrong in Mutang. At first, he didn't understand what the man meant. It wasn't until later that he noticed the appearance of Cheon-sang and Cheon-woo. He looked angrily at Jinmu, who immediately had something to do. Did that hungry man really eat meat again? He was also staring at him like that. How he wanted to tear his eyes out. The apprentices took the goods. The man said they shouldn't do that. But they're not strangers to the chairman. The mountain road is difficult, but we need to continue the journey. Jinmu looked at the chairman in silence. Jinhee replied that he would deal with them later. Isn't it strange? The chairman is a guest, but acts like the master of the situation. And Jinhee follows behind him as if that's the way it should be. Oh, this imaginary separation into people of higher and lower status. Jinmo asked who this is. Cheon-san asked isn't it the main trade guild in the Takana region. Cheon-woo doesn't know the details, but he heard that they have been trading in Takana for 3 generations. He was surprised as soon as he heard about 3 generations. When the protagonist was still Hukren Mugen of Sapa Cheon, his love for money was so great that the ringing could wake him up. Therefore, he had learned almost everything about the leading trade guilds and their middlemen. He wouldn't have any information about the guild if it was new. But they've been in business for 3 generations. That's almost 60 years. And since he hadn't heard of this guild, that means it's underground. And now the arrogant first-tier textbooks are trying their best to please the chairman. There's something obviously wrong here. There's definitely something between these two. His intuition never fails. You can pick up from the chairman's face right away that he is a mean person. He has eyes capable of selling a teacher, ears that could sell a brother, an ugly goatee and a too sharp chin. He's not someone who would look for profit in a place like this. Looks like an investigation is in order. He told the 2 men to follow him. Cheon-woo asked what they should do with the work. The protagonist replied that they have already done enough, but first they should wash their mouths. Especially the mouth, which is covered in oil. Cheon-sang wondered if he didn't wash his face in the morning. Cheon-woo noticed the state his face was in. This guy had the same situation. To thank them for inviting him, he prepared a small gift. The chairman doesn't even know if they will like this gift. In the past 10 years, Mutang's financial situation has deteriorated. As an elder of Wanghua Palace, which is in charge of running the household, it has been very difficult for him. He couldn't dress his disciples properly because he had to save money on clothes all the time. He was so ashamed in front of them. The Supreme Elders replied that the chairman was very generous. He didn't even know how he should be thanked. The man mentioned that he was the one who should be, and was grateful that Mutang was doing business with his guild. The chairman asked if it wasn't Jin-hee who arranged everything. Jin-hee's first-level apprentice, aka heir to a famous family in Takana, and an outstanding apprentice. He only turned 30 this year, and he's already become the pride of Mutang. There are high expectations for him. If it weren't for Jin-hee, would he have had the opportunity to get to know such people of Muram? All of this is due to Jin-hee. This guy had done his best, and now one could be at ease. Myung-hyun told the chairman that he should have thought of something for him to do, but they are strangers to worldly entertainment. The chairman replied that there was no need for that, so there was no need to worry about that. He would just like to look into the main temple. It would be an honor for him if they would allow him to pray for his family's health. The chairman of the guild named Guillaume Chok-san. Jin-hee introduced them. This man looks like a scoundrel that one doesn't want to get close to. But after talking to him, the Supreme Elder realized that he is a fine person. This will be a lesson to him. After all, one meets a man by his clothes and sees him by his mind. The chairman replied that if he was busy, he could come back later. The Supreme Capitalist asked what business he might have in the mountains. He asked the chairman to stay a little longer. Chok-sang thanked for this generous offer, but he wasn't quite used to the local atmosphere yet. How did Myung-hyun not realize it himself? Myung-hyun was very sorry to part with Chairman Guillaume. If he didn't mind, the Supreme Elder wanted to offer to observe the training of the disciples and visit their main temple. Since the Supreme Elder himself was so insistent, he couldn't refuse him. After which, he left the palace along with his subordinates. The old man couldn't believe that things were really getting better for them. Now one could breathe a sigh of relief. It looked like they finally had a chance to revive Mutang. The Supreme Elder mentioned that Jin-hee really did a good job this time. Even though they said they don't need anything, but they are merchants first and foremost. And if they are trying to connect with a martial clan, it means they need support. Merchants and military can only form alliances for one reason: defense. Merchants can be attacked by brigands or pirates. Besides, no one cancelled conflicts with other guilds. Many use mercenaries, but not always their forces are enough. In other words, they will ask for help from the clan they supported financially. Therefore, trade guilds look for clans with great power and make alliances with them. In the past, everyone praised Mutang. Therefore, the local guilds crowded in line. They had to help repeatedly because of the fact that it was hard to refuse them. But now, all the surrounding areas, all the way to Takan, are controlled by the powerful Zhu family. Therefore, the Mutang can't establish a relationship with anyone. They can't miss this chance. The elder offered to show them that the Mutang are still just as strong. Do merchants often get a chance to see the professional use of martial arts? Even the children from Cheon's generation could surprise them. They just need to practice more. Jin-hee didn't have time to tell them yet, but they were busy training the disciples from Yongyong in advance. The Supreme Elder was immediately excited and asked what they had come up with. The mentor had started training with them a month ago, and they had begun to master the Nine Palace Sword technique. The Nine Palace Sword technique was Mutang's pride. If the training was monitored by Myeonggong and Jin-hee, then one could not worry. The Supreme Elder mentioned again that Jin-hee had indeed done a great job. In that case, He should hurry up since the guests were already waiting. Chairman Lee Chi-sun's right hand. He asked the leader if it wasn't too much. Chok-san asked what he meant. The leaders presented them with various goods and a full chest of silver in addition. For such a price, it was possible to establish a relationship with the Zhu family. Does this idiot think that Chok-san, the chairman of the main trade guild, can't think? A whole chest of silver is a lot of money. But they won't get any profit from the Zhu family at all. They are known for their entrepreneurial spirit. Most likely someone in their family has heard of the trade guild. He's more than sure that they wouldn't want to do business with them if they found out that they were smuggling. And this is the kind of information Jinmu heard. That freak with the goatee is also a smuggler. This arrogant bastard seems to have high hopes for Mutang. Young Yun Palace. Chok-san and his subordinates were watching the disciples practice. Their synchronization is really impressive. Chok-san asked if it's true that there will be a training session for the first-level disciples. It seems like they want to surprise him even more. Organize a meeting between the mentor and the chairman. And then the plan is for him to demonstrate the 9-palace sword technique, which will earn him extra points. But what the heck is this guy even doing here? As it turned out, the mentor met him on the way. Jinmu said that he really wanted to see the 9-palace sword technique, and the mentor brought him because he just wanted to see it. After all, he can't go against his mentor. Since everyone was warmed up, he suggested that he demonstrate the 9-palace sword technique. One must remain calm. The demonstration is more important than anything else. Jinmu turned to his brother, indicating that he was looking forward to it. That damned hungry man is getting on his nerves. He still dares to bully Jin-hei. Moreover, on his own turf in the Yongyang Palace. He shouldn't make a single mistake in front of this guy. Jin-hei ordered to get into position to execute the 9-palace sword technique. Mutang Pride, one of the highest sword techniques. The 9-palace sword technique. The idea is that 9 people take a single fighting stance and simultaneously strike at the enemy. At first, it seems that each man moves in his own direction. But the well-honed movements, clashing and unclashing, drive the enemy into a corner. Only a leader with mastery of the martial arts can hone the skills of each student so that they all act as one. What an interesting fighting stance. The elder wondered if it was worth seeing. It is indeed a real spectacle. However, the concentration is a bit frustrating. The man inquired as to why he thought so. It's hard to explain, as he has just started his training, so he doesn't know much. But it seems to him that the blades clashing to attack should pin down the enemy in one fell swoop. But it doesn't look that way right now. He thinks it's because of their concentration. If Jinmu was there, bypassing the disciples from the left flank, he would have hidden himself. It would be better if those blades were used more slowly, as if trapping the enemy and then attacking them sharply. So many things. Looks like I need to spend more time studying. This is really incredible. This guy was able to understand all of this with just a glimpse of the technique. He not only noted the weakness of the technique, but also thought of what he needed to clean up and fix it. It could be concluded that he had an outstanding talent. The elder asked if this was really the first time he was seeing this formation. Jinmu immediately apologized. Due to his inexperience, he must be talking nonsense. Still, the old man thought it was amazing that he had revealed the entire essence of the technique without realizing it. The chairman asked what they were talking about. He thought the whole thing was amazing. The elder immediately apologized. How could he just leave his guest out of it? He was just curious about what they were talking about. Jinmu has only recently started studying martial arts. He is very talented, and there are high expectations for him. Even the Supreme Elder has taken notice of his abilities. Chok-san was surprised when he heard about the Supreme Elder. How was it even possible that the Supreme Elder himself had taken notice of him? Could this be another contender for the role of head disciple? That bastard finally decided to look at him with different eyes. Jinmu had already figured out their entire plan a long time ago. A little earlier. If they give the money to the Zhu family, they will simply waste it. However, Mutang is weak, and the chairman wanted him to continue to stay that way. Then the other merchants won't even stick around. Even though Mutang is threatened with destruction, that's not what people say about him. It has been considered the main Taoist clan of Cheongwan for 1,000 years. And even a 3-year-old child knows that it is the only place where the canons of Taoism were followed so zealously. What happens when word gets out that Mutang is their ally? And how things would turn out when you add to that the fact that they helped the financially weakening Mutang? The reputation of the main trade guild in Jianwan will change. They are constantly being watched by the police. But if even one prominent Mutang master helps them, then the attitude towards the police will be different. But will Mutang act on orders, especially when their plans become known? Is that the only reason he's worried? In Mutang, there is an opportunity to become the top apprentice, someone who will become the next supreme elder in the future. So far in Mutang, no one had taken that position, and he planned to put Jinhee there. Out of the kindness of his family, he agreed to help Mutang and will do his best to make Jinhee the chief disciple. When this guy takes over, Choksan will ask him to repay the favor as they agreed. After all, this guy has no idea that they are using him to suck all the juices out of Mutang. From the kindness of the merchants, profits should grow like a snowball. As a kid, Jinhee was very savvy, but got very dumbed down by being here. Later, when they have cleaned up their act, Jinhee will repent to them. Right now, he's probably wondering if he made a mistake with his investment. How dare that freak with the goatee mark his territory like a pathetic dog? Jinhee is a bastard. He wants to become the head disciple without regard for Jinmu. Dual energy. It's necessary to utilize the Dark Dragon technique without harm, bringing back the former power. But only the head disciple can master it. Once he obtains the power, he will be able to control Jinmu's essence. But he needs Mutang to get to that point. These cockroaches risked crossing his path. To achieve his goal, he will definitely wipe this conspiracy completely to powder. To stop the chairman and first-rank apprentice Jinhee, he needs to gather everything about the main trade guild. But he can't just leave Mutang like that. There needs to be some kind of reason. Myungjin tried to call back to his disciple. Jinmu immediately asked if he had said anything. The mentor thought something was bothering him. It wasn't really like that. It looked like he was just thinking hard. It's still not going to work out. Cheonwoo mentioned that after the members of the main trade guild appeared, he was like this all the time. The mentor thought that when this kid saw the worldly people, curiosity was awakened in him. No wonder, after all, he's already 20. If he was leaving the mountain with older disciples, it wouldn't be strange. But because of his own mentor's condition, he was bound to this place. Myungjin asked what date tomorrow was. Jinmu replied that it was the 3rd day of the month. For some reason, he got excited when he heard that. Jinmu didn't understand why it was the old man distracting him. But after all, he thought, this is about serious things. 2 days later, dawn. The protagonist was summoned by his mentor. As soon as he entered the mentor's resting place, he saw that for some reason he was wearing formal clothes. Myungjin wanted to go to Jisoo's palace. Jinmu didn't consider going to the palace in this windy weather. He's already sick after all. If he gets blown away, what was all this effort for anyway? It's fine. He's warmly dressed so they can go. The boy didn't understand what good could have happened. Why he'd been so happy since yesterday. Monthly meeting. In Mutanga, under the leadership of the Supreme Elder, a meeting of elders is systematically called. Events to be held are discussed and budget allocated for the coming month. And there are talks about training. Not only the elders come, but also the first-level disciples who are responsible for the inner life of the palaces. This is the first time they're attending the meeting. Myungjin is not in charge of any palace, only leading a reclusive life in a small temple. That's why he hasn't come here all this time. A Jinho who was happy to see the teacher approach them. There's that annoying guy again. Myungjin was also happy to see Jinho. Jinho apologized for visiting him so infrequently. The mentor replied that it was okay, and asked if there was any progress. Jinho asked if it wasn't his disciple who had taught him a lot. He learned his lesson well, all thanks to Jinmu. Why in the world is that jerk laughing like he wants the guy to beat him to death again? Myungjin offered to go inside, and Jinho wanted to escort them in. Everyone was happy to welcome Myungjin's teacher. What's wrong with them in the first place? Everyone is extremely polite in greeting the mentor, and their eyes are filled with sincere respect. The Supreme Elder, who didn't expect to see him here, even ran out there. Myunghyun advised him to think about his health. How could one have gotten this far? Myungjin replied that everything was fine. It was all thanks to the disciple who had made every effort to make sure they got here comfortably. Did the meat really help? They should have lifted the ban earlier. The Supreme Elder noted that Jinmu had done a good job. It was very cold today, so he suggested that he hurriedly go inside. What does all this even mean, and what is the joyous reaction? It's not like they announced a contest for the best greeting. Jinho asked if he wasn't proud of his mentor. Jinmu may not have known, but teacher Myungjin is Mutang's most respected master. Before his chakra closed, he and the Supreme Elder were disciples of the new generation of Mutang Yi had great promise. When Master Sapachong suddenly attacked, Myungjin fought to the very end, trying to protect his disciples. In Mutang, he is a symbol of true fortitude and fortitude. Absolutely everyone admires him. For the protagonist, he was just a master that attacked him in the past. and now he's just a useless old man who brings nothing but trouble. They will do as they discussed. It was very boring here. The needy Mutang suddenly had funds, and the meeting dragged on as there were many requests from each palace. Myung-jin turned to the Supreme Elder. When the meeting was almost over, he decided to cut in. That old man is causing trouble. He thinks that the contract with the main trade guild isn't the right solution. Sure, he organized everything, but they don't know exactly about their plans or where they even came from. Therefore, the careless use of funds, he thinks, is the wrong thing to do. What is this walking corpse even up to? He thinks it is necessary to direct the students to observe them. The boys, under the pretext of helping, will be careful to keep an eye on everything. Since ancient times, there has been a tradition of sending apprentices to the contracted guild. But not to guard the guild, but to showcase the talents of Mutang's apprentices, and they would live off the Elga to her, which would benefit them. That's a pretty good idea, the Supreme Elder inquired. And who would it be? Need a first-level apprentice with honed skills. What is there to think about? Of course Jinmu should be here. Did Myung-jin really come to the meeting just for that? Could it be that this old man could be useful? His words about Myung-jin being a problem are abolished. Jin-ho was in agreement with the teacher. The other first-level disciples are very busy because of their duties in the palaces. Therefore, it is necessary to send Jinmu. Jin-ho went there as well. Isn't this really a good guy? If the protagonist knew about it, he wouldn't have beaten him up so badly. Even the elder supported this decision. Jinmu is a smart guy, and he personally knows the chairman. The Supreme Elder thought it was a good idea. He asked the others what they thought about it. Of course, they agreed. Guy was glad that his problem had been solved so quickly. After listening to the opinions, he was ready to summarize. Jinmu should return to the Chongho temples and make preparations. One trained monk is worth 10 Sapa masters. Jinhee was really angry that this guy decided to ruin everything he had spent so long preparing. He's just a walking pain in the ass. Is Jin-kun really going to leave it like this? Jin-kun's disciple from Wujin Palace. Jinhee advised him to think carefully. Jinmu broke the commandments without receiving any punishment, and he was about to be sent away. Jinsun's disciple from Cheongdong Palace. He recognized that there was logic in what Jinhee said, but after all, the final decision had already been made. He better not say such nonsense. The decisions of the assembly can't always be right. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Jin-kun told Jin-hee to take back what he said. However, the guy didn't even think that he had said something wrong. Only the chosen ones can become first-ranked disciples. They are, after all, members of famous families, who have aspired to do great things, who have taken the path of Mutang's enlightenment. And now they are competing to take the place of the head disciple, who will be responsible for the next generation. So who is Jinmu? He is a Dodon, the despicable son of a peasant. Taking advantage of his mentor's wealth, he dares to question the beliefs of the Supreme Elder and others by tricking his disciples into eating meat. He is destroying the centuries-old traditions of Mutang. Only severe punishment will save his soul from so many sins. They were approached by a Jin-ho who thought that this guy was only making a big deal out of nothing. What's wrong with tradition? If one only cares about them, will there be a change for the better? This was the Jin-ho who was beaten up by Jinmu, after which he was tracked in a treatment center, and now he wants to add something. And we just seemed like Jin-hai was jealous. Didn't he see Myung-jin's teacher? The one who got well thanks to meat and now can walk around? Isn't the ban already lifted? After all, everyone recently supported Myung-jin's idea to send Jinmu away. That jerk is sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Jin-hai's efforts in organizing a meeting with the head trade guild only brought more points. But that was the end of it. The man inquired about Jin-kun's opinion. Wujin Palace is in charge of the relationship with the guild of other regions. The first thing to do was to talk things over with Jin-kun before informing teacher Myung-chun. So why did Jin-hai go straight to the Supreme Elder and tell him, Jin-hee better slow down and do everything in Maru? After all, the first-ranked disciple is the face of Mutang. Mutang is a place he can't use to benefit and promote his family. These words made him mad, and he already wanted to bare his sword. Jin-kun stopped them. How could they, as the leaders of their palaces, behave like this? So no one else would dare to discuss the decisions that were made in the meeting. Jin-hee tried to stop him and the other brothers that left with him. It was a bit rude, but he knows that, doesn't he? That Jin-hai hates talking about his family. Jin-hyuk was wrong, talking about a sin that's no longer reprehensible. This guy seems to like him. The speech, of course, went around about Jinmu. He apparently likes this guy madly. Jin-ho replied that he does. Maybe because he has a different perspective on martial arts. He's a talented guy. He's not a woman and he's already stolen Jinho's heart. Looks like he should absorb Jinho's too. Recently, Cheon-sung hasn't thought of coming back from Cheon-ho Temple. Everyone likes Jinmu. Cheon-sang has been through a lot too. He thinks it's because of the older disciples. Wasn't he accepted as an apprentice of Cheongdong Palace because he couldn't handle his childhood bereavement to heal here? Maybe this hopeful kid decided to become a follower of Jinmu. Whatever is done is for the best. Jinmu is suitable for the position of head disciple. This was what he didn't expect to hear from Jinho's mouth. Let it really be true. He doesn't know about the others. But Jin-kun and Jin, he probably won't just leave it at that. That guy stands out among the others. A talented person can always prove his superiority. There's no use even arguing with that. In any case, they can only wait. They went out at dawn, and it's already evening. Myung-jin asked what happened and why he was so joyful. Jinmu replied that he adores his mentor. I mean, he didn't even ask for anything. But this old man decided to come out even though he's sick. Amazing old man. Myung-jin thought that Jinmu was happy to be able to go down the mountain. He shouldn't worry. He should have a good rest and then return. Is there a law that prohibits novices from having fun? Jinmu wondered if he should eat the meat that would be offered to him when he came down. Or the alcohol. Myung-jin was glad he was asking his advice. He himself had tasted wine when he was young when he came down the mountain. What if the girls didn't want to leave him alone? Myung-jin asked him to stop. The boy replied that he was just joking. But why did it seem to the mentor that he wasn't joking at all? Cheon-woo and Cheon-sang came out to meet them, calling out for their teacher. Jinmi wondered where they were going. He was going on a trip, so they wanted to go together. After all, they should help their teacher. The protagonist asked whose teacher they were even apprenticing with. Cheon-sang asked if this guy didn't realize that they were already his students. Besides, they had already gotten the elder's permission. And brother Jinho wished them a good journey and even gave them some money. That bastard Jinho dumped that stupid Cheon-woo on him. Do they think he's crazy to take them with him? He wanted a more deserving person as his partner, so let them just get out of his sight. After which, Jinmu led the mentor inside. Cheon-sang and Cheon-woo tried to change the teacher's mind. They really wanted to go along with him. Had Jinmu decided to turn all of his family's efforts into ashes 20 years ago? Woo Ju-myung's grandfather had sent this boy to Mutang. He said that the future of the Wu family of Takana is in this boy's hands. It is his duty to make the Wu family, like the John clan, be recognized by the military. The Wu family used to have control over the bandits who did dirty deeds in the nooks and crannies of Takana. He and his grandfather took the path of a warrior, but he was never recognized. Until today, Jin. He had continuously made great efforts to become a renowned disciple of Mutang. That was why the position of head disciple was only supposed to go to him. After that, and the position of supreme elder. He had lasted all these 20 years, only because of his faith in it. And now Jinmu has decided to destroy those efforts. He can't let him get away with it, even though Jin. He couldn't stop him, but even that had its advantages. After all, anything can happen on the road. Among Mutang's 10 commandments, there is one that must never be broken: killing a comrade. But Jin, he wasn't the only one breaking the rules. This foolish student will realize who he has crossed. Before leaving Mutang, one must notify the elders of all the palaces of one's departure. The two were very happy, and suggested that the teacher go. The palaces are not just far apart, but are tens of kilometers apart, and now they must all be visited. Damned humans. At Wanghua Palace, they gave him what looked like new hemmed clothes. This boy is all grown up now. He's leaving Mutang for the first time. Jin-ho was sure he was overjoyed. Jinmo didn't understand why this man was acting as if he was his best friend. In Yongyin, he listened for half an hour about what a novice can and cannot do when going outside the mountain. In Wujin, he listened about relationships with people. And in Akko Palace, he was given a sword with the symbol of primordial chaos. In Zhongdong, he received first aid medicine, ointment for wounds and bandages. Last, he visited Jiso Palace to notify the Supreme Elder that he was leaving. This is the procedure a Mutang apprentice must follow before leaving. It would be better to just simplify the whole drudgery. He hasn't left yet, and he's already so tired. So this guy wanted to go with Cheon-woo and Cheon-sang. That's great. The guys are smart, so they'll definitely be of use to Jinmu. The main character thinks so too. Well, he was thinking about where they were smart. He had to take them because no one would help him. This is their first outing, so they have to check everything and then head out. They need to be more careful with the prices of goods and not go to deserted places. Jin could keep that in mind. Inside himself, he was just asking for this to finally be over. He knows more about this world than these reclusive Mutang people. When would they finally let him go? And he must not forget that he has a very important mission to fulfill. It cannot be said that he is from Mutanga. The Supreme Elder wished him a good journey. The boy immediately turned around, saying that he would be back soon. At last, it was all over. But suddenly he was called out again. Jinmu asked what else. The Supreme Elder demanded that this guy contact them once a day. He had to agree to it. This was a scary thing to do. All these formalities to leave the Mutang were tiring as hell. This is the stinking way of Taoism. What a good thing it was. He would be glad that he could cross the Hemunjin pond and leave Mutang. The air even felt different. He could feel the freshness. First of all, he needed to hurry rather than figure it out, so he turned to Cheon-san and Cheon-woo. Cheon-san will carry the sword and Cheon-woo will carry the things. However, the owner of the sword must carry it himself. After all, it is a traditional sword, the most important weapon. Jinmu asks if he really wants to go back. Cheon-san will guard it like the apple of his eye. To go from Mutang to the main trade guild, one must walk 50 kilometers. Running or riding would take a quarter of a day. In that case, they must hurry to the main trade guild. They, and enthusiastically, started their first journey. Or one would like to put it that way. They hadn't gone a couple steps before trouble had already appeared. The bandits demanded that they give up everything they had. Despite all the changes in the world, there will always be thugs who take money from novices. That's so low. Apparently he hadn't completely lost his fear. Cheon-san stepped forward and wondered who they even were. They don't know what Mutang's men look like since they just dared to block their way right at the entrance to the mountain. These men would pay for their deed. After all, he couldn't let them get away with it. He didn't mind playing with them himself. Does this guy really think they care about Mutang being destroyed? They'd better give up their stuff in a nice way. The chance is small, of course, but if they have money, they should give it up too. He still can't get used to the nasty bandits. They don't seem to have changed one bit during his absence from this mortal world. If it comes to that, then don't let them expect him to pardon them. Jinmu requested that he deal with them. After all, they must come before sunset. Cheon-sang mentioned that if they put down their weapons now, no one would get hurt. He turned to his guys, asking if they had heard those words. He just sent Cheon-sang to hell. He dodged one lunge first, while the other man was already preparing to attack him. Cheon-san jumped up before their strike. Without even exposing his sword, he was able to deal with two people already. These two decided to attack as well. However, the guy was able to counter them with the sheath of his weapon. Jinmu noticed that most of them were already exhausted, but not those two. Their movements aren't bad. Apparently, they are sitting in charge. They sent their subordinates forward and hid behind their backs, watching and waiting for an opportunity. How ridiculous. Cheon-san had mastered the technique of imprisoning energy in a sword, and was able to advance a few steps further. He became much stronger after learning from Jinmu. He could clearly handle these two if they teamed up. He thought that these bandits were a long way away from him. At the same time, one of them knocked the sword out of his hands. Speaking of Cheon-san, he had been doing well in training lately. He, on the other hand, wouldn't be able to be handled by a few bandits. However, at this moment, he was even injured. This was something Jinmu didn't expect at all. Cheon-woo was worried about her brother. It was only then that the protagonist remembered that this guy was in Marima for the first time. Unlike training, where everything is calculated, in reality there are no certain tactics. It only depends on confidence and the will to survive. Those like Cheon-sang who just found themselves in Marima without proper training, facing someone in a fight like this would be confused. And without concentration, he would begin to make a number of stupid mistakes, and it follows that even a weak opponent would be able to overpower him. The sword was right next to his face. He doesn't even have time to dodge. Fortunately, Jinmu was able to stop the sword in time. After which, he destroyed that weapon and attacked the man. After which, he heard the lessons in his fist and was ready to attack the man once more. Thanks to this strike, the guy dealt with him. If you look at this scumbag and Togo, what else is standing? You can even say that they are the most experienced ones here because they wield a sword. And the level is pretty high when compared to their partners. What could that mean? Could it be that someone had hired him? Of course, he wasn't going to respond and immediately used concealed weapons. Jinmu was able to fight them off, after which that man decided to escape. It immediately came to that guy's attention that the opponent was stronger than expected. Therefore, running away was the best option in this situation. However, he was immediately felled by Jinmu. questioning who was letting him go in the first place. Now it was time for Togo to have a little chat. The protagonist really wanted to know who sent them and what they were doing. Did that half-assed monk seriously think it would be that simple? Since Jinmu is a novice, he probably thinks he'll get away with a couple questions, and then the guy will just escort him to jail. But who's to say he will? It's really pissing him off. It's the only thing he's used to, isn't it? He's enriched himself by hurting others. People often die violent deaths. The man mentioned that it was too violent. He's even ridiculous. After all, it was the man who originally wanted to kill him. Since it wouldn't work out with him, Jinmu would just ask others. The man tried to stop him. The protagonist asked him not to move. He wanted to at least snap his neck. From there asked not to do that. The others watched the whole cruel spectacle with fear in their eyes. They could only hear the horrible screams. The boys realized that this novice was fundamentally different from the ones they had seen before. Jinmu was unhappy that he had soiled his brand new uniform. It was now covered in blood. Seeing this angry attitude of his, the others were immediately frightened, but they realized that this guy was nuts. Jinmu wondered with a joyful expression on his face who was next. Falling into this guy's hands, he would either be maimed or killed. Therefore, the guys had already started fighting over who would tell him everything. If these idiots are to be believed, they're from the Palian gangster organization that operates in Takhan. They mostly collect money on the streets, but their boss, Yi Pal Ryong, ordered them to ambush Mutang Mountain today, and then capture and bring in 3 novices. Those 2 are called the 2 devils from Sabona. Adhering to the information they received, they thought it would be easy and simple to capture the 3 kids. It turned out just as he thought. These mercenaries knew that they would go here. But why on earth would they do that? Mutang had become very weak after the Sapa invasion, but used to be incredibly strong. And if someone uses the services of mercenaries, it means they usually pay a large sum of money. But who would even spend mad money to capture novices? Jinmu demanded that they answer quickly about who hired them. The guys looked at each other, and one could tell that they didn't really know anything themselves. Apparently they would have to look for Yipal Ryong themselves. In that case, the protagonist asked if the 2 devils of Sibona were very famous. The mercenaries replied that they were considered masters of their craft in the nooks and crannies of Takana. They must have heard that these 2 had killed some famous warrior, so they were hiding there. Jinmu asked who was giving how much for them. The red-haired man didn't understand what this novice meant. Of course, the protagonist was talking about a monetary reward, like 10 silver coins for each of them. That was too little. Although if one thought about the lower devils of Sabona, not Takana. Afterward, Jinmu asked if they had gotten anything. At first, they didn't understand what this guy was even asking. They handed over the bags of money, saying that was all they got. It was even a pretty good catch, so Jinmu decided to let them go. The 2 couldn't believe that would the teachers really take their money. Jinmu also mentioned that their boss, Yi Pal Ryong, shouldn't find out about what happened here. After all, they themselves should realize what would happen to them if Jinmu found out that they prevented him from meeting him. But he decided to demonstrate what would happen to them anyway. They understood without words. These guys started to argue that it wouldn't happen. They will go down this road and make an honest-to-goodness human life. They'll never do anything bad again. But that doesn't have to be the case. They can continue to live in the nooks and crannies. Getting paid to patronize and hurt someone isn't so bad. People should live their lives the way they used to. Why change anything? However, the man claimed that there was no way he would ever commit immoral acts. He swore not only on his own name, but also on his father's name. At this moment, Jinmu threw a coin at him. What an idiot. Jinmu told him to live and do evil things. Let him not get on his nerves and get the hell out of here. The man immediately apologized for what he said, saying that it would never happen again. After that, they ran away. Cheon Sang and Cheon Woo thought about the fact that they were the ones who were attacked by the bandits. However, Jinmu not only beat them very badly, but also took their money. And that's not something novices should do. Jinmu ordered those 2 to drag those Sibona devils. They need to get down the mountain as soon as possible. Takana territory, Pachon village, Pachon administration. Jinmi will go to talk to the boss and they can take a break for now. With the main character gone, they can finally breathe freely. After all, they had never once taken a break during this whole time. Jinmu just told them to imagine that it was a training session. Cheon Woo wondered if the teacher had done the right thing. Even if they were brigands, but it was too much to beat them up so brutally. However, Cheon San, on the contrary, was delighted with the teacher. Those people, the brigands who were in the nooks and crannies, were hated by everyone. But now they wouldn't do anything evil. Didn't they see their faces when those guys ran away? Fear and terror had completely overwhelmed them. They had fled in the opposite direction of Takana and were unlikely to return. Because of the gang of bandits, Cheon-sang lost his family. They killed not only his family, but also the good citizens of the village. If it wasn't for teacher Myung-hwa, who happened to be nearby, he wouldn't be here either. Ethel defeated those bandits and escorted them to prison. And then there was the bribe they gave to the warden, and now freedom. And the brazen thug life again. He'll never forgive those bastards. Someday he would personally destroy them. That's why he was so interested in sword technique. Mentor Myung-hwa and brother Jin-sung had said that he should suppress this desire. But teacher Jinmu is not like that at all. Thanks to the protagonist, he realized what true enlightenment is. Enlightenment is that state where he awakens and leads others. After condemning the bandits for their lifestyle, he told them to rob more, which scared the hell out of them. It sounded like, if you do something wrong, I will surely find you and punish you. No doubt that was the thought that went through their minds. There are people like that. People who walk the path of suffering, bringing light into this world. Today he has made an important decision. He will obey and follow that teacher who has chosen this path of suffering and torment without question. That teacher, the great man. Cheon-woo didn't even know this. Jinmu didn't understand how they couldn't even notice it. After all, he said, the children had been hurt. They were wounded by swords and their clothes were torn. And they're giving some 20 silver coins. They should put at least one more coin on top. Just one. These guys don't even want to help the novice. He's only asking for 11 coins. The man thought that their faces were disfigured, so it was impossible to even verify who they were. Jinmu asked if he was implying that Mutang was lying. After all, he had such a hard time catching them. Still, he gave up saying that he understood everything. He demanded that this guy let him go. He had been running the administration for 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a novice. In any case, he still gave a coin. Jinmu mentioned that luck would always be with him. He also wanted to know if this man knew a person named Yipal Ryong. Of course he knew that rascal from the Palian faction. This scoundrel of theirs was always escaping the hands of justice. Jinmu asked how much. The man on the other hand asked what he meant. He was actually asking about the cash reward for his capture. They give 20 coins for his capture. Jinmu immediately got excited when he heard this amount. That means he is a mean and cruel villain. Besides, the protagonist was sure that he was a great guy. But he needs enough money. So he mentally apologized to Pal Ryong. The man asked if he was really going to catch him. Jinmu replied that it was possible. After all, they've already tried to catch him, and more than once. But he's really good at martial arts. And he's so good at hiding that all attempts have failed. It's crazy that he's good at fighting. Right now, Takana is controlled by the Ju family. Without putting up a fight with Sapi Cheon, she managed to keep Takana in check, and Sapa's influence didn't penetrate here. So he didn't understand. Could there be anyone here stronger than the training level of the street thugs? We need to find that scoundrel's secret lair. A gambling house, a night market, a neighborhood of drinking establishments. They've been checking these places over and over again, but they haven't been able to catch him. What happened to the professionalism of this administration? Either way, he's got something to talk to that man about. And then he'd get a good income. He wanted to see Pal Ryong as soon as possible. The two of them immediately ran to their teacher. Cheon-woo started to say that he respects his teacher. Cheon-sang replied that he would follow the teacher for the rest of his life. What happened to them in the first place? The guys had been walking for a long time with a heavy load. It was hard, and they were exhausted and hungry, so they went crazy. He tried to calm them down and suggested they go out to dinner. His stomach immediately made a rumbling noise when he heard the word food. Just for tonight. In honor of the first day of their journey, they would taste the most delicious meat. They were immediately excited when they heard about the meat. At the Sun and Moon Inn. The owner built this inn on a place surrounded by mountains. Therefore, it is like the moon floating on the sea, drowned in greenery. It's quite uplifting. They ordered the meat hot and heavy, and a bottle of wine as well. Jinmu replied that these kids can eat to their heart's content. They don't have to limit themselves and order as much as they want. An inn that serves meat in unlimited quantities is beautiful. Are there words to describe the experience? They are delighted with the common seasonings. Others could not believe that these novices eat meat and even drink alcohol. Mutang has finally fallen. Perhaps they are just pretending to be monks. No need to pay attention to others. Just enjoy the dinner. The man asked the leader if these weren't the novices the Lord was talking about. It was indeed them. which meant that the Palian faction had failed the mission. That was the first thought that came to his mind. He ordered Chu San to find Pal Ryong and find out what happened. He'll go to the master. It's worth looking at the two people coming out of the building. It's a subordinate of the Wu family. It might be worth checking why they showed up at Pancheon. However, there's no need to do that. The Wu family's plans are not something to worry about. They just came here to check on the Zhu family's influence in Pancheon village. There's no point in snooping around. He also noticed that the Mutang monks haven't had Mutang for a long time. The first lord of the Zhu family, Zhu Kalgyun. And that was indeed the case. After the disaster, they were pushed aside by the Gu clan. And they became reclusive. Zhu Kalgyun's bodyguard, Pang Kahu. But they even wondered if they ate meat in Mutang. And alcohol was forbidden. Now the heart of the Zhu family is the hereditary estate on Yongdong Mountain. By joining Takana, Yangyang, Incheon, and Muhan, it has put down roots in 5 provinces. The Zhu family is famous in Murom for preserving customs for several dozen generations. Although only a part of the family, including the main and indirect branches, lives in Takan, the Zhu surname itself has been known locally for more than 100 years. The composition of the family is diverse. Warriors, scholars, freeloaders, servants. If they all get together, there will be at least 1,000 of them. The blood relative of the main Zhu branch living in Takan is the first lord of Chu Kalgon. It is impossible to describe what kind of power is in his hands. Judging by their age, they must be from the 2nd generation. They eat and drink very well. If the students are behaving like this, then there are no elders here. This could have bad consequences for Mutang. Kalgun asked if he really thought so. Even though he's hiding in the mountains, Mutang is first and foremost a tiger. And among tigers, this one is hungry. And if the predator has come out, there's only one reason. He's looking for prey. He has ordered the Kahu to find out whether they are tigers or cubs. The best this 2nd generation can do is to infuse the sword with energy. If they are capable of more than that, they need to test them, but not cripple them. It's not worth going overboard just yet. It won't fight at full strength. After which, Pankahu approached them, stating his name. He also mentioned that he was from the Zhu region Takan family. He was curious to know what the Mutang novices had forgotten in such a place. He had always had respect for the Mutang. Meeting them like this was fate. Therefore, the man wanted to buy them a drink. Jinmu asked, "That's what the heck, this man is like a snowball. He says he wants to buy a novice a drink." You can immediately see that he is a madman who is overplaying his hand. Kahu immediately asked what he was talking about. This novice's manner of speech or his facial expressions resemble a seasoned ringleader of some gang. It feels like he's a Sapa warrior that has changed into a monk's uniform. There are too many annoying people here for some reason. Of course, he noticed us narrow-eyed assholes staring at him. For some reason, they really like looking into other people's plates. They immediately ran away. However, the ones who initially got on his nerves the most were the cattle from the Zhu family. Funny idiots. It would have been better if they had directly approached and said that they wanted to make an inspection. Jinmu also asked whose henchman he was. Kahu immediately got angry and asked how dare he say that. In any case, Jinmu had had enough of this. He called Cheon-sang over to him. The guy explained that those people wanted to see what they could do. Cheon-sang must fight the way he did before and mutilate him so he won't get up. He doesn't need to worry about that, Jin. It's not at all what he was thinking. If this guy replayed the situation like this, wouldn't everything be okay? The stupid boy had humiliated his man. Though thanks to this one can't back down, and now checking on them became much easier. His manner of speech and behavior resemble a talentless bandit who thinks only about food and drink. Unusual novice. He is different from the Mutang disciples that Kalgun knows. At a glance, you can tell that he resembles a wolf cub in some ways. Anyway, now we can see what he's capable of. This guy has a sharp tongue. If anything, they'll see if he's as good as he says he is. Jinmu asks the man what he's even doing. Cheon-sang only fights with swords, right? It's getting worse by the hour with these assholes. So his name is Cheon-sang. Just as he thought these were second-ranked disciples. He couldn't believe that he, a skilled master from the Zhu family of the Takana region, was asked to fight with only a second-tier disciple. Kahu claimed that fist-fighting techniques would suffice. In that case, they will do as this man wishes. He looks at Cheon-sang high up, so he is unable to reveal himself fully. Vanity is clouding his mind. If he doesn't realize it, Cheon-sang wins. There's no variety. He only uses the sword technique of the floating cloud sword. But even so, he managed to dodge that strike. It's not just a hovering cloud. It's a cloud with a thunderstorm inside it. So far, Kahu hasn't attacked. he only dodged its attacks. But after that he appeared from behind Cheon-san's back and struck him. Of course, he didn't expect this guy's first attacks to be so fast. But he's still so inexperienced. The kid's arm that holds the sword is vulnerable. The lower part of his body is not protected at all. It's a shame, because this student has good skills. But it's probably time to put an end to this. The sword arm and leg protection are the main disadvantages. Everyone has known the disadvantage of this technique for a long time. Cheon-sang had already corrected them under Jinmu's guidance. And now he's intentionally setting himself up. That bastard is a trickster. There's no way to fix these two vulnerabilities. He's so inexperienced. He managed to block his arm with his weapon. At that moment, Kahu kicked him again. After that, he had already decided to make a final strike. Suddenly, that guy ducked down. Cheon-sang not only dodged, but his whole body moved forward. And his target was that man. Because of that punch, he was thrown right back to the table. After that, Cheon-sang thought of finishing him off with his sword, which he didn't even bear. Kahu asked him to wait. What a beautiful sound that was. It's good when you ruin something because you have to break everything to the ground. This kid's got it all down to a T. Calgon immediately he got angry and asked his subordinate how he wasn't ashamed of losing to a kid in the first place. Kahu is just a useless walking misunderstanding. He didn't think of putting up with it anymore. He unsheathed his sword and threw off Cheon-sang's scabbard. Cheon-sang noticed the force with which the scabbard flew off. It meant that the duel would be completely different already. This was not good. The property of the Jew family that received the highest grade. A technique that resembled the wriggling tongue of a snake. Not just enveloping the sword blade, but extending beyond it. The energy released. They had almost won after all. At the first opportunity, Cheon-sang should have beaten him to death. It can't be helped. I guess it's time to help. But he suddenly stopped. The guy saw Cheon-sang filling the sword with her energy. Cheon-sang hadn't given up yet. He might need to watch a little longer. Cheon-woo also noticed that it was released energy, so he asked for the teacher to help. Jinmu told him to just be quiet. He doesn't think the energy in the sword is a good solution in this kind of situation. 1. The difference in techniques is like between heaven and earth. Different densities, different power. But the main difference is the length. The energy released is limitless when attacking. Cheon-sang can't imagine the distance. That's why he better get ready. He had time to jump back from that released energy. As soon as Cheon-sang landed, the man wanted to break his footing. There was mayhem from behind the fleeing Cheon-sang. He then jumped away from the pillar and headed straight for his opponent, preparing to strike. Of course, Kahu would not give up so easily. Because of this strike, the guy was thrown back. Jinmu was very pleased with Cheon-sang. He is trying to shorten the distance with Kahu, doing his best to find a gap in his defense. You can't call his actions an attack after all. He's nowhere near the level of a master. However, he has a look of determination in his eyes. Cheon-sang is not a first-rank disciple. However, there is no shame in going out with him. It's just worth it to pay more attention to his training. Jinmu knew that this man was a master of his craft. Therefore, he should play with him now. Kahu told that bastard to get out of the way. How dare he interfere with the fight at all? Suddenly, Cheon-san intervened in their conversation with a shout that he called him a teacher. The guy claimed that he could still fight. They just couldn't believe that this guy was called a teacher. Now Jinmu is going to show how to tear that bastard to shreds. Let him watch carefully and learn. He was thrilled that the teacher personally wanted to show the fighting techniques. He had only heard about the fight between Jinmo and Jinho from Cheon-woo, but he hadn't been there. The fight with the Palian bandits and the devils from Sibona was just a beating that could not be considered a fight. He was curious to know what the teacher was using against the technique of released energy. Kahu was too funny to hear from a brat who said he would tear him to shreds. He was too daring for a novice. Although because he became a first-rank disciple at such a young age, he can afford it. However, isn't he too arrogant? This man just goes that he fights like a little kid. Jinmu asked if the man still shit his pants out of fear. These words pissed the man off even more. Cheon-sang even felt that his profanity made him feel cold. Cheon-woo didn't understand why the teacher was provoking him like this. He didn't seem to care much about his life. Apparently this fight would be fun. However, he realized that it was too dangerous. This was no longer a training session to determine whose skills were the best, but a fight to the death. If it continued like this, there might also be a conflict with Mutang. Even though Mutang has weakened, their clan is part of the Chanwon faction. What if this leads to a war between Mutang and the Jew family? He just has to stop them now. That insolent, unfit monk will feel the difference in their strength now. After saying that, he attacked the protagonist. This attack of released energy was not even close to the previous one. The boys were worried about their teacher. He mentally addressed those chickens, saying that he could see everything perfectly. Just being strong is not enough. It was important to be able to use one's abilities wisely. This attack pierced through the roof. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the man couldn't understand how he was able to fight back about the energy released, how much this bastard still wanted to humiliate him. But even such an attack was a small thing to him. It was simply magnificent. He was able to repel the attack with the edge of his sword, neither attacking nor defending, just using the difference of the energy in the sword and the energy released. Now Cheon-san saw another way to utilize the energy in the sword. After which, he was attacked by Jinmu. He hit him on his shoulder as well, and then he knocked him down. It's time to end this. That man better tuck his head and look up, and let him look at it carefully. Ka-Hu even started crying. Cheon-sang and Cheon-woo watched the beating of the man again. What a fool that Pan Ka-Hu is. The subordinates asked the master what they should do now. He only jumped in, telling them not to get involved. He already wanted to grab the protagonist's hand. Suddenly, Jinmu disappeared right before his grip and appeared behind him. The guy wondered what he was doing. Calgun couldn't believe that this guy was so fast. Wasn't this person a scholar who knew nothing about martial arts? Calgyun got angry and asked what he had just said. If asked about the Zhu family, what he would be told is that they are scholars known for their wisdom. But this is all wrong. Because of the large number of enemies in Murima, the Zhou family is first and foremost a military clan. Therefore, martial arts is far from the Zhou family's weakness. This guy probably knew that, and just for fun, he wants to piss him off right now. He really succeeded in doing so. Calgun was angry. Therefore, Jinmu shouldn't even dare to expect indulgence. Calgun would make him regret his arrogant behavior. Jinmu had already asked him to start. He will repay that man to the fullest. Ka-Hu has lost. The bodyguards are looking at him. A more humiliating situation couldn't even be imagined. In that case, he should just immediately put all his strength into attacking. Besides, he just has to pay this guy's wrist. Jinmu already realized that this was going to be quite exciting. However, he won't stay in debt either. In order to do so, he uses the water elemental path. He was able to calmly block all of the attacker's attacks. However, the same could be said for Calgun. However, Jinmu managed to grab his wrist and then wanted to hit him with his fist. Calgun managed to turn his face away from that punch. How did this even happen? The attack of the suffering god is a legacy of the Zhu family. It's based on localizing the power inside the 5 fingers of the hand. But why doesn't it work? This technique is useless for this fight, especially at the wrist. He wanted to punch that insolent face once. Calgun decided to use the Thousand Worlds Divine Attack, which would increase his strength, which he would concentrate in his right hand, after which he would give this guy a punch. Jinmu was also able to counter him with one hand, because of which there was a small explosion of power there. Cheon-woo didn't see the teacher, so he asked his brother where he was. At that moment, Cheon-san revealed that the teacher had won. The subordinates were immediately worried about the master and asked if he was okay. Calgun was embarrassed, for he didn't even move this guy. This fight was pretty good. Calgun put out his best, as if he was going to spill a sea of blood. But despite that, Jinmu could withstand this attack. The man inquired about his name. Since he was a first-ranked disciple, his name began with Jin. Calgun demanded that this guy identify himself. Since this man is so curious about who he is, then so be it. He'll tell. Calgun must engrave that name in his memory. Jinmu has given his name. It was the name of the future head of the United Political Forces Union. He turned to Jinmu, saying that they would meet again. These guys were about to leave when they were suddenly stopped by the main character. Had they gone completely blind? Everything was so broken that not even a single thing had survived. Could it be that the Zhu family, after destroying someone's home, would just take it and leave? The man replied that his family would reimburse the hotel for all the damages. Therefore, it would be better for him to keep his nose out of other people's business. Jinmu asked what about them. They were having a quiet dinner and there was no need for any sort of fight. The guys should pay the price for the meat and the drinks. They should be rewarded for their bravery. What's wrong with solving a problem? He has a lot of money after all. The man just couldn't believe that the novice was extorting money now. He didn't have the energy to argue with the bastard anymore. He just threw the bag of money at him, telling him to get the hell out of here. Jinmu felt that this sack was quite heavy. However, there were only single silver coins inside, and there weren't even any yellow ones. Is this man really that poor? He's definitely leaving now. Jinmu stopped him again. Calgun asked what else. What else? He forgot about that mustachioed loser, didn't he? The one who lost is useless. Therefore, He doesn't need that person. Jinmu only thought he was rude, and it also turned out that he was a damn bastard. These were the results of lack of control. As they walked, the man started coughing up blood. The subordinates were immediately worried about their master. Calgon demanded that he not be touched. That brat had internally injured him during the battle. Thank goodness he didn't cough up blood right in front of him. Calgon thought he was just a wild wolf cub in front of him, but it turned out to be a real tiger cub. One that already has sharp claws. A man like him could only come down from Mutanga Mountain for one purpose: to seize the rights to trade in Takana. If they were to suddenly fall into Mutang's hands again, without any doubt, the Zhu family would suffer greatly. He summoned a man named Gil Pyong. Calgon demanded that he follow up with Jinmu. The man wants to know where he stayed, who he met with, absolutely everything. Has Mutang found the strength to get what he wants? He won't let it come to fruition. The inspection is over, so now they can return to the manor. The next day, Takana Center. Cheon-woo looks like a redneck who's in the city for the first time. And on top of that, everyone is staring so intently in their direction because of their clothes. It was relatively new, but due to the constant fighting, there was almost nothing left of it. Not even a spare. Because of his fateful encounter with Mutang, he has to endure all this shame. If he hadn't shaken down the Zhu family for money, things would have been much worse. Now he'll have to spend a lot of money on clothes. Great, because he was just about to recognize something on the cloth street. A vendor came out to greet the new visitors. But he was immediately surprised as soon as he saw them. The vendor demanded that they dare not touch the cloth with their hands. No matter how one looked at it, these monks couldn't afford it all. Jinmi took out his wallet and asked, "What if it is?" Judging from the sound, small coins don't sound like this. They are clearly silver. Their ringing is a treat for his ears. The seller immediately changed his attitude. A master's visit to this shop is a great honor for him. He immediately greeted Jinmu. The protagonist inquired if he had silk to mend their clothes. These were exactly the words he had been waiting for. When it came to silk, the shop was considered the best in Takana. The tailoring and reverent treatment of the customers is top-notch. They can't find anything like it in all of Zhongwen. In that case, Jin's husband decided to believe him and placed an order here. The salesman mentioned that he had made an excellent choice. The man inquired who he was ordering clothes for. Jinmu is ordering clothes for 3 people, each of them a pair. The salesman cried, for he remembered the beggar's word that a rich man would come from the west today. The next time the old man came, he would feed him to his heart's content. The disciples also thanked their teacher. Money gives power and makes others more loyal. If you destroy to the ground. If you spend it to the fullest. This is something that a person who holds a high position should always remember. If one makes a good impression, one can easily get what he wants. Jinmu asked if he knew a person named Yi Pal Ryong from Palian. He was actually a famous person. He had done many things, so Jinmu wanted to meet him. Yi Pal Ryong collects patronage money from this street, so maybe the merchants know something. Ambush them near Mutang, just before they climb the mountain. Jinmu needs to find out who's behind this. There's a lot of people looking for that bastard. Yesterday, people from the Wu family asked about him. He really is a bastard. Jinmu didn't understand why the Wu family would want to know. They came here several times yesterday, but no one has any idea where he's hiding. And then there's the Wu family. Could it be that they have their eyes on the protagonist's loot too? The 20 coins? Anyway, he's going to grab Yi Pal Ryong first. When the clothes were ready, he asked for them to be sent to the main trade guild. The man wished that things would get better for their clan, and he also hoped that they would capture Yi Pal Ryong, the residents of the Zhu family of Takana. He reported about the first-tier disciple Jinmu, and the 2 second-tier disciples were in Pancheon village. However, this was the first time he heard Jinmu's name, Zhu Mu-rin, the head of the Zhu family from Takana. He wondered, and what this person was all about. Although he is young, but he can be called a true tiger cub. Mu-rin asked if he really wanted to say that the first-ranked disciple from Mutang had won. Pan Ka-hu was sent a name to check on these guys. Calgoon tried to find out why the Mutang disciples announced here after 10 years. He apologized for his willful actions. Mu-rin realized that this guy didn't fight him personally. It was unacceptable for him to be humiliated by some disciple. Calgoon will take note of this. If the Zhu family finds out about his loss, there will be big trouble. We need to change the subject. He followed them and found out that they were heading to the main trade guild. It seemed that the Mutang and the main trade idea had made a deal. Mu-rin only laughed. Apparently, the Mutang had completely lost his mind due to his plight. Did they seriously make a deal with this guild? These scum that smuggle and can't even be called a guild. Calgoon asked if the mutant is their support for the smugglers. They probably don't know about it yet. Yes, and how could the monks possibly know this from their reclusive life? Mu-Rin wondered if he had noticed something else would be significant besides this. Come to think of it, the novices on their way to the guild looked strange. They were eating meat and drinking alcohol, and they seemed to be loaded with money. Mutang must have finally fallen. There's something else bothering him. He had seen the Wu family warriors in Pancheon. He hadn't paid attention to them at the time, but they seemed to be watching these novices. At that moment, he remembered that a scion of the Wu family was being trained in Mutang, and his name was Jin He, and the disciple who was sent to the main trade guild is called Jinmu. After thinking a bit about Jin He, the Wu family, and the main trade guild, he realized everything. With the help of a blood-sucking dung fly, one can eventually kill a cow. Mutang doesn't even realize that it will be destroyed by such a small wound. So what's wrong with Togo if even that happens? Mu-Rin doesn't think it would be a bad thing if the fools take over the Mutang. Calgoon completely didn't understand what he was talking about. Mu-Rin will give him 20 warriors from Chonghua University to follow the actions of those novices. It would be very lucky if these novices accidentally killed someone in an altercation. If the Mutang novices do something illegal, they should be captured immediately and brought here. Mu-Rin asked if he understood this order. An excellent opportunity had opened up in front of this man. Chonghua University has the strongest warriors that directly report to the Zhu family. Before Calgoon, none of the heirs had ever used their services. Perhaps to prevent Mutang from infiltrating Takana, the leader made this drastic move. That means his father has high hopes for him, and if he pulls it off, he could become the main heir. This place is not yet occupied by anyone, but it is still claimed by his brothers. The main heir of the Zhu family is chosen by one single criterion. It is the one who will make the family prosperous. If Mutang disgraces himself, they will be kicked out of Takana. By pulling this off, he can clear the way and become the main heir. It all came down to Jinmu now. How he wanted to repay that bastard for everything in full. Calgoon will unconditionally follow her instructions as the head of the family. Mu-Rin relying on his son, the main trade guild. Jinmu asked Qianwu if he can stay wrong for once, or does he really want to go without dinner? The guy, of course, replied that he doesn't. The main character asked Cheon-sang if that's all he can do. Cheon-sang replied that he would try his best. They arrive at the main trade guild, but Guillaume Cheon-sang is away on work, so they have nothing to do at all. That leaves them to pass the time by training the children. He also noticed that they were assigned a whole mansion. There's a backyard with a garden and a gazebo. It's a bit much for 3 people. Jinmu was a little surprised. They're making more money than he first thought. That's even great. The bigger the fish, the better. After that, Chok-san and his subordinate walked over to them, who was happy to see Jinmu again. It hadn't even been a year since he had already returned. The protagonist is well aware of Chok-san's nefarious plans. He wants to put Jin Hai in the place of the Supreme Elder, and thus subjugate Mutang. But the man who voiced his thoughts shows weakness. Jinmu was also happy to see the chairman. First, he would gain the chairman's favor and find out everything about this Elga. After that, he will slowly suck all the juices until they go bankrupt. Chok-san was very touched when he heard that Jinmu was going to visit them. The man inquired if they were well received. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. He thanked the man for the warm welcome. Of course, he noticed the poor condition, their clothes. Jinmu told him that they had been attacked by bandits on the way here. But everything ended safely, so he asked not to worry about it. Chok himself asked, yes, who would dare to harm Mutang's novices? It won't work that way. He will put bodyguards on them to make him feel more at ease. Jinmu thanked the chairman for his concern. He and the mutant are family now. If they want something, they only have to say so. And as long as they are here, they can pay for their purchases in Takana on behalf of the main trade guild. Jinmu wondered if this was really true. It's only natural since they are one family. As soon as Chok-san heard about Chiang's cloth shop, he realized that they had already ordered their clothes. He knows the shop well, so he'll have Li Che-xiang pay for the order. Well, how could monks who are dedicated to practice have money? The chairman asked that they not think about such petty things and just tell him. Jinmu was very embarrassed. This was their first time in the mortal world after all. The guys might want him to show them Takana. An excellent dinner is also included. In that case, they would agree. The chairman asked him to wait for a while. He had a couple of errands to run and he'll be right back. They act like they've known each other for decades. Excessive kindness. Behind gratuitous helpfulness, self-serving purposes are always hidden. He began to act faster than the protagonist thought. Choksang ordered to immediately contact Wu's family. "We need to report that the novices have arrived at the guild," Chisung Pose inquired. "But isn't that too risky?" Choksang asked what he was talking about. "It's obvious from their clothes that it's the aftermath after the confrontation with the Wu family. Their plan didn't succeed. If they fail again, the main trade guild might suffer as well. Still, it's not too late to withdraw from the case." He was interrupted by Suk Chan. "The Wu family has all the responsibility. They don't know anything. They can't back out of this." The man was surprised when he received the offer from the Wu family to eliminate Jinmu. But if Jinmu takes the place of the head disciple instead of Jin He will be at a disadvantage. If they are going to use the Mutang name in the future, it would be more advantageous to put Jin He in the head disciple's seat instead of Jinmu. After all, it's much easier to control someone who is already tainted and has dirt on him. Besides, he can be blackmailed with these incidents because he will be a killer of fellow clan members. Jin Hai will be in his hands and become a puppet. This whole situation is very favorable, so there is no way he can get out of the game. Now he has to cooperate with the Wu family. This family is well aware that its situation is worse than the main trade guild, so it will settle things quickly. But they really need to hurry up with something. Chok-san asked how things were going with the gunpowder smuggling. The man replied that it would be delivered in 5 days. Smuggling gunpowder for fear is forbidden by the administration. But this business is very lucrative. There's too much money there, and living honestly, you can't even dream of so much. Right now, he has more important things to worry about than any problems with the young novices. The administration is keeping an eye on them, so we have to be careful. Chi-sung replied that he would try not to arouse suspicion. Neither the administration nor even the Murim will stop him. Wu family. A message came from the main trade guild. Muel's seats on the waterfront had been booked. He has trained mercenaries that are capable of keeping their mouths shut. A man asked what he could tell you about these mercenaries. The head of the Wu family, Wu Moon-hoom. He asked if there would be a situation like with the devils from Sabona. This time he prepared more experienced and famous people. If these mercenaries are exposed, then Gongsa Chok himself will take care of the matter. Gongsa Chok. He's the leader of the Sachok gangster group, famous in all areas of Takana. He is a master swordsman among all the bandits of the nooks and crannies, and is the master of the snow vortex technique. He also has a huge staff of subordinates. Rumor has it that he is related to the huge Black Death group from Sapa. Could it be that this man has summoned himself to help them? He became aware that they were looking for Yi Pal Ryong, so he contacted them himself. Yi Pal Ryong is his cousin, so he didn't stay away. It's true that he doesn't know how much it's going to cost them. However, it doesn't matter. Moon-hoom pay as much as it takes. Once Jinmu is killed, he will destroy Gongcha Chok and his group. After all the crimes can be pinned on them. It will be set up as if the Sapa scum destroyed Mutang's disciples without a drop of pity. The Wu family will become an allied party, eager to avenge his death, and Jin He will move closer to taking over Mutang's top position. His family's future depends on him. So anyone who gets in his way must die. First-grade student Jinmu, no matter what, must die, for the future of the Wu family. Takana, waterfront. Cheon Wu demanded that his girls back off. However, they were interested in this young novice. He had cute, chubby hands. The sisters offered to go along with them since they wanted to take care of him. Cheon Wu didn't want to do that. However, it was noticeable that the creep was having fun. Cheon Sang mentioned that they were actually novices. That guy is the same way. Those bastards don't even fight back. What a pathetic sight. Jinmu mentioned that they'll be having dinner with the chairman not on this street. So hands off. Cheon Wu and Cheon Sang listened to the teacher. This was his oversight. How could he go past the red light district with them? He was just used to taking a shortcut by passing by here. That's clearly a lie. There's only one place in Takan that serves the finest rice wine, but it's quite far away, so we should hurry up. Jinmu, of course, realized that this was also a lie. All the decent establishments they had already passed. By pretending to be kind, he's luring them into some hidden corner. He went past the red light district for a reason. He wanted to shake their sobriety. Chok-sun just wanted to catch the protagonist. It's like a delusion. Jinmu had just arrived at the guild and they had already planned to get rid of him. This time, he decided to play along with them. He's insanely curious to see what those bastards are up to. Just don't let them disappoint him. Wikwekwe, Muol. Chok-san replied that they were at the location, so he suggested that they go inside. Muwul, a place where there is no moon. It's a place so far away that no one would even know about it if someone died here. It's very convenient for dirty work. Chok-san asked if there was anyone here. They were greeted by an old man who assumed they were from the main trade guild. Chok-san replied that they were. They have a special room reserved. Could it be that this old man is the host? It was noticeable that he was about to die. It's all rather strange. There wasn't a single fly. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere. It's hard to believe that this is a place for important guests to meet. And those two behind him are completely clueless. They don't know anything about this world. The host replied that this guy would escort them from here to their room. And what is this guy? The man's name is Go Wool. The man asked them to follow him. The dried calluses on his hands would explain everything. They don't belong on a greeting and serving table, which means this guy knows how to fight. They arrived at the special room. Cheon-woo and Cheon-sang, of course, immediately looked at the food. These girls and musicians will serve them today. The man will wait for the chairman outside. Gi will hope they have a great time. Chok-san motioned for them to take a seat. However, they wanted to do so without his pointing. The man asked, and what were they chilling about? They should pour wine for the young masters now. The guys immediately noticed how the girls approached them, as Jinmu was also approached by a girl who wanted to fill his cup. Jewelry work. The difference in the color of the alcohol between him and Chok-san was barely noticeable. However, he still can't do anything about it. Supervisor Lee ran into the room. Chok-san asked how dare he disturb him in such a situation. The man apologized, however it was very urgent. He was handed everything about Mr. Ji-hyung. There seems to be something wrong with the item delivered last time. He turned to Jinmu, saying that he was very sorry and he doesn't even know how to be. It looks like he'll have to take some time off to fix the problem. The protagonist replied that it's fine. The matter is serious after all, so there's no need to worry about them. Chok-san will try to sort things out as quickly as possible, and these guys can start without him. It's a pathetic excuse to get away quickly. It was so unplayed. It's a confined space. Only one door leads outside. There's something spiked in the alcohol. He touched the girl's shoulder and spoke of a fly sitting on her. She has strong muscles that clothes can't hide. These are not a girl's arms, and those of two musicians. Calluses on the inner sides of her hands, characteristic of an artificial warrior, and the bluish fingertips are also common in those who use cheap poison. He was completely sure they were assassins, but the guy still didn't understand what it was that kept Chok-sanu away. Is this man afraid that Jin-hee won't become the head disciple for Jinmu as well? Doesn't Jin-hee look like an honest man? And if not, then maybe Jin-hee is the creep who is behind all of this. She asked for the master to drink this cup. And just like that, she's offering a drink to a Mutang novice. If she is that stupid, then let her drink it herself. But how can a girl drink it? Jin told her to drink it anyway. Or does she really want him to drink it for her? So they can find out if anything's been spiked. She didn't expect to hear that from Jinmu so soon. Cheon-sang-sung immediately turned his attention to the teacher. Now everyone realized that Jinmu had noticed everything. If he was going to drink, then let him drink. Why all this talk? Jinmu immediately dodged it. That poison burned her sleeve. Cheon-san realized that the poison was in the alcohol. Jinmu shouted out that there was someone behind him. The girl wanted to kill Cheon-sang. Cheon-san tried to stop the weapon that it held about his hands. However, even that strength was difficult for him to overcome. Therefore, the guy grabbed a plate of food to color her face. After that, Cheon-san bared his sword. However, his opponent was not an easy opponent. She ducked down. Her shoes also contained a hidden weapon that she had just used. Fortunately, the guy had time to dodge. She increased the distance between them and tables into a fighting stance. Cheon-woo too didn't realize what the hell this was even about. It was only then that he noticed that the girl wanted to hit him. Cheon-woo asked for the teacher to help him. How stupid that guy is. But Jinmu didn't care about this person here for now. He was already surrounded by two people. He grabbed one by the wrist and attacked the other, after which he threw the girl to the floor. Because of that, the table was destroyed. The food as well as the dishes were tossed. Jinmu called out to Cheon-sang. The guys grabbed a teapot each. After that, the two of them returned the favor. They were directed at the musicians, who immediately reacted. He didn't want to be on the sidelines anymore, and finally kill those scumbags. All these needles, of course, were aimed at the protagonist, as well as his student. They had planted a broken table for cover. Jinmu just hoped that it would help. Thanks to that, their Yu hit the attacking girls. But they also affected Cheon-woo as well. Cheon-sang-sang immediately threw the table away and walked over to the guy. He asked for Cheon-woo to come to his senses. Cheon-woo thought he was done for, he couldn't feel anything. At the same time, Jinmu took one needle and smelled its contents. The main character revealed that he was just paralyzed. If he took out the needles, everything would return to normal. What a horrible thing to say. Up to this point, Jin's husband had never been so disappointing to anyone before. They couldn't even figure out who the enemy really was. If they killed for a living, perhaps they should improve their skills. The man didn't understand how on earth he had guessed all of this. It had happened right from the beginning, if you thought about it that way. The guys had overlooked too much, so it was lazy for him to list it all. But the most interesting thing is that Gyumchuk-san is probably behind all this. He may have hired the Palian gangsters too. However, they don't sell information about their customers. There were 2 bottles up his sleeve. In that case, he just has to shut up for good. At that moment, he realized that this guy was too fast. And the other one was surprised that he attacked without even warning him. What kind of monk was this guy anyway? Only he wanted to use his weapon as suddenly it all cut. He was hit on his leg, so he fell to his knees, and there was already a blade near his throat. The blade was held by Cheon-san. This person should already guess what would happen to him if he tried to make an extra movement. Cheon-san asked the teacher what to do to him. In fact, Jinmu doesn't even know. It was clearly stated that they don't share information. Looks like they really swallowed their tongue. He thought about scaring them a little. The guy told Chun-san to just kill them. He has to do it quickly. Cheon-san would follow the teacher's orders. Meanwhile, the man didn't understand who they were at all. These guys don't look like monks at all. At the same moment, another man burst into the room and stopped Cheon-san's weapon. It was the same guy named Go-Wool. He quickly took the mercenary away. The man was glad that he was alive, although it was surprising. The protagonist immediately recognized this same kid who stayed outside. It seemed to Jinmu, or was he really different from the others? He was so angry at these creeps after all. They didn't even spare the girls. They are just nasty monsters, not monks. Jinmu explained that it was some kind of misunderstanding. They hadn't done anything, and besides, those girls were still alive. However, Guo-Wol didn't want to listen to him. He warned that their deaths would be painful, after which he called them inhuman creatures. The protagonist had just told the bastard that it wasn't his doing. The guy demanded that these bastards fight. It's easy to see what kind of abilities this guy has. And his level just sucks. If Jinmu fights him, it would be too humiliating. He can't do that. It's better to let the guys gain experience. He turned to Cheon-woo. Cheon-woo heard that this guy wants to fight with his fists. The frightened Cheon-woo didn't expect to be chosen to be that man's opponent. With the edge of his eye, he glanced at his opponent. He had an overly fierce attitude. Because of this, Cheon-woo was even more frightened. While this guy was thinking about what to do since he didn't even have much experience in fighting, he was immediately kicked by Jinmu. If Cheon-woo did something stupid, then no doubt the teacher would get angry. Even though the situation may look terrifying, disappointing the teacher was much scarier. Jinmu was confident that this guy would win. If one thought about it like that, every time after saying that, Cheon-woo would somehow miraculously win, even though he didn't even realize that he could win. In fact, he just didn't believe in himself, and had always been like that. But his teacher had believed in him a long time ago. Therefore, he would also trust his teacher. Cheon-woo reported that he was stepping up. If the teacher said he can win, then he can do it. Jinmu doesn't know why, but he likes this attitude. Cheon-woo community immediately went on the attack. However, Go-Wol grabbed his arm and then attacked him with his foot. The guy was able to break free from his grip, after which he attacked again. It was as if these guys were fighting as equals. They were able to block each other's punches. In the end, Cheon-woo was able to push him down. After that, he attacked his opponent. That punch knocked him backwards. He didn't realize what kind of guy he was at all. Despite his physique, he was very fast, and his thick layer of fat protects him from the blows. With each blow I threw, it seemed like his bones were cracking. Under the guidance of the protagonist, Cheon-woo's fist-fighting technique, especially the sharpness of his attack and destructive power, has improved a lot. Now, if he became more confident with such abilities, no one would disdain him. The man realized that they were in trouble. If it continued like this, they would definitely be finished. Everyone is closely watching the fight, so no one is looking in his direction. However, he didn't realize that Cheon-sang was still free, so he could see that the man was up to something. Thanks to that, Go-Wol was distracted by the Lord. And this was the perfect moment for Cheon-woo to hit him. Go-Wol late realized that he had made a fatal mistake, for he was not allowed to be distracted. After that, he used the Chil-sung fist-fighting technique, Blue Dragon Friend Strike. Thanks to that, the man flew off right outside the room. Cheon-woo approached him. It was a wonderful fight. Jinmu also noticed that Cheon-woo had grown a lot. It seemed like this guy was already out of it, and at that moment he felt something. It was another attack that was aimed at Cheon-woo. The protagonist shouted out to warn him about it. Luckily, he managed to bounce back in time along with Go-Wool. Cheon-woo requested that the teacher only looked at it, which means the one who attacked used an unusual weapon and a martial art. It's a Tangi-level master. But after all, there wasn't even a hint of a master of that level here. Jinmu just couldn't figure out who it was in the first place. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice that said that time had been wasted. He should have immediately noticed that these guys were professionals. It was the same master old man. The stages of released energy. There are only 3 of them. The first one is Hyungi. This is the state of released energy when a certain object is used to communicate. Most masters that have mastered the technique of released energy are in this stage. Next, Tangi. Energy is released like a bullet into where the target is. Those who have achieved Tangi are outstanding masters. Most of them are elders or close to that status. After the main characters now and has reached the second stage, but in his past life he had a higher level. That's why he knows. Even though this man is only standing, there is such a strong fear that the blood in his veins turns cold. Only a person that has reached Yingyi and is at the highest level can create such a thing. They will be in a very bad state if he has reached the state of Kang. How much did that bastard Gumchok-san cost? Especially if there's a master of this level. These kids are professionals at what they do. For their age, they're probably the best in Jongwon. He's never even heard of anyone like him in Mutang. He must be having trouble hearing because of his old age. The old man was already about to tell what happened to him once before Jinmu told him to stop. Having a high level of skill, contracting someone to kill the protagonist. Didn't that make him feel disgusted? With such abilities, one could safely become an elder. But it was the old man who chose the path of a pathetic mercenary. However, the old man did nothing. Jinmu asked if he wasn't with them. In fact, he was only using them. But whether they were in on it or not was unclear. Could it be that this nasty old man was now bullying him? Jinmu demanded that this old man finally came to his senses. Are these people with him, or does he not understand what they are talking about at all? Is it really senile marasmus? As time went on, the old man wondered who went against him, and who would want to. Now it's clear that it was them after all. Jinmu asked if he was even listening to what he was being told. The old man laughed and replied that of course he was listening. The guys with evil energy had even crossed the Zhu family's path. He wondered what the young novice had done since he had only made enemies. The protagonist didn't understand at all what evil energy and the Zhu family were talking about. What kind of nonsense was this old man even talking about? He had an offer for this young man. He needs this boy because he has to deliver him alive. So if they give him the kid, the old man will pretend he didn't see them. Isn't that the best deal for their situation? Is this old man really talking for real right now? Making a deal with a failed assassin, that's not his way. But if there's a chance to avoid a massacre, it's worth taking it. He can't risk it now because he's not alone. That's why Jinmu agreed. The protagonist ordered this guy to be put on the floor, after which the genie might suggest we switch places. The exit is that way. So he thought it would be safer if they left first. Jinmu asked if he had any objections. The old man was fine with it. After that, they switched places. Jinmu said goodbye to the old man, and he picked up this kid. But it was actually a deathbed goodbye. Lousy old man, the protagonist yelled for these two to be careful. However, it was already too late. The protagonist used the air matter technique. Thanks to that, he was able to redirect that punch that hit the wall. There was even a huge mark left on the floor. The old man didn't even expect the Mutang to use the air matter technique like this. If this kid tried to resist this energy, he wouldn't survive. Therefore, he took advantage of the unique trait of this technique. The tornado-like wind. The wind of air matter only let the energy flow through itself by filtering it, but he condensed the air currents, creating a barrier out of them. It caused the energy to change course. This young man is better than those herbivorous old men. Unless one had reached a level of flawless understanding of martial arts and had proper experience, one would not be able to successfully use this technique. So, where did it come from? Jinmu actually wanted to ask him this as well. Such a strong old man like that should be quite famous to you. But he was nowhere to be found. Not in Ilwon Magyu, Sape Cheon, or the Union of United Political Forces. There was no way he could figure out what kind of person he was, even though he had already dug through all his memories. So Jinmu asked who he was. The old man thought about what he should answer. He would not tell his name to someone who was destined to die. The protagonist immediately bared his blade and began to repel this attack that wasn't even visible. Cheon To didn't see anything either, and Cheon Song heard a sound. It's an abstract attack. The old man can conceal and transform energy as he wants. It's amazing that this boy felt it too. He was able to sense an abstract attack at that age. He had to spend so many years practicing to reach this level. He must kill this little guy no matter what. This is Kangi's bloody level. The protagonist shouted for the two to run away now. That was an order. After which he loomed over the old man. He knew that this old man had Kang's level. When he activated his abilities, everyone would die. Even though Jinmu had reached the Tang level, he couldn't handle him. The guy just needs to buy some time. After all, he is responsible for the lives of his students. But even so, those punches passed through his sweeps. They were already at the back of his back. Fortunately, Jinmu was able to repel it, after which the AE protagonist jumped right back toward the old man. It seemed that old man was even effortlessly dodging his reception. He also did not forget to attack, because of which Jinmu had to block it all. After which the old man stepped on the blade of his sword. This little guy is trying to buy time for his juniors. After all, he is good at assessing the situation and reacting quickly. Old man, he will do anything to make it fun. The outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Isn't this guy going to die at the end even if he tries his best? That old man is so mean. After which he jumped off his blade. Jinmu was glad that Cheon and Cheon San obeyed and fled. Maybe this will be his last fight. The old man is too strong. Jinmu is nothing but a pathetic bug to him. Some worthless ants. However, even among them, there are capable guys that can hurt a man. Ants with a lot of poison. After which, he was attacked by Jinmu using energy. The old man noticed that his released energy became higher in level, but it seems like it was just a distraction. In any case, he wanted to see what this kid was up to. He created a net that caused the main character's strikes to fail, after which Jinmu's blade approached this net. His blade was unable to cut through the net. It even began to bend. Therefore, he had to increase the distance. At first, this boy tried to blind the old man with his fancy released energy, and then he made a sneak attack. It turns out he planned a double attack. He was aiming for the target. His head is working well. But even so, he didn't expect to get hit. The old man didn't understand it at all. Jinmu only laughed with his surprise. Before attacking with his sword, he let a thin, hair-like energy flow out. The habits of old men are always the same. After they repel the attacks of a young opponent, they begin to lecture. This moment becomes the most ideal moment to attack. Jinmu asked if he liked it. The old man asked what it was about. Of course, he was talking about feelings of defeat. These words angered the old man. Thanks to this blow, the protagonist flew even outside. Didn't intend to, didn't pull. There was no preparation at all. He just went straight to the attack. How could such a technique even exist? It just can't be. The old man didn't like the fact that he was blocking attacks and delaying his own death. When he hit this guy's arm with his energy, he spun around like a wolf, reducing the force of the blow. Lightning-fast reaction. Anyway, what's he gonna say on this? What an annoying old man. Even so, Jinmu managed to repel this attack, after which the guy fell into the water. This guy is really talented if he can fend off 2 attacks. But the old man should kill him so that there wouldn't be any problems. He could sense that there were people gathered nearby, including the Zhu family. He had made it clear that he was following the old man, so there could be trouble. If there were any clues left that he could use to find and capture the old man, we can't take any more risks. The best thing to do now is to cover our tracks and disappear. This young novice was lucky. After that, there was an explosion. The protagonist tried to open his eyes and saw that Cheon and Cheon Sang were beside him. They were crying. The guys were asking if the teacher was okay. In fact, it was all so strange. Jinmu thought it was the old man who was going to come and finish him off. Who the hell is he? A bloody brat who fights well. The main character started coughing up blood. Cheon Sang and Cheon started to worry about the teacher even more. Teacher can't die. His condition was worse than ever. It seems as if the bones of his hands are shattered, and because of the internal injuries, the Qi energy is severely depleted. Gum Chok Sang, a real bastard. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing to kill Jinmu? Even though this old man is gone, the guy can't even imagine what else the head of the trade guild has in store for him. For one thing, if he doesn't get out of here quickly and take care of himself, things are going to get really ugly. Suddenly, another person who didn't expect that they were still alive walked up to them angrily. Those are the idiots of the 7 monsters of Takana. Although if you look at that vid, those ruins definitely have a ticket to half dead in those ruins of theirs. Even so, they didn't catch the young novices from Mutang. Isn't there any way to avoid a fight? In any case, it's even for the best. Because of Pal Ryong's failure, they had to pay back the money. But if they pulled it off today, they could get even more from the Wu family. Jinmu wondered who the idiot was that leaked so much important information. Gyumchok Sang, Yipal Ryong, the Wu family, the old man with Kangi level. And then there's that gang. The guy didn't understand what was going on here. I wonder if they're all after the same thing. It's getting crazy. Just when he's done with one, another one shows up. Jinmu isn't in the best shape right now, so it's unlikely he'll be able to deal with them. But compared to this guy's power, the crowd was nothing. He may not be much, but he's above the Hyungi level. And if one possesses this stage of released energy, everyone around him will realize that he is from the Daoist family. Hyungi is considered the highest level amongst first-level disciples. It's not like Takana's the place to be. Why are there so many scoundrels hanging around here? Jinmu told Cheon-sang to stay out of it. That bastard Gyumchok Sang is really annoying. If the protagonist survives, she will tear him to pieces. He then turned to the man who didn't even realize it at first. Jinmu asked, "Couldn't that asshole see that he was in a bad mood? He'd better stop fiddling around and get the hell out of here. We'll have to bluff him. We need to provoke him any way we can to break through his defenses. Look at that cocky bastard. That guy must be out of his mind. Only a crazy person would treat Gongsa Chok like that. He doesn't care about Gongsa Chok or the Gongsa organization. He should just leave. Jinmu is merciful today, so he'll forgive that person. It's a good deal after all. Or is there something he doesn't like? He must be crazy. Doesn't this guy know his name at all? He even decided to repeat it. Gongsa Chok. There's no one here who doesn't know his name. Let him try to remember." The protagonist asked, why on earth would he know such a brat? Anyway, he decided to skip the subject. Let him just attack. Doesn't think some trash from the back alley can handle Jinmu. They couldn't even contain their laughter. Sachok turned to his men and asked if they had ever seen such a fucked-up bastard. He was about to burst out laughing at what he was saying. It was the perfect moment for him. However, the man was quick to react. This kid dared to attack without warning. Is that what monks do? It was too weak. Jinmu was about to rip his throat out. Sachok wanted to finish that spoiled brat off. Jinmu used the hilt of his sword for Togo to stop this attack. However, even because of that, he was thrown back a few meters. Just one lunge and he was already being wrenched from the inside out and his head was going round. Cheon-sang and Cheon-woo ran up to the teacher, for they were worried about him. Jinmu demanded that they stay back. If it wasn't for the injury, this bastard would be nothing to him. This novice suddenly attacks, talking disrespectfully to the elders. He's so young and has no manners at all, so we need to teach him a good lesson. Jinmu didn't expect it to be easy. But he didn't expect this man's attack to have so much power. He's also very fast. Blocking his attacks becomes difficult. Sachok pinned him right against a tree. He laughed at the fact that this puppy had finally been caught. Now just let him die. Damn it. If it continues like this, Jinmu won't be able to hold on much longer. He needs to think of something right away. What does he even need to do to get out of this shitty situation? He remembered the very words of the old man about the guy with evil energy who even crossed over to the Jew family. What on earth had the young novice done? Since he had only made enemies. So he was referring to Gongsa Chok and his gang when he mentioned evil energy. But wasn't the old man talking about the Jew family? A man with that kind of power wouldn't lie. He repelled his sword with his own. The protagonist wasn't sure, but perhaps it was because of the Jew family that they didn't kill him and let him go. Even though Jungwon masters build relationships based on personal gain, it was unlikely that the Jew family would mess with bandits. Where are they? Fortunately, he was able to find them. They were right here. He finally found a way out. That's when Sachok took a swing at him. He demanded that this guy just die. Luckily, the protagonist managed to parry that there as well. He turned to Gongsa Chok. This little guy seems to really want to die. Jinmu mentioned that this bastard seems to have gotten a little carried away. Doesn't he realize it yet? If he is able to look beyond his nose, he had better look around. He didn't understand why this bastard was so relaxed. Somehow, this was suspicious. Jinmu even kindly pointed him in the direction he should look. He clearly didn't expect to see the Jew family and the Younghua warriors here. Sachuk didn't understand at all what they were even here for. The protagonist asked why they were so late. He really almost died, didn't he? Sachok was shocked when he realized that they didn't know each other. If only he didn't have an injury. Sachok was even more startled when he realized that they were on friendly terms. Could it be that these novices had turned to the Zhu family for help? But this was strange. Mutang and the Zhu family were constantly in conflict over the prophet rights in the region, so they would hardly help each other. Now, it was clear to him. They decided to make a political alliance as representatives of the Champa. Maybe, possibly, they did it to deal with the Sapa. He realized that these guys were deadly. Seoman wondered what he should do now. If he defied the young lord and the Chonghua warriors, he would pick up no bones. And if he left the novices alive, he would have to hide from Mutang for the rest of his life when word of the attack reached the elders. What on earth is he supposed to do? What a fool. He seems uncomfortable with what's going on. There's no way the Ju family will help. That first meeting in Pancheon really hurt their dignity. They're vindictive, so he doesn't think they'll forget that incident. They probably want a rematch, though. But how on earth would Gong Sachok know about such a thing? This is the most perfect time for him to make a break for it. The protagonist informed the students that they should leave quickly. Jinmu asks that they handle everything. The guys are relying on them. The fool doesn't even know that they came here just to observe. Father only ordered them to watch them. If they are seen doing something illegal, he will have to report it to the administration. He came because he heard they were going to have dinner with Guillaume Choksang. But instead of him, this Guillaume Sa-chok is here. This man is a worthy master that even the Ju family has heard of. This bandit has a level of hyungi and is fluent in various fighting techniques. Gong Sa-chok is affiliated with the huge Black Death group from Sapa, and the fact that the novices are now with him proves that they are up to something illegal, and even involving the Black Death. It's a wonderful situation. Those scoundrels will definitely expel something, and then he would become the main heir. The subordinate informed the master that those novices and Gong Sa-chok seemed to have clashed with each other. There must have been a disagreement while doing something illegal. It was natural if you remember his character. However, it seemed to the subordinate that Gong Sa-chok was pursuing these novices. After all, he hadn't even thought of that option. Perhaps the novices were losing, so they pretended to be on close terms with the Ju family and ran away. They must be pretty far away from here by now. Most likely it had become clear to them that the Ju family and Gong Sa-chok were not in cahoots. The man asked the master how they should proceed, and he didn't understand at all how it was possible that he had been tricked. They were just using him to escape. He shouted that Jinmu was a real asshole. Takana, city center, hotel. Because of those assholes, he really almost played in a box. Cheon-sang handed him some water to drink. However, there was something else bothering Cheon-sang. Cheon-sang asked why they came to the city center. He feels like it would have been better to go to the mountains. As they say, it's darkest under the lamp. Those guys will try to find them, but it's unlikely they'll get the idea that they escaped to the center of Takana. They will hang around in secluded places or on the road leading to Mutang. Gong Sa-chok, Guillaume Chok-san, and then there's the Wu family involved. Assholes he's never heard of dare to infringe on his own life. He'll never forgive them. The main character asks these two if they took the Yosandan. Cheon-sang and Cheon-woo said they did. Then they should get everything. Yosandan. It's a pill that regenerates the body. It's one of the medicines they were given when they left Mutang. There were 10 of them in all. He decided to eat every single one of them. Jinmu didn't care if it was 10 pieces or 100 pieces. He must recover as quickly as possible and defeat Gong Sa-chok. Right now, the Ju family had already retreated, and he began to search for them. He knows very well the thoughts of those who belong to Sapa. They will only search for them for one day, and if they don't find them, they will just run away. The QI energy is at 0 due to the injuries he received, so he needs to solve this problem as soon as possible. A day, of course, won't be enough time to fully recover, but there's always a way out. The method of crazy energy circulation. Its essence is that everything inside as if explodes, and after that the process of strengthening the body begins. It's a method that can cause very serious complications. He didn't care about that, though. Those bastards who dared to make an attempt on his life had better get ready. Jinmu would make sure that they would never be able to see this world again. The residents of the Zhu family of Takana. What a fool he is. Mu Rin mentioned that they should be killed, and Cal Jim still managed to help these novices. How did that even happen? The man demanded answers. Isn't that why he was given the Chanhua Wars? He's just a good-for-nothing kid. This unfit child is not his son. Mu Rin demanded that he get out of his sight. Calgun asked for at least one more chance. He will surely find those scoundrels. He would find them and wait for Gong Sa-chok to deal with them. That kid is so stupid. Does he really think Gong Sa-chok is going to kill them? In other words, he's saying he's going to help the bandit kill Mutang's students. Who the heck is he talking to? Calgun apologized and explained that that wasn't what he meant. Mu Rin didn't want to hear anything. However, the guy asked for his father to listen to him. The man slapped him with words about being told to shut up, after which he called out to Modeju. Mo Dae-ju walked in there and was ordered to take this boy to his quarters immediately. Kalgun still asked his father again for a chance. However, the man didn't want to listen to him at all. As long as Mu Rin didn't give the order afterward, just think about his actions. And if he takes a single step outside the chambers, his legs will be broken. If he understood everything, then let him disappear from his sight. Now he's convinced. His father is indeed cruel. He has been wronged twice. The first time he was humiliated, and the second time he was used. Because of that, he lost his father's trust that he worked so hard to gain. And it's all because of that bastard Jinmu. It's all because of him. Kalgun-ni would never forgive him for this. Suddenly, he heard the words of his father telling him off again. It was the voice of the one he least wanted to meet right now. The eldest lord of the Ju family of Takana, Ju Kalgak. Perhaps it's all because of the one that Kalgun is stupid. Kalgun greeted his elder brother. However, he didn't want to hear this soulless greeting. And this kid really planned to effortlessly take the fish out of the pond. Despicable people always try to take the easy way out. Kalgak even suggested that he leave his family and join the Daoists. There's no need to worry, because he'll be gladly accepted after just learning that he saved Mutang's apprentice. What a despicable dumbass he is. Afterwards, the Kalgak went to his father's house. Half-brothers. Do they always have to be in such a relationship when they want to kill each other? He'll see how long this man can continue to play the important persona. Someday he'll sweep this Kalgak out of the way and become the first heir. Night Market, Takana, Wigwan Alley, Gongsa Choksa State. He was angry that no one had contacted him yet. Could it be that the road to Mutang is so long that there's still no news? The subordinate apologized, however they couldn't be found yet. Sachok mentioned that the orders were to catch every single one of them. It didn't matter if they were proficient in martial arts or not. Is it so hard to find 3 beaten children? Pickpockets, vagrants, bandits, and others who follow orders. They enlisted all their men to search for them. However, they still couldn't find anyone. He didn't want to hear any more excuses from that worthless brat. How cleverly he had been tricked. After the Mutang disciples had left, he thought he would have to fight the Chonghua warriors. But they just turned around and left. They didn't come to help the novices. That damn rat bastard just played a trick on him. Sachok must find those children as soon as possible. If they tell the elders that their lives have been violated, the Mutang monks will come in droves. They will never be indifferent to this situation. Therefore, they will persistently pursue those who have attempted the lives of the novices to punish them for their crime. If you become a target, nothing can help him. Even though he may be related to the Black Death, but he doesn't think they will help in such a situation. It would be more profitable for them to hand him over to the Mutang than to confront him. Those bastards don't care about how much money he's wasted on them. He called out to the man called Kwak Ki. The man ordered to go to the Wu family immediately. He should report that the novices had escaped and ask for their help in finding them. Chwak KT asked if the Wu family would help them. They have no choice. If Sachok's gang gets hurt, they'll be at risk too. Besides, what can they do if they don't get support from the Wu family? The more they search, the better. Besides, the Wu family's warriors are excellent fighters. They will come in handy. Kwak Chi ordered the 2 guards to open the gate. As soon as the gate opened, there was a splash. Sachok immediately asked what happened there. It was actually Jinmu, Cheon Sang, and Cheon Wu who came in. It wasn't difficult to find them. Gong Sachok wanted to see Jinmu after all, so the main character didn't realize what he was waiting for. Let him come over here so the 2 of them could have some fun. Jinmu wondered why they had such ugly faces, as if they had seen an introduction. Their already ugly faces had gotten even worse. It looked like they weren't expecting them here at all. They thought they'd run off to the Mutang with their tails between their legs, but now they were standing right in front of them. What fearless assholes. He was even immensely grateful to them for coming to him on their own. Sachok had ordered the boys to finish them off. It was the perfect opportunity. At the same time, there was no need to exert oneself. Jinmei told his disciples not to interfere. The lower abdomen was a terrible mess of energy. He never managed to heal completely. The QE had only recovered in the upper body. But right now, he's using a method of crazy energy circulation. That's why the power is higher than usual. It makes it go all the way to the soul. His body was shaking. He clearly didn't expect to see such a long wave of released energy. What the hell is this? This scumbag was not below his level. And to be precise, it would be better to say that he was much more powerful. The man immediately realized that he needed to hide. First, he would escape, and afterward, he would join forces with the Wu family. Of course, the protagonist was not going to let him go. At that moment, It was because of that attack that he realized that this guy had tangy level. That attack caused him to crash right into the wall. Mentally, he cursed the head of the Wu family. After all, this bastard was the one who was ordered to kill Sachoku. If he is a tangi stage master, he is not defeated by such an attack and cannot escape. However, if this guy came close, there would be a chance. He had a king of needles in his hand. A tube-shaped killing weapon with gunpowder poured inside and filled with needles on top. If you pull the fuse, hundreds of needles will fly out at once. It's impossible to dodge such an attack at a distance. We must get his attention. Sachok began to beg for mercy. He has committed a sin that can only be atoned for by death. This fool was blinded by money. This guy is a Mutang monk. These lunatics believe they can guide the vicious with discipline and persuasion. If Sachok begs for mercy with all his might, this guy will quickly let his guard down. This guy only needs to get close, and then he's definitely dead. After which, he used his weapon. However, to Sachok's surprise, the main character was already at his back. He knocked the Needle King out of his hands, after which he grabbed it by the hair. This man can't be changed. Jinmu can perfectly see the tricks of such bastards. Sachuk didn't even realize when he first noticed it. He started to justify himself to Master. However, the guy told him to just shut up. He had better grit his teeth. There was about to be a lump on his ugly head. After the brutal beating, he was doused with cold water. Thanks to that, he was able to wake up screaming. Jinmu told him to be quiet. Jinmu is going to ask him some questions now, and he must answer honestly. Sachok understood everything. The protagonist couldn't make out what he was saying because of his knocked-out teeth, so he said to just nod. First he asked if the person who made the pact was Gyumchuk-san. The answer was no. Then he asked about the Wu family. The answer was yes. Jinmu didn't know much about it, but from the looks of it, they were pretty good warriors. So why would the Wu family be so eager to kill him if they didn't even know each other? He wanted to figure it out now, but he can't. The effect of the crazy energy circulation is ending. He'll defeat their main trade guild first. Cheon-sang requested that teacher not do that. Had his body already recovered. Therefore, it was better not to attack right now. Jinmu told him to shut up. Who said that they would strike at the guild? It would be their favorite, Gong Sachok. It's time to have a private chat with him already. A subordinate came running over to the leader, informing him that they were in big trouble. As it turns out, they were attacked by Sachok's gang. They wanted to punish the villains and the main trade guild. The man didn't understand at all how it could even come to this. The man reported to the master that they had turned the place upside down and pulled out everyone who was there. Jinmu praised them for their excellent work. The place had been cleaned up so quickly. It showed to the rogue hero that Sachok seemed to choose his subordinates well. It was now clear that the bastard had teamed up with Mutang. Although Sapa's bread is treachery, but how can one fawn before someone who was ordered to be killed? Jinmu then turned to the manager, asking where that bastard Gyumchok-san had gone, and why there were so few warriors here. Did the guild really shrink so much in just a day? The manager replied that it was none of his business. Since he was a monk, it would be better for him to stay out of worldly affairs. Suddenly he was hit by Sachok. How dare that bastard insult the master? He's usually a lowly dog. Gong Sachok is serious. He's going to prove his loyalty to the monk by killing that man. What happened to the bastard who was going to kill the novice, since he's changed so much in just one day? At dawn, Master Jinmu told him. If he helps even once, then Jinmu will not send reports to the Mutang that he had attempted on the lives of their disciples. Therefore, if he could do this job, he could continue to live as a Nook bandit. Sachok already thought that he would become an outcast who would be haunted by Mutang forever. But how the hell should he repay such kindness? He was stopped by Jinmu. The protagonist decided to ask again. Where is Gyumchok-san right now? He better not play dumb and answer vividly. Of course, he could easily be killed by asking someone else. In fact, he doesn't really care who it would be. Perhaps a few people from behind the manager's back know where Gyumchok-san is. The man realized that he should try to survive first. That's why he told him that the chairman was currently smuggling. It's a dangerous business, so he took all the warriors with him. So the guild has few guards left. So now Chok-sang is making a deal. Which means if we hurry up and raid the place where the deal is being made, we can pocket everything. That's great. Jinmu will take care of everything himself. The guy asked if he was making arrangements with the people from Goyang. But why did he go there personally instead of sending one of his subordinates? And what the deal is about? He wasn't sure about whether he should tell him. Seeing this confusion, Jinmu told the man to act. To hell with it. The manager admitted that gunpowder was the commodity of today's deal. These guys are out of their minds. People use it for fireworks during the New Year or Spring Festival when it gets dark, but for the royal palace, it's the main charge. That is military material. It is forbidden even in small quantities to trade it, unless the administration knows about it. In addition, if that person is a representative of Muram, he is strictly forbidden to touch gunpowder. The king's decree on the relationship between the Muram and the administration. Muram does not participate in the affairs of the administration, and the administration stays out of Muram's way. This decree was issued in gratitude to Muram, the first king of the current dynasty, and it has already become a tradition for subsequent generations. Muram must abide by certain rules so as not to break tradition. It is forbidden to harm the common people. It is forbidden to join a conspiracy, and it is strictly forbidden to touch gunpowder, for it is the responsibility of the administration. If these rules are broken, Muram can be destroyed by millions of soldiers. Isn't it only the small and medium guilds in the region that trade in this stuff? Gumcheok-san is just a crazy bastard. Cheon-san mentioned that if they were dealing with gunpowder, they should report it to the administration. Jinmu thought of not only taking revenge, but also smuggling in some money. But in this situation, he has to give up everything. The guy asked the manager where the transaction was being made. A cane field near the North Reservoir. He ordered Cheon-san to run to the administration office quickly and report the gunpowder smuggling. And Jinmu will go to the reservoir. Cheon-san thought it was better to go to the administration together. There's no time. If they finish the deal early, there's no way to nail the smugglers. Cheon-sang stopped the teacher. You can't do that. The teacher suffered a lot protecting his students. And knowing how dangerous it is, he just can't send him alone. That's why he wanted to go along with Jinmu. Jinmu only smiled and told this guy to trust his teacher. He will go ahead and try to apprehend those freaks. And Cheon-sang should hurry up and bring soldiers from the administration. Now he remembered. In fulfilling his moral duty, a teacher does not even spare his own life. This is the true way of a Daoist that he follows. Therefore, he understood everything. Soon he would come with the soldiers of the administration. They will already see him there. Cheon-sang must hurry. He won't let the teacher fight alone for long. By all means, Jinmu needs to be there before the administration. Of course, he won't be able to take his own pora, but he'll grab the moral damage fee. North Takana Reservoir, Reed Field. Chok-san, stop your subordinates. They've already been warned not to dare do anything suspicious. The buyers don't seem to have arrived yet. It's still an hour before the appointed time. Gunpowder smuggling? In fact, it's the deal of a lifetime. 5 crates of gunpowder. Took him 3 months to get that much. He had to forego all other purchases. Besides, in these conditions, it's 4 times the price of regular powder. It doesn't matter, because it pays for itself. Even if he overpaid for the prop, he would sell it at 11 times the price. The profit made will be used to buy trading benches in the center of Takana. Then, he would stop smuggling and finally start a real guild. Suddenly, they noticed that the buyers were sending out a secret signal. They finally arrived. Chok-san told everyone to be on guard. They arrived at the shore and got out. A man asked about the goods. The 2 men looked at each other. Then they showed the boxes of gunpowder, saying that everything was prepared. Chok-san asked about the money. He opened the crate, which contained 40 kilograms of gold. The deal has been finalized. It was finally accomplished. Suddenly, 3 people appeared there. They were Jinmu, Cheon-woo, and Sa-chok. In order to notify the man, he left him in a deadly place. Therefore, Jinmu inquired if it had improved his household from this. Sa-chok-san didn't understand how someone who should have been dead by now ended up here. And what was Sa-chok doing with him next to him? Could it be that they had teamed up? Right now, he needs to stay calm. There are 20 guild warriors here with him. A despicable traitor. It's better for them to pretend they didn't see anything. His warriors are enough to kill 3 of them. Sa-chok-san ordered those creeps to be destroyed. The protagonist called out to Sa-chok. After his shout, his subordinates appeared. This was something he clearly didn't expect. He was able to deal with several people with ease. From the back, a man wanted to attack him, but Sa-chok simply threw him off with his foot. Because of that, the man got right into Chok-san. Chok-san fell off his horse and it ran off somewhere. He still had no way of understanding what was even going on here. How could they even push back the elite warriors of the guild like this? If things continued like this, everything would fall apart. All the plans that Chok-san had made so far would fall like a house of cards. Of course, the relationship with the Mutang would be severed, and the main trade guild itself would cease to exist. In such a case, it is better to take the money alone and escape. However, at this point the deal is cancelled. The gold will be seized, so let him get the hell out of here. Chok-san asked to join forces and kill those rascals. After that, they will take the gunpowder. He will take the gold. However, this was too suspicious. These people interfered in the middle of the deal. After all, Chok-san is actually in cahoots with them. They're just pretending to be enemies while they plan to stab them in the back. I don't risk my life if I don't know what's going on. This man is so suspicious. Suddenly, he was attacked by Jinmu, who demanded that he put away his ugly stumps. It's as if Chok-sang had a glimmer of hope. What is this? Could it be that this novice is saving him? Maybe he is more magnanimous than he seems at first glance. However, at this moment Jinmu also hit him. Let him leave as well. He rushed here like crazy just for this. Now it would all belong to him and not those bastards. If they don't want to die, then put their feet up and let them go. He was pissed at the little shit. These assholes had been asked nicely, so he needed to say thank you and get the hell out. But if they still want to fight Jinmu, it's fine with no one. And that bastard thinks he can get away with it. Suddenly arrows started falling on them. Jinmu didn't expect at all that the administration soldiers would already be here. The commander ordered everyone to be arrested immediately. Cheon-sang, what a stupid boy he is. He was already looking for the teacher. If the soldiers find the gold, they'll confiscate it. Why did he bring them here so quickly? They decided to escape by boat. There's no time to hide the gold. He has no other choice. Jinmu called Cheon-woo over to him. He handed the guy the trunk and told him to run away from here. Cheon-woo didn't understand a thing. Jinmu again told him to take it and get out of here. Once again, the guy didn't understand anything. After which, the main character told him to get out of here quickly. Cheon-woo understood and ran away. It's not safe, but there's no other option. We'll have to rely on this guy. Besides, he certainly didn't forget about Chok-sang. They weren't even done yet. Where's that fatty going? How could such a despicable smuggler dare to infringe on Jinmu's life? The protagonist hoped that he was ready to be punished for his actions. A little while later, he had already been beaten up. The commander praised this novice for doing a good job. Cheon-sang did the same. It's so strange. The thought that it was all done for the sake of others still scared him. It seemed like he had to say something. He was too stunned that he didn't notice as he repeated after his disciple. But this monk is truly cruel. A subordinate arrived with a report. They have already dealt with everyone. They were able to apprehend both the smugglers and Gongsa-chok's bandits. The man immediately turned to Master. They've already made a deal with Jinmu, right? If Sa-chok would help behind the main trade guild, he wouldn't tell about the attacks on his own life. Because of this, Sa-chok didn't offer any resistance to the administration soldiers, allowing himself to be captured. In response, Jinmu asked how much. The man inquired as to what it was all about, and Sa-chok still believed the master. Of course, he was talking about the reward for Gongsa-chok. The man couldn't prepare this in advance. The reward for Gongsa-chok was 100 silver coins. Afterwards, he handed over a plaque to confirm that he was entitled to the payment. Later, Jinmu should come to the main office to receive the money. Thanks to this novice, they had arrested Sa-chok's group en masse, and were even able to catch the gunpowder smugglers. The administration was very grateful to him. Jinmu only asked that they tie them up tightly. Meanwhile, Sa-chok asked for the master to stop. He called the protagonist a sneaky bastard. Well, of course, no one paid attention to his words. There was no reason to be kind to those who hunted him. What you sow is what you reap. They were about to leave when suddenly Jin's husband asked if there was any reward for catching the smugglers. When he gets to the main office, he will report to the supervisor. Gum Chok-san, who was suspected until now, has been captured, and the property of the main trade guild will be confiscated. It is huge, so he thinks that Jinmu will allocate a reward. Meanwhile, the main character couldn't believe that all the guild's property would be confiscated. If he knew about it, he would have grabbed something when he attacked it. His neck suddenly snapped, and the man began to worry about the master. There's nothing to be done. He would have to make do with what he had. In that case, he would expect a reward. And that's how it ended. The criminals and the bad guys were arrested. There was a knock at the door. There was a disgruntled old man who didn't understand what kind of creep was breaking in so early. Jinmu, Cheon-sang, and Cheon-woo immediately ran in with a trunk. The old man even thought they were bandits. Jinmu said to bring 3 cups of green tea. Judging from their clothes, they were monks from Mutang. He asked the monks if they even knew what this place was. It's not some tea house where they drink tea. This is a banking office where people entrust their funds. So let them get out of here. Whereupon the protagonist said to put the chest on the table, and then open it. Only then did the old man notice the huge amount of gold. Almost as much as they get the proceeds for a year of the bank. There is too much money here. He immediately dropped to his knees and began to address respectfully. As it turns out, his name is Dong Rim. This is the branch manager of the Takana branch. He greeted them. On this day, the Takana branch opened for the first time in the early morning, and these three were the first monks to use the bank's services in Mutang's history. He opened accounts for Cheon Wu and Cheon Sang, and that fact will make them keep their orders under lock and key. It's quite dawn now. It feels so good. He couldn't believe that last night both Gongsa Chok's gang and all the members of the main trade guild were escorted by a convoy to the prefecture's main office. It seems that last night the guild was smuggling. He doesn't know how it happened, but while the guild was trying to pull off the deal, all of its members and the gang were captured on the spot. Why on earth would Gongsa Chok get involved in the guild's business? 2 days ago, Jinmu and his company should have been trapped. What the hell even happened there? The man apologized, for he didn't know the details. There was a big problem. If these moves reveal the Wu family's involvement, then everyone will know that he made an attempt on his comrade's life. If that happens, he will of course be banished. He will be made a cripple by cutting his tendon. Moonhum can't let that happen. He must meet with the head of the prefecture right now. And he ordered his subordinate to contact Jinhee and tell him to watch for changes in Mutang. And everything that connects them to Gongsa Chok and the guild must be destroyed. You could say that Jinhai didn't know anything. It's like the family secretly planned it from him. In that case, he should kill Gumchok-san and Gongsa Chok before they say anything. Takana, prefecture headquarters. They checked all the people captured last night. Yipal Ryung was among them. There was a little short of 200 coins for capturing both of them. Therefore, he added a little after thinking about their expended effort. Even among the administration staff, there are good people. As for the fee for catching the smugglers, you'll need to meet the leader in person to receive it. The supervisor is already waiting. Of course, Jinmu was fine with it. It couldn't be any better. Before coming here, they had stopped by the fabric shop for some new clothes, and the shopkeeper showered them with compliments. And this is the moment. At last he would be rewarded for his righteous life, even if not for so long. Suddenly, the man noticed Mr. Wu. Jinmu would immediately want to look at the bastard who ordered the murder of Jinmu from Gongsa Chok, the official of everything that had happened. He immediately noticed the 3 Mutang novices who had come down to Takana. So this is the first-generation disciple Jinmu and his companions. Why on earth did they meet right here? The man decided to pretend not to know them. Moon-Hume asked the supervisor who they were. He didn't seem to have heard the news yet, about how Mutang's novices helped arrest the crazies from the main trade guild when they tried to sell smuggled gunpowder. It made sense to him now what had happened. He still didn't understand how they could have been captured in a secret place. Could it be that one of Chok-san's subordinates had told them? Fat fool. The local merchants praise Mutang because his novices helped arrest a band of brigands. That's really not bad. He had his doubts about the head of the Wu family, but now he's sure he's never seen him before. But where did such hatred come from in the first place, which brought forth with the desire to kill Jinmu? Suddenly the man remembered that the son of the head of the Wu family was also a disciple of Mutang. Now Jinmu had found the connection. The man tried to remember what his name was at the temple. He was immediately interrupted by Moon-Hum. He had completely forgotten his business, for he was too busy talking to them. He has to meet with the leader on a very urgent matter, so they will talk next time. Suddenly, the name of Jin Heihei sounded out. The man had said that was his name now, right? And now he should take the place of the senior apprentice. Now he's in trouble. It turns out to be Jin Hai's older brother's father. Jinmu apologized for his own rudeness. He gave his name, since he's on his way to see the leader, that Jinmu wanted to keep him company, because he has business to attend to as well. Moon-Hum didn't mind. Did this guy really not know anything? He couldn't tell if Jinmu was lying at all. They greeted the leader. The old man praised Jinmu for doing a good job. After looking at everything the novice had done, he could say confidently that the Mutang had no equal. Moon-Hum came to find out if Gumchok-san and Gongsa Chok mentioned the name of the Wu family during the interrogation. But in such an environment, how should he even ask about it? And at that moment, the old man reported that Gongsa Chok revealed that he received an order to kill novice Jinmu from the head of the Wu family. He had heard about it too. He's been played. It was all over now. However, Jinmu was sure that it was an unspeakable lie. His comrade is a member of the Wu family, so it can't be. The scoundrels are willing to use any of the most vicious ways to save their own skins. Moon-Hum didn't understand this guy's intentions at all. Why did he suddenly side with him? Gumchok-san said that Jinmu was using him for profit. He demanded that he take the money away from Jinmu's novice. Mutang monks are a shining example of selflessness. He was hooked, so he thought there was some common sense in the criminal's excuses. He was sorry that he had to pass on something that ruined the novice's moods. Jinmu was glad that everything had been cleared up. He also mentioned that the prefecture head wanted to show his gratitude to Mutang. After all, selling gunpowder in large quantities of string was forbidden by law. The prefectural head thanked them as a token of gratitude and offered to let them settle in the main office. He declined. Jinmu only helped for the sake of public welfare, so he did not want to inconvenience the administration. Oh, and the unexpected meeting with his comrade's father was just in time. Jinmu hoped that it wouldn't be rude of him, because he wanted to stay at Mr. Wu's place. What on earth is this bastard up to? Jin He and the Wu family. Damn bastards. In order to become the head disciple, the eldest had his family get rid of him. And they almost succeeded. He wants to kill that man right here and now. But death is too light a punishment. And a dead man is no good. He already knows their weaknesses. So they have no other choice. They have to obey Jinmu's orders. If they use the Wu family, it could be a great help to him in becoming a top disciple. Those bastards better be ready. He'll squeeze the juices out of them. Gum Chok Song and Gongsa Chok have already blabbed everything. Now there's no need to kill them to shut their mouths. And that expression, it's the face of someone who has known everything for a long time. The man was sure the bastard had a purpose. And what should he do now? Suddenly the subordinate began to call out to the master. Moonhum shouted and asked what they needed. Why is it so noisy here? As it turned out, Jinmu unceremoniously barged into the office. That guy is already here. The protagonist wanted to tell him something important, so he offered to order his guards to disperse. Moonhum offered him some tea. He didn't expect to see him here so soon at all. He would just play dumb at first. Jinmu shouldn't have any hard evidence. After all, he insisted that the bandit's testimony was nonsense. Jinmu said he has Gongsachok's account book. If the administration or Mutang saw it, they would know that the head of the Wu family had ordered the killing of the novices. Therefore, the guy wondered if he knew what would happen then. In addition, the fact that Jin He knew about everything perfectly well can't be forgotten. Gongsa Chok is too dumb. He definitely doesn't have a ledger. And at the main office, he was lucky to find out that Jin Hai is from the Wu family. But just a little scare from that vile bastard, and he'll immediately believe that he's in a lose-lose situation. That's right, the man asked what he wanted. Of course, he wanted the position of Mutang's chief apprentice. He asked for a promise that Jin He would help him to achieve that goal. He didn't want to hear that nonsense. He would put everything on the line to get Jin He to take the position of Supreme Elder. Jinmu replied that he should listen to him first, and then decide. Does he really think he won't get anything for helping him? If he helps, then in return, Jinmu will promise to give Jin He the position of Supreme Elder. He'll have enough to be the head disciple. There was nothing else he needed. Firstly, he wanted to master the dual energy technique, and secondly, he wanted to get a subordinate Supreme Elder, instead of a head disciple. This is the starting point to master dual energy. But it seems that holding the position of Supreme Elder all the time is too tedious. It's much more profitable to put an opponent there who has dirt on him and use him as a puppet, controlling the shadows. Is he really saying that he's going to take the position of head disciple and leave the position of Supreme Elder to Jin He? Why would he take the head disciple position if he doesn't want to take the position of Supreme Elder? Does this kid really think that he is so stupid that he would believe such a trivial lie? Jinmu wondered if he was so unclear. The meaning of the words didn't come to him. He called out Wu Moonhum's name. He doesn't need the help of the Wu family. Jinmu doesn't want to cause himself unnecessary trouble. And this man has no choice. If he refuses, Jinmu will wipe out the Wu family right away. The man thought that he was just a pathetic braggart. Therefore, he decided to prove his words with actions. The killing energy was so strong that it gave me goosebumps. The fear, it took my breath away. Even though Moonhum is at the Hyungi level and has activated the energy of his entire body, the external pressure is harder to withstand. Could it be that this guy is at Tengi's level? Or maybe even higher? Jinmi wondered what could have stopped Sachok from killing him and made him go to the main trade guild. It's not that he didn't kill the main character, it's that he failed to do so. It's true what they say. Until you test it out for yourself, you won't know. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain. Who the hell was this guy? That indifferent look, as if to speak of his past. About the many wars he'd been through and those countless murders. So why is he such a cozy novice? Jinhee's help. He is waiting for her. After which Jinmu bid him farewell. Jinmu is a disciple of the first generation of Mutang. This guy is naughty, and definitely not an opponent for the head of the Wu family. His subordinates ran in to see him and asked the master if he was all right. Moonhyum ordered him to bring writing utensils. He has to send a message to Jin Hee. The next day, it took so long to descend the mountain, and the way back flew by. Jinmu's disciple was met by Jin Ho. Once again, this nasty Daoist life had come again. Jin Ho hugged this guy, talking about how he had done a great job. How disgusting it was for the protagonist. Why did he get it into his head to hug? He told everyone the true spirit of Mutang. These guys look like they've worked hard too. They had also grown so much during this time. Jinmu didn't know what he was even talking about. Now they have to go. The Supreme Elder, the Elders, and even the senior disciples. Everyone has gathered and are already waiting for them. How infuriating. First-generation disciple Jinmu greets the Supreme Elder and everyone gathered here. Myung-hyun praised him. The head of Takan's main office notified Jinmu's active activities. They, not knowing the true nature of the main trade guild, would have made a big mistake if it wasn't for this guy. But even better, they had wiped out the bandits from the nooks and crannies that were disturbing the locals. In doing so, they turned their attention to Mutang. What's that Jin Hita bastard staring angrily? The head of the Wu family should have already warned her that he would have to wave at Jinmu. But this kid still pisses him off. Taking out those eyes right now. Now they can't use the money taken from the guild. What should we do now? They should probably send them back to the administration. He heard that Jinmu had received the reward. What a pity it didn't work out with the guild. But Jinmu was trying to catch bandits for the sake of his clan. What was this poor old man leading up to? He already understood what it was the old man wanted to do. Still, the guy still thought that it wasn't what he was thinking. They wouldn't take his money, really. Of course, he told Jinmu to give all the money to Elder Myeongsong. Since the mentor said so, he still has to follow his will. It makes me want to cry. Not far from Cheongho Temple there's a shrine called Samgon. It's very quiet and no one comes here. He made this small cave his personal meditation room. From now on, he must become even stronger. To become the chief disciple, to take over the political alliance, and the mysterious and powerful master he still knows nothing about. Thoughts of him keep running through his mind. The technique the old man used. Using gravity to gather energy and increasing the pressure to make it explode. That was the first time he saw a technique that completely ignored the basics of martial arts. Those amazing moves, he tried to replicate them. But unfortunately, he didn't quite succeed. Because of that, he was angry. Jinmu could repeat the old man's technique, but it was a bit different. In the past, and when he was Hyukermungan, he had managed to become an absolute lord using the Sapa martial art. But nowadays, he can't use the same skills. Of course, there are many reasons for this, but the most important one is the lack of chi energy. The core of Cheonpa martial art is enlightenment. When one crosses the wall of enlightenment, known as the Weeping Wall, the amount of all the chi energy that has been accumulated increases dramatically to support enlightenment. Therefore, if enlightenment has not been achieved, the increase in Qi energy is insignificant, even with diligent training. This is the peculiarity of Cheongpa's martial arts. In the past, he has already reached the Kang level. Therefore, he would no longer be able to meet the wall of enlightenment. In fact, one can use the Mutang martial arts perfectly, without any problem. But there is a limit to the power of these martial arts due to the lack of energy. The dual energy technique is the only way out of this situation. Right now, he needs to move out to prepare food for his mentor. Before mastering this technique, he must spend all his training time accumulating ki energy to make up for the lack of it. This is the best thing to do right now. Cheon-san asked the guy what he was carrying. Jinmu was attracted to their conversation. What are they doing here instead of practicing? Cheon-woo talked about the money that was given to the bank office. He thought that the elders would be very happy about it. They can only take the money from the account that the teacher opened for them. He was immediately hit by Jinmu, who asked if he wanted to die. The protagonist asked what he was just going to take. How dare they even dare to encroach on something that belongs to him? Had he already forgotten how much had been invested to get that damn money? That stinking fatso doesn't understand anything. It would be better for that little despicable parasite to just die. Suddenly, a mentor appeared there and asked Jinmu what happened. Did Cheon-woo really do something wrong? The guy was trying to think of a way to explain it all to him. Just when he wanted to say something to the master, he was suddenly hit by Cheon-san. The master was just trying to teach Cheon-woo something. Jinmu asked if a mentor was allowed to go out like that. The guy was worried that he would get worse again, so he better get home sooner. Myungjin replied that there was no need to worry like that. He caught some pheasants, after which he offered to eat them together. There was a pheasant for each of them. Jinmu was surprised that the mentor caught the pheasants himself, since the guy usually does it himself. Myung-jin replied that even an old man like his mentor can handle it. When he sees Jinmu full of strength, it makes his heart feel calmer somehow. He was very worried, because this guy was somehow tired when he returned. It's hard for the mentor to move because of his illness, and for his sake, he even caught pheasants. But if that's the case, why did he say to give the reward to others? And still this stupid mentor doesn't know the reason for his disciple's lifelessness. Myung-jin asked if something was hurting him. A Jin-ho who was looking for Myung-jin's mentor rushed there urgently. He reported that there was such a commotion on the mountain right now. If they went, they would immediately realize everything. We should hurry up and get ready. The two of them didn't know what they were talking about. Or what was going on. Jiso Palace, the training area. Why there were so many people here. What was going on there in the first place? Just Jinmu was thinking about having someone explain everything when suddenly the Supreme Elder and the others arrived there. Myung-jin asked what this was all about. Myung-hyun asked if it wasn't all because of Jinmu. Looks like his disciple is blessed by the heavens. They decided to order a new set of clothes for each Mutang disciple from the cotton cloth shop, and a headdress and shoes as a gift. What did those bastards even do? Did they really plan to order clothes for all the students with those 200 silver coins? If they were going to take the hard-earned money, they should have spent it wisely. How dare they even throw it away like this? At that moment, the elder informed him that it was all free. This was something he didn't expect to hear. Despite the Supreme Elder's denials, they said that the bandits would have taken all the money away from them if it wasn't for Jinmu. And that wasn't all. At the blacksmith, the Takans said they would make weapons for everyone. How well that worked out. But even so, there's something else that might be surprising as well. The money they received from the guild that they gave to the administration has been returned. The store managers in Takan had learned of the Mutang's plight, so they raised money to help them out. A total of 500 coins came out, and that wasn't even all of it. They were contacted by several guilds who wanted to renew their relationship with Mutang. To settle this, the first-generation disciples under Jin Kun's leadership descended into the Takana. And it was all thanks to Jinmu. Such a triumphant homecoming. Those ungrateful merchants from Takana. Why are they paying Mutang for the kindness shown to them? The Supreme Elder is a bastard too. Since he received 500 coins, he should have at least returned the bloody 200 if he had a conscience. Jinmu had really worked hard. His mentor was overjoyed. Why is it that the bears perform tricks and the trainer gets the money? They're despicable thieves. They're no different from robbers. Jinmu only wanted them to return his money. It had been 2 months since his return. He concentrated on accumulating chi energy. Cheon-woo had almost perfected his fist-fighting technique. Cheon-san had mastered the released energy. Jinmu didn't understand at all how it was possible that he had already mastered the released energy. The mentor was amazed by Cheon-san's abilities. Although he was still far away from Jinmu, Myung-jin thought that he would be a reliable support for Mutang in the future. All thanks to Jinmu's skill. He doesn't know anything at all. The main character has memories from his past life, but Cheon-sang doesn't have that bonus. Besides, the guy never taught him anything. Only the wishes of Cheon-woo's mentor, and Cheon-sang was under his wing. And when Jinmu looked in, he would just make a couple remarks to them. So this kid has achieved everything through practicing on his own. He's probably more talented than Jinmu. Then he'll start reasoning like an adult and stop listening to the protagonist. In the end, he'll probably become a threat. He shouldn't have been trained in the first place. Jinmu should interfere with his training by keeping him busy with physical labor. And so, the Supreme Elder and the others paid him a visit, wanting to know how Jinmu was doing. Those bastards are going to rip him off again. Jinmu hid behind his mentor and asked why they were here. The Supreme Elder saw that this guy was upset that he couldn't visit him. The old man apologized and said he was busy. The protagonist didn't care about that. It would have been better if he hadn't shown up here at all. He wasn't happy about those damned thieves. The Supreme Elder had something to talk to Myung-jin about. Jinmu would also go with them. The protagonist asked why that was. Because the conversation concerns him too. Had they sniffed out about the gold that's in the bank? He hoped Cheon-woo didn't tell them everything. He couldn't find a place to sit. What was there to talk about that everyone had to get together to talk about it? But at the elders' meeting, they decided to rebuild the ruined Oryong Palace. Myung-jin obviously didn't expect to hear about the palace. It's exactly like that. Tears even appeared in his mentor's eyes. Myung-jin already thought that he wouldn't see him again in this life. Jinmu didn't understand what it was. What is it about this palace for the mentor that he is almost crying? Most likely, Jinmu doesn't know, so the Supreme Old Man is about to explain everything. There are 8 palaces in the Mutang. Jimo's main palace. Youngun is in charge of keeping the commandments. Zhongdong is in charge of medicine production. Oko is in charge of keeping track of weapons. And Wanghua is in charge of the inner workings. And Oryong is the guardian angel of the Mutang who was in charge of protection. Long before he became Dodong, during the Great War, Hyung Oja was the head of Oryong Palace, and Mayung Jin was his apprentice. This palace had a long history, but it was besieged to the ground by that vile Hyukrin Mugan. When that brat invaded the Mutang, Myongjin and the other disciples of Oryong became the Jiso to defend the palace. So why use such expressions? At that moment, Oryong's losses were too great, so they decided that it would be more proper to defend the Mutang altogether, rather than placing that burden on one particular palace. Therefore, the newly rebuilt Oryong Palace will keep the name, but will actually fulfill the role of Namam Palace. Therefore, the Supreme Elder offered Myungjin the position of the head of the palace. Myunghyun believed he could handle it. Perhaps it would suit him better. And the protagonist wondered what he was talking about. Still, Myungjin agreed to accept the offer. Of course, the financial situation doesn't allow him to start rebuilding the palace right now. But Myung-soon will try to cut costs. And with the money saved, it can be done in the next few years. The Supreme Elder told him to get well soon so that he can increase the number of his disciples in the future when he becomes the head of Oryong. Jinmu will have more work to do now. He would become a reliable leader to lead Mutang. After that, they left. Jinmu was so glad that they didn't come for his money. It was scary enough to make his heart drop in his heel. The mentor called the 3 of them over. He wanted to go somewhere with them. This is the Oryong Palace. Now he remembered the place he burned down. He knows it well. This palace has been Mutang's guardian for generations. If Oryong was the Zith of Mutang, then Namam was the sword of Mutang. Namam Palace. Mutang's strongest warriors were gathered there. It played an important role in resolving conflicts. Numerous battles related to Mutang, only these disciples in all of Mutang were allowed to kill. Jinmu is very good at martial arts, so he is perfect for Namam Palace. Now he understood the meaning behind those words. It wouldn't be so bad if he could kill at will. In the future, when this place is rebuilt, he will come out to Murim as a disciple of Oryong Palace and Mutang's sword. This guy will become the face and pride of Mutang. There will be a lot of work waiting for him from now on, so he must continue to work hard. Don't you old man mean to say that Jinmu will have to waste time on such nonsense? Cheon-woo and Cheon Sang-to owes him a lot of hard work too. Those thieves came to exploit them for free. He doesn't have enough time to train, and now they're also plotting to hang the Oryong Palace and the Mutang sword on him. We need the Supreme Elder to change his mind. Perhaps he should put on the mask and then chase. Cheon Sang wondered if the mentor took charge of this palace. Did that mean their teacher would have the right to become the head disciple? He immediately paid attention when he heard about that right. Generally, any responsible disciple with a lot of merit under their belt could become a head disciple. But according to tradition, a person from Namam becomes the head disciple. Jinmu asked if there was any right to the position of head disciple. The rascal must have liked the idea very much. With his talent, it's not so bad to dream of such a thing. If he wants to become the head apprentice, martial arts skills won't be enough. In every palace, there are those in charge who must fulfill their duties perfectly and accumulate merit. He must also have a good reputation among all the brothers. If he gets the recognition of all the elders, then the Supreme Elder will make the decision at the meeting. What did he just say? Doesn't the strongest apprentice become the head apprentice? Who does that? And he thought that since Jin-ho and Jin-hee had decided everything, he had the spot in his pocket. But to become the head disciple, you have to be the person in charge of your palace and do the proper work. It turns out, he hadn't taken a single step on the path to head disciple. Where did these rules even come from? What about the hard life he'd had so far? What about the money that's been taken away? Kept in a black body, taken everything, and now they're being told he can't qualify for the head disciple position. These bastards are clearly being bullied. If this rule is a prerequisite, the mentor should have told him right away. Stupid old man. And these two are no better. They told him about the prerequisites. So why didn't they say anything? He believed them. All those monks are just fucking liars. It was a letter from the head of the Wu family. He told his son that he had seen with his own eyes that Jinmu had reached Tang Ye's level. He made a secret agreement with him that if they helped him become the head disciple, he would make Jin-hee a supreme elder. He can't be rash and needs to team up with Jinmu. Jinhee reread this several times but still didn't understand anything. Someone who was a mere dodong just a year ago had already mastered Tangyi. This was simply impossible. That guy clearly used some kind of trick, eating meat and talking like a street peddler. A scumbag who besmirches the dignity of a novice. And this guy wants to make him Supreme Elder. Seems like a joke. He doesn't care about the secret agreement. If he kills this scumbag, everything goes back to the way it was. And there's nothing stopping him from doing it. Jinmu shouldn't even hope to win. Their fight isn't over yet. The 5 first-generation disciples have been given the responsibilities that keep Mutang running smoothly. And if you add in those who have traveled, there are only 7 of them. It will take several years to rebuild Oryung, and if someone else suddenly becomes the head disciple during that time, but so as soon as possible to rebuild Oryung, and then as the person in charge of the practical duties in the palace to accumulate achievements. And then he would have the opportunity to become the head disciple. The elders mentioned a couple of years to rebuild. But even a fool can see that it will take decades just to raise the money. He has to deal with these, I don't care how. And he can't use that gold left in the bank office either, even if the fate of the entire world depended on it. If Mutang takes away the money earned by blood and sweat again, no one can guarantee that the place of the chief apprentice will be taken by him. There was no other option at all. Suddenly he thought of those guys. He needs to go down to Takana for a while. So Jinmu says he needs to go down to Takana for a while, and asks him to get permission from the main palace. Myungjin asks if there's something wrong. Come to think of it, in order to go to Takana, he would probably have to report it to the head elder and others. What better excuse could he come up with? Now he finally recognizes his boy. He must be planning to have a drink with someone. And when Jinmu comes back, let him grab a bottle for his elderly mentor. What is this downcast monk even talking about? Myungjin replies that Jinmu doesn't actually need Jisoo's permission, so there's no need to worry. Even though the building isn't there yet, but he's given lip service to being the lord of Oryong Palace. And Jinmu is in charge of the practical duties. So all he needs now is the permission of his mentor. It seems that things aren't that bad. The boy informed the teacher that he would be back soon. Of all the things he needs, the only thing he needs is a sword. He'll make a quick trip there and back. The clouds are gathering. I wonder why his ears itch so much. Then the subordinate called out to the master. They came to the gambling house belonging to Sachok's organization. They found out that it was left unattended after the whole gang was beheaded, and their cash fund too. He was also surprised by the fact that no one had come to confiscate such a huge amount of money. There was more than 1 chest of silver coins in the various belongings, houses, and land deeds that were pledged through the gambling house. Moonhum praised him for his excellent work. The subordinate also found the secret money fund and the main trade guild, equivalent to 1 small chest of silver. Yemingju Night Pearl. Yeminju, a pearl that emits light in the darkness. A rare expensive item that is hard to see even in the Imperial Palace. In the future, when Jinhee becomes the Supreme Elder, it will come in handy in the fund to raise the clan. Moonhum wanted to see this pearl. It was in the chairman's office. There couldn't be a better one. He handed over a bag of coins, saying that when they carried all the money to the Wu family's residence, they could have a drink with their subordinates. Because of someone else's misfortune, he had a huge amount of money in his hands at the most opportune moment. In any case, the fall of Sachok's gang had only brought positive consequences. Lately, he felt that he was starting to slip downhill because of the scoundrel Jinmu. This guy should fulfill his promise that he would make Jinhee the Supreme Elder. How is he even going to pull this off? At that moment, he was greeted by the main character. It seems like the head of the Wu family has been living happily ever after. All this time, because he has such a happy face. Why is that bastard here? That man seems to be a great tactician. He managed to make so much money. You see, it's lucky. Jinmu has a favor to ask of him. The guy hoped this request wouldn't burden him too much. Moonhum asked what it was about. It's not really a big deal. It's just that he's going to rebuild the Oryong Palace in Mutang. So he offered to help the head of the family with some money. He's not asking for a huge sum. Just enough to completely rebuild the palace. He's not asking for much. This guy is really asking to cover the cost of rebuilding the palace of Oryong. It's a mountainous area, not a plain. It's all very expensive to rebuild an entire palace. Jinmu isn't some back alley thief. For a few coins, does he really think the protagonist wanted to drag his ass all the way out here? I mean, it was pretty clear this man had to pay for everything. Any thief is a far cry from this bastard. This Jinmu is really a novice. He can't be. He'd better not be an idiot to think twice. He's not investing his money for Jinmu, but for his son. Doesn't he have any idea what it means to the Mutang to rebuild Oryong with its history and traditions? Let's just imagine how everyone will feel about the fact that Jin Hai's family will cover the entire cost. The Wu family's name will be engraved on the outside of the building, on the pedestal too, and maybe even in the interior pillars. The name about the family will probably be on the eyes of many generations to come. One only has to guess what positive effect such an act will have. One can only imagine how the elders will look at Jin Hei, just how many times his reputation would increase compared to what it is right now. There is some truth in those words. But does the end justify the means? Jinmu said to look at it all in the long run. It's a profitable investment. Even if the protagonist becomes the head disciple, his son will become the supreme elder anyway. However, in the entire time, there had never been a time when a disciple who had not previously held the position of head disciple became the supreme elder. Jinmu replied that the man was talking too much. In that case, Jinmu even offered to write down the arrangement on paper and put signatures on it. This is exactly what is needed. Therefore, Moonhum asked to wait for a while. Oh, anyway, this bastard knows about the man's sins, so he will have to do what he says. Since Moonhum is in such a difficult position, it's worth getting the proof of the deal as well. A guarantee never hurts. Jinmu apologized after all. He had some shopping to do. The man thought about the fact that he could take as much as he wanted. Just have him put his stinking signature on the contract. Jinmu also mentioned that when he donated, it would be a good idea to have Moonhyum put in a good word for him. After all, to become a head disciple, he must also have a good reputation. Jinmu had, after all, helped clear his own name when there was trouble with the main trade guild with Gongsa Chok. Basically, the Wu family hadn't fallen thanks to the protagonist, so the guy hoped it wouldn't be a problem for him. Moonhyum had figured it out. Just a couple more lines to write. Just a little bit more. He has to stop by Cheonho Temple later. Jinwu will treat you to some delicious pheasant soup. After that, the guy said goodbye. At the same time, he finally finished writing the contract. And just as he was about to tell Jinmu to sign, he suddenly noticed that he had vanished. What a damn bastard. It had been a month since construction began with the money donated by the Wu family. The foundation was being laid in full swing, exactly where Oryong Palace would be re-erected. The mentor asked Jinmu to never forget the kindness of the head of the Wu family. Of course, how could he forget since he has a deal with him? Oh, and the base of the pillar will be engraved with the merit of the head of the Wu family. The mentor reported that they are in big trouble. The food of the temple is quite different from what the workers are used to. How can they be? After all, they won't be able to work fully because of the lack of carbohydrates of the fasting food. There's no need to worry because Jinmu told Cheon-woo to bring enough alcohol and meat. However, the weather still leaves a lot to be desired, so it's better for the teacher to go downstairs and stay here. He might catch a cold, right? Myung-jin refused. The columns of the Oryong Palace are rising out of the ground again, and the roof will soon be put on it. He must see this historic moment with his own eyes. But if that old man suddenly passes out, Jinmu alone will have to take the blame. To begin with, the guy needs to take a look at it. When the Oryong Palace is erected, there will be new disciples. Myung-jin tried to make a list of a few unique techniques worth teaching them. Therefore, Jinmu should go to the vault and find all the martial arts books there, according to this list. This old man wants the guy to bring the entire vault here. Suddenly, he noticed the mentor felt sick. He began to worry about him. Jinmu asked if he was all right. Is there something hurting him? Myung-jin had completely forgotten. The guy inquired as to what it was. He had forgotten about the golden tendan from the list, and the breath control technique. And a few sword-wielding techniques should also be added. How could one be so inattentive? Does he mean to say that there's more? That old man has clearly lost his mind. Myung-jin will run to the temple right now to make an additional list. And Jinmu to the vault. Now the guy's question is whether he's really sick. The energy of this kind of guy's energy is overflowing. Isn't his speed like a floating cloud? Did the construction really cheer the old man up that much? It's nice to see the mentor so enthusiastic. One even wondered if it was because of Doden's memories, or if it was all about his own mood. Perhaps he started to think like Doden. Or maybe he's changing himself. If he wasn't mistaken, Yungan Palace was in charge of the vault. Myung-kyung just couldn't believe that he needed all of this. Thank goodness he's not the only one who thinks the mentor has lost his mind. Anyway, even this old man, I think that's right. Is he really saying that he would easily give away so many martial arts books? Apparently, he's crazy too. He called Jin-hee to him. Jin-hee came to him and asked why his mentor called him. Myung-kyung said, "Go with Jinmu to the vault and help sort it all out." He gave the protagonist an evil look, telling him to follow him. One could tell from one look that he was still hostile. Basically, what could be expected from a scumbag who was willing to kill his clan brother for the head disciple's position? Of course, Jinmu had anticipated that things would not go so smoothly. However, things would be much simpler if it came to him. At least for now, they are trying to be nice to him. Mutang's vault is located in a rocky gorge. Therefore, only those who are connected to the Yongyong Palace can find their way there. And since the path runs along the precipitous impregnation, there is no need to guard it. A blessed place where there are no guards. If someone dies here, no one will probably know about it. He could feel it. That murderous energy tells me it's about to get hot in here. The husband asked why he was glaring at him like that. Did he have a crush on his beautiful ass? It's just ridiculous to hear about this guy owning a tangi. Among the first-generation disciples, only 2 have reached this level. The elder brother from Wujin Palace, Jin Kun, and the older brother of Jin Min who is currently wandering around. Jim Hei has seen their abilities, so he knows everything. A brat like this Jin Mu is simply unable to achieve such skill. And the story of him defeating Jin Ho is also questionable. And if he even managed to fool Jin Hek's father, there's only one conclusion. He must be using magic to trick people. And isn't he ashamed to call himself a novice after that? In response to this, Jin Mu only laughed. After thinking so hard about everything that had happened, what he had just given out was the only thing that came to his mind. It's really funny. If he can't do it himself, then others can't do it either. How silly. He demanded that the asshole show respect for his elder. That's ridiculous. Did that bastard really think that Jin Mu would call the person who tried to kill him his elder brother? He's not very decent himself. He's so easy to read like an open book. It would be better for him to admit that he had the thought in his mind to finish Jinmu off right here, where there are no eyes to see. And then say that Jinmu tripped and fell. And as if that would be the end of it. And to make it look more believable, he'll add his tearful acting. But when he does attack the main character, he's going to go down himself. So he had better think hard first. If he crosses the line, then despite the secret deal with his father, Jin Hai will still die. The head of the Wu family is trying his best. Does this guy really prefer to die before taking a seat in the Supreme Elder? Why did he feel trembling? It felt as if his heart was covered in ice. Has he really gotten scared? He just can't believe he got scared because of that bastard. He spits on the hierarchy. He's eating meat out of his mouth. A despicable guy who degrades the dignity of monks with his words and actions. More like a gang leader. A scoundrel who disrupts the order. How could he be afraid of the sight and voice of such a freak? It can't be. It's some kind of witchcraft. Some kind of gypsy tricks. Jin Mu is trained in dark magic, but Jin Hai is definitely not his strong suit. In his opinion, it would be better for the Musang to let a bastard like this guy die here. After which he attacked Jin Mu. In the end, he still decided to choose this path after all. Damn idiot. Sword energy. This is using the energy embedded in the sword. But you can use this technique without a weapon. If you put it into your fist, the technique becomes called energy in your fist. He shouted for the bastard to prepare for death. The protagonist had no trouble silently accepting and dodging those blows. He just dodged and didn't attack back. After which he jumped back. Jin-hei followed behind him, Jin-hei asked. And what was the meaning of this? Why is it that someone who has reached the Tangi level just dodges blows? Apparently that is his true skill. But right now he won't be able to escape from fate. Jin-hei used Muyang Shin Nasu. Muyang Shin Nasu is a fighting technique whose key aspect is speed. The attacker's movements are so fast that not even a shadow can fall. He won't be able to constantly dodge on a narrow bridge that's rotten in places. He would just grab this guy and throw him into the abyss. At that moment, Jinmu disappeared. He didn't notice at all once this guy managed to disappear. How could one be so slow using the Muyang Shin Nasu technique? Jinmu almost fell asleep from boredom. The protagonist asked if he had only recently mastered it. When did he just manage to dodge it? Oh, and besides, he's leaning on the rock with one foot as if he's standing on a horizontal surface. That bastard's using his witchcraft again. If that asshole doesn't know how to do it, then it's all about witchcraft. He must be offended since it's one of Mutang's techniques. The two of them take a swing at each other. But of course, Jinmu had a different goal in mind. He had planned to hit specific points from the beginning, not just attack. Because of the blocked bloodstreams, Jin. He couldn't move properly now. After which he grabbed the guy by the hair. Jinny realized that he was finished. He demanded that the bastard let him go. This bastard was no different than a thug. And just when he wanted to say something else, Jinmu slapped him on the cheek. What a crazy idiot. His husband gave him another chance and he still tried to kill him. Such a bum should have bowed at Jinmu's feet for deciding to make him Supreme Elder. Now he's just worthless trash. It should be finished, since it was just as he wanted it to be. Today, the first generation Jinhee disciple stumbled. A very cheesy ending for a guy who claimed to be a Supreme Elder. Too weird. The dodong that Uncle Myungjin took in was an innocent child. But right now it felt like a completely different person was standing in front of him. Since when the hell did this Jinmu have that look in his eyes? It's as if his eyes are saying that it wouldn't cost him anything to kill a person. Jinmo said goodbye to him. He asked for mercy. He will be loyal to this man. The guy asked for another chance. It was better for him to shut up and just die. Jinhee shouted that he could ask for whatever he wanted. He would do anything that was within his power. Jinmu won't be disappointed in him anymore. He will give up the head disciple seat and the Supreme Elder seat. He cried and begged for mercy. After thinking for a few seconds, the guy only smiled and agreed to it. After which, he threw Jinhee over to the bridge, and then the main character unblocked his bloodstreams, so now he could move. Jinhee thanked him. He really almost died. He immediately reacted as Jinmu called out to him. This is the last chance. And if he pulls something like this again, Jinmu will not only kill him, but also his dear dad. So they better watch their actions. He immediately started nodding, saying that he was very clear about everything. After which, Jinmu kicked to stop him from walking any further. How unfortunate. He became part of the Mutang at the age of 15. After recognizing the ability, he was given a name under the temple. At 25, he became a first-generation disciple of mentor Myungkyung. And now in his 30s, he, who had realized Hyungi and became one of the best Mutang disciples, had a bright future ahead of him, losing to the one who had been a dodong only a year ago. From now on, he would have to obey Jinmu unconditionally. What a cruel fate. What kind of Jin he managed to tangle with that vile bastard in the first place? Jinmu asked if he was going to move his buns more actively. Maybe he should get some help with that. Jinhee asked for clemency again. His life was ruined. Mutang's warehouse. The book list is really big. It'll take at least a month to copy. The people in charge of the Yuan Gong vault. He also asked why Jinhee was looking like that. He looks a little too shabby today. Jinmu explained that the report Big Brother didn't fall into the abyss, but he managed to save him. But the thing is, he only managed to grab Jinhee by his hair. That's the kind of thing that happened. The old man only laughed when he heard him say that Jinhee was unbroken. Ungong noticed that this kid was laughing just like the sneaky Sapa scum. After that, it was as if he decided to check him out. What is that old man doing? That gleam from his eyes. It seemed as if the body had been pierced through. The power in his body is definitely Mutang's Dao energy. This is definitely strange. Did something happen while he was gone? In any case, they can be free. When the old man finished, he would contact them. After which, they bid farewell to the elder. Ungong. The character. Is the character they use now in the Mutang generations. If he is called an elder, it means he is not a disciple who received a temple name. Jinmu didn't know what it was exactly, but there was definitely something about that old man. He just hoped that he didn't interfere in any way with the protagonist's plans. The reconstruction of the Oryong Palace had begun, and there was a big change in his life as the person in charge of it. In order to participate in the meetings of the first-generation disciples, one had to show up at Jinso's palace every day to bow. A reply came from Jin-kun's older brother that he had traveled to Takana. Jinso. It seems there was a dispute between the guilds over the right to use the channel. Therefore, Jin-kun asked the Supreme Elder to send disciples. The right to use the channel. Isn't this the guild's most pressing issue? It really is. The waterway to Takani, the guild's main transportation place, is safe while patrol ships are moving. But lately, this lawless neighborhood has been swarming with brigands. So, the guilds determine the usage and set the scene every year. This is what is called the right to use the canal. It's a life-threatening issue, so the guilds put everything on the line just to protect this right. Hurry up and let it be over already, because this matter doesn't concern Jinmu at all. Jinho thought it was strange. The brigands take away the guild's goods, sometimes even killing people. So making an alliance with Munpa would be natural to deal with this problem. But usually such problems should be solved by the guilds together, after a general meeting. But if Munpa gets involved here, Wouldn't that hit Mutang's reputation? That's usually what happens, but they don't seem to be able to agree amongst themselves. The place where there was a conflict with the Ilhae guild that they had a relationship with is the Isan guild. Why do he feels like they will continue to refuse to unite? Isan isn't it the guild that is one of the top 3 most huge guilds in Takana? So why are they doing this? Jinseo requested that Jinhee share his thoughts on this matter as well. Doesn't he know best about what's going on in Takana? Jinmu also wanted to hear what his older brother had to say about the issue. Oh mentally requested that he make this boring meeting end quickly. The Isan guild will never negotiate, because the Zhu family is behind it. Wasn't it because of Jinmu's efforts last time that the tragedies didn't repair the relationship with Mutang? Basically, if Mutang receives less donations than the Zhu family, then small companies have nothing to do but turn to Mutang. This over time, the Zhu family felt that their influence was shaken. Therefore, the influential giant Il-sung took the lead, which leads to the bankruptcy of Il-haya's small company. The main point is to show the consequences of if they turn their backs on Zhu. This conflict between the guilds is just the tip of the iceberg, although a pretty effective way to avoid Moonpie being brought to the forefront. If this continues, one of 2 things will happen to the Ilhae guild. Either it will be wiped out by the pirates, or it won't be able to handle the competition. If that happens, the guilds will once again turn their backs on Mutang and rejoin the Zhu family. Jin Seo asked how that was possible, and what should they do now? There was only one option left. Mutang would accompany Ilhee's guild according to his schedule, and then defeat the pirates overwhelmingly. The senior level should never interfere. Disciples should go, but at the same time, a large number of people should not be allowed. If the plan succeeds, then there will be a great opportunity to showcase Mutang's great power, his fearlessness in front of some pathetic brigands. And then the hearts of the guilds will turn to them. And there is only one man who can be trusted with such an important task. He is the sword of Mutang, and in charge of the Oryong Palace, Jinmu. Jinmu didn't understand at all what the strange atmosphere was. Could it be that this bastard had taken up his old ways? Ilhi Guild. Why only one? Jin-kun had clearly said the importance of this matter, so as many people as possible should be sent. So why did he come alone, and only bring 7 second-generation disciples with him? Did this man think that it was his own decision? He didn't want to get involved in something like this at all. The second-generation disciples are also coming along, and they're of no use to him. It's like they made him a mama duck with little kids, and he seriously thinks that Jinmu himself is happy to appear like this. All because of stupid bastards Jinhee and Jinho. Gotta go Jinmu, because only he can defeat the pirates with the minimum number of people. Mutang's honor is at stake. What is there to think about? Since Jinmu is the sword of Mutang, he is the one who should solve this problem. The Supreme Elder asked if they really thought so. Jinmu said no. If it wasn't for these 2 who managed to convince the mentor and elders, nothing would have happened. When he returned to Mount Mutang, he would shake the hell out of them. Ilhae Guild head, Kang Yu. They were so hopeful and trusted Mutang again. But he doesn't care about the guild at all. What's that asshole doing here? He heard that novice Jinmu is highly regarded in Mutang, but it seems like they're going to run into pirates, and there's no one who doesn't know that the Zhu family is behind the Isan Guild. Even if Kan Yu announces the recruitment of warriors, who would even agree to support Mutang? Jin-kun told the head that he would be going too, so he asked him to calm down. Are they really trying to bring the white knees to the white knees on purpose? This person annoys him more than Jinhee. Alternatively, he could send a message to Mutang again. Only the schedule would have to be altered a bit. Jinmu intervened, saying that there would be no change in the schedule. The guild members with goods would depart tomorrow as scheduled. Accompanying them would be himself and 7 second-generation disciples. After all, this is his direct duty as the person in charge of the Oryong Palace and the Mutang Sword Palace. If there was a problem due to elder brother's interference, Jinmu would have to report it. That would be the end of it. Jin-kun didn't realize what he had just said in the first place. How dare this little brat call himself a sword? Jin-kun asked that the guild leader leave them alone for a while. He explained to Jinmu's younger brother that he was here as the person in charge of Wujin Palace, that he was in charge of the external cooperation of the Mutang and trade guilds. When it comes to asking for help from the Takana Guild, only a first-generation apprentice who is best known in trade circles can provide assistance. The Takana pirates are a huge gang that proudly lends their name to Sape-cheon. They have all been left by them that have come hard fighting and experienced every possible hardship. They are much stronger than those brigands and gangs from the nooks and crannies that Jinmu has seen before. Even with Jin-kun's support, it would probably not be possible to deal with them. And Jinmu had taken to empty talk, calling himself a sword to satisfy his pride. Mutang's sword, the pride of Mutang as the rightful clan of Murim. And all the monks who have kept the foundations of Taoism for thousands of years, so this name has a special weight. People said that in the past, because of Seipichong's attack, Mutang had to stop all outside activities. Because Mutang's sword was broken. Reviving the broken sword of Mutang is much more important and difficult than the vanity fun of one person like Jinmu. He must be held accountable for daring to say such a thing in front of outsiders. Jin-kun has confidence in him, so he won't help. But if he fails the mission, his life, Master Myung-jin's life, and even the rebuilding of the Oryang Palace will not be safe. After all, this is the rule that all those who call themselves Sword of Mutang must follow. What rule? How dare he even dare to treat his mentor's life so unsparingly because of some stupid task? He could do as he wished. But still, Jinmu was curious to see what Big Brother would do if everything went smoothly. Big Brother let his words pass his ears and dared to threaten the life of the mentor. Would he have the guts to kneel down in front of Jinmu to bow his head and earnestly beg for forgiveness? It wouldn't be that difficult. These words made him even more furious. Jin-kun wanted to be nice, but this bastard apparently still hadn't realized anything yet. How dare he compare a matter on which Mutang's fate depended to the life and dignity of one? It seems I'll have to teach him some sense after all. What does the world say about Jin-kun? He is a first-generation disciple that has reached the Tangi level. He is the main president to replace the next generation's supreme elder. The boy used Mutang's smashing blows. The main character's disciples were of course worried about their master. How reckless that was. A terribly illiterate attack. It felt like his opponents were just a wild swing. This should be enough. Jinmu used a water typhoon. Thanks to this attack, he was able to repel the smashing blow. The other disciples were shocked, for Jin-kun's brother's striking strike was repelled. After which, Jinmu also attacked him. Jin-kun managed to dodge and then counterattacked. And now the students were shocked that he was able to defeat Jinmu's teacher. Of course, Cheon-sang didn't think so. It wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance. Moments before brother Jin-kun kicked his leg, teacher Jinmu blocked it with his elbow. The strongest bone in the body was considered to be the elbow bone. Despite no amount of training, the toes would not be able to withstand a collision with the elbow. After that, they bounced away from each other. It's amazing. This guy easily repelled the attack of someone who had reached the Tangi level. And he has a skillful response in a series of hand-to-hand combat. Does he really have such a superior skill that he can rightfully call himself a sword Mutang? Looks like Jin-kun is in serious trouble. Now the man had made sure of his abilities. Therefore, he would show Jinmu what was called a real fight. He couldn't miss such an opportunity to learn about his younger brother's skills. He was struck by some familiar feeling. This was definitely it. And it happened when he came to Mutang in his old body. It reminded him of Myungjin attacking the protagonist while defending Jisoo's palace. A true warrior. Perhaps an older brother. He even likes it a bit. Jinmu will do as he wishes. The two of them became into fighting stances. In that case, Jin-kun will begin. Jinmu couldn't hold back either. And as soon as Jin-kun only tried to strike, everything in front of his eyes faded away. He had already woken up, all battered and bandaged up. What a relief that he had come to his senses. He'd been hit so hard they were already scared. They even thought his soul had gone to heaven. Since the middle of the fight, he couldn't remember anything. How many punches he even received from this guy. Teacher Jinmu advanced with the merchant group at dawn. Jin-kun couldn't believe that he had lain here for a whole day. It had been quite a long time since he had been hit so hard. What is there is there. He didn't even think that the Mutang had another praised talent like himself. Now he didn't even have anything to worry about. Not him, not the guild, and not even Mutang. If this is the guy, he'll defeat the pirates single-handedly and revive Mutang's broken sword. The weather today is marvelous, and that refreshingly light breeze. It's just like I ordered. All the kids loved watching the teacher. Pirates could show up at any moment. How could anyone be so careless, as if they were the leader of some gang? Master Jin-kun said he would accompany them, but he never showed up. He seemed to be a monk who always adhered to formalities. He shouldn't have renewed his relationship with Mutang. What was he thinking? It was his biggest mistake. Jinmu asked Cheon-san where they were. They are approaching the Western Gorge. They had left the area that was under the protection of the Takana administration. In other words, they could now be attacked by pirates at any moment. In the vicinity of Takana, bandits who call themselves the Shrouding Sky and Water are rampaging around. Their leader, the ruthless Dunuktong, is said to tear the back of every opponent. The nickname Ruthless also comes from his viciousness. It had been a long time since he had seen the Sapa elite. However, he must sacrifice them for the sake of becoming the head disciple. If Jinmu caught and dealt with the guys who operate under the aegis of Sapa, rather than the simple bandits of the nooks and crannies, he was sure that his reputation would be greatly enhanced. Jinmu would definitely punish the pirates, while earning another achievement that would bring him closer to the head disciple position. He demanded that those sappy bastards come out faster. Cheon-woo asked his brother if something good happened to the teacher. Everyone is so stressed out and he's acting a little out of character. Is their teacher an ordinary person? Cheon-sang was sure that he had a plan. This is the first battle where he will be able to use the technique of released energy that he learned under his teacher's guidance. Pirates and brigands are just useless trash that ruined his family and everyone else in the village. Thanks to the kindness of his mentor, he managed to get into the Mutang and become an apprentice. The reason he strove harder than ever to master the martial arts was revenge. How long he had waited for this day, so that the families and villagers that died violent deaths would no longer wander the netherworld without knowing peace. He would destroy them all. Jinmu asked Cheon-sang what that look was. Cheon-woo was also bothered by his brother's murderous energy. He thought back to Cheon-sang's family. If Cheon-sang intends to fight hard, Jinmu will not stop. The protagonist said to look around carefully. Cheon-sang asked if the enemies are already here. Of course they aren't. Jinmu just thinks this is a great place for an ambush. This is where the Western Gorge begins. The path ahead is hidden behind a rock, so it's easy to hide the ship here. It's common for pirates to appear unexpectedly during a carefree voyage. So now, we must be prepared for an unexpected attack. Everything happened just as the protagonist thought. How did they even dare to cross this gorge without getting the consent of the heads of the overshadowing sky and water? They are too stupid. Therefore, they had better prepare to die. How the protagonist had long wanted to hear those Sapa motives. A balm to the soul. Kang Yu realized that they were finished. It's all gone. He would be in their clutches now. He asked his novice to do something instead of just standing there. Just as he thought. He should never have made an alliance with Mutang. Nothing else to do but defend his guild himself. He placed the box in front of him. Kang Yu from Il-hee's guild greeted the hero Kang Sang. Due to the rush, he hadn't been able to get permission in time, but he had prepared a small compensation. He hoped that his sincerity would be appreciated. As the guild leader, he knows the tradition well. In that case, he would soon clear the passage. Suddenly, he heard the words "to hell with this tradition." He's talking the ravings of a madman here. It was Jinmu. Kang Yue thought he was already a crazy asshole novice. Kang Yu mentioned that he had already almost settled the swimming problem, so there was no need to escalate. He turned to the freak, talking about listening carefully. What is this bastard novice even talking about right now? In the name of the Mutang sword, he wouldn't forgive them. Thanks to this madman, he was definitely finished now. The pirates didn't understand what he was saying at all. He seemed to have completely lost his mind. Instead of letting them pass, it would be better to just wring their necks. Jinmu told Cheon-sang to go to the left, and Cheon-woo on the right. He'll take the center. Then he shouted for everyone to attack. The disciples immediately attacked the pirates. What kind of monks attack without warning? There's nothing to worry about. There are only a few novices here, and they have several dozen people. It's not easy to see such swordsmanship. Where is it seen that monks are so violent? After which he heard another shout. It was the pirate who was being beaten by Cheon-woo who was screaming. Those damn bastards, the man shouted, stopping them. We need to hurry to the main line, to their ships. The main character stepped onto the ship, asking where they were going already. Didn't anyone hear? Jinmu had said the center wouldn't just leave. What the hell is this? The distance between the guild's merchant ships and the pirate ship is 15 meters. That's a distance that can't be covered in one jump. How could you even do that? It's a legendary technique, hovering over the water. But it's simply impossible. The technique is not easy even for a man who has reached Tanga's level. That's why a 25-year-old novice couldn't even master it. What a shameless monk. How dare he enter the deck of the main ship without permission? It's kind of boring to get permission. Doesn't he have a big phrase in him? Cheeky bastard. He would make sure that this praying man who had nothing to do with monks would not be able to be rude to anyone anymore. The captain has ordered his subordinates to kill him. There's no need to worry about the flanks. On one hand, Cheon-sang, who has reached Hyungi's level. On the other hand, Cheon-woo and his impeccable fist technique. That's quite enough. In that case, it remains for him to focus on the center. Using his strength, he made it so that he could tilt the ship. Just as they were about to realize what the freak was doing, they suddenly lost their balance. The ship tilted. Then it jumped upwards. Because the ship tilted, the subordinates lost their footing. And he took advantage of the moment to jump when the ship was returning to its original position. There was simply no need for Jinmu to waste his strength on small bipeds. He wanted to get to Dunaktong. However, this blow was repelled by the subordinate captain. The boy acts stubbornly like those who belong with Sapa. How dare he even dare to point his sword at the leader? As long as they remain the elite of the overshadowing sky and water, they will protect the captain. Jin husband asked, wondering if that was his name. The elite of the overshadowing sky and water. She told him to just shut up. Foolish novice. His bravery may be commendable, but coming here alone was a big mistake. He would just kill him and let him go down with the Ilhi Guild ships. Jinmu wanted to do away with Dunaktong quickly, and another annoying fly loomed on the horizon. Why did he even insist on doing this? And they dare say they want to kill the protagonist. They don't even have the strength to give him a proper punch. Assholes who can't even live up to their status and live by talking. He'll be over them in no time. It might take a little longer than those idiots in the nooks and crannies, but as a teacher, there was no way he'd fall flat on his face. He immediately noticed the released energy. In addition, he is also a teacher. But this novice is only about 25 years old. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even have time to do anything before he was slapped in the face. The others began to worry about their brother. Therefore, they also joined the fight. However, their weapons made contact. They weren't even able to hit Jinmu. After which, he landed on their weapons and hit another man on the head. Once again, the same opponent was also hit by him with his fist. Thanks to this, he had already dealt with 2 people. In a moment, he immediately disappeared. It was unexpected for them. And after that, the protagonist also attacked them from the back. He didn't even use the released energy. He tore to shreds the elites, obscuring the sky and water like a floor cloth, using only hand-to-hand combat techniques. Who the hell is this guy? That bastard looks like he's begging to kill himself like that. They'll see who comes out victorious in this fight. This should have happened much sooner. Jinmu didn't even know that they can't fight at all. So what should we do? Where would the Sapa guys even come in handy if they were too right? One had to use this scum as bait to attack unexpectedly, or to piss off the enemy and then throw killer energy afterwards. Alternatively, he could have teamed up with them to attack together. They're not Chanpa. That's why it's normal for these pirates to pretend. The inglorious exploits of the Sapa bastard. He didn't want to hear this nonsense anymore. Let that kid just die already. He attracts attention with a powerful first strike, soaring vertically. Crucifixion technique. And while he's blocking it, a second horizontal slash to the back. He's gonna show this guy why they call him the ruthless Dunaktong. And the protagonist only wanted to cut this technique. The man rejoiced, for this stupid bastard had gotten caught. However, Jinmu jumped out from underneath Togo's strike, and was already preparing to deliver a strike of his own. It was such a powerful punch that it knocked the man back, destroying the ship. Jin-kun was worried that there was still no tidings. It had already been 3 days since they had left this place. The junior disciples also hoped that teacher Jinmu wouldn't be affected by the pirate attack. This was his mistake. Jin-kun should have immediately gone after him as soon as he woke up again. It seemed to him that if Jinmu defeated the pirates threatening the guild with only 7 second-generation disciples, the victory would cause a stir and elevate Mutang's name. He acted like a monk blinded by profit, and because of that, he decided to sacrifice his talented younger brother. Jin-kun is too stupid. What an idiot. He mentally asked for Jinmu to come back alive and unharmed. He can't wait any longer. Jin-kun ordered a carrier pigeon to be sent to Mutang. We need to organize a rescue party as soon as possible. Suddenly, the senior master of the Ju family from Takana, Ju Kalgak, arrived, and the deputy guild master of the Yi-sung Guild, Du Oki. Kalgak noticed Master Jin-kun's blue dragon heavenly sword. He heard that the master had come down from Takana Temple, but he was so busy because of the business that had piled up. So he greets him a little late. And this is where the Ju family had already arrived. It seems the Il-Hai Guild ship still hasn't returned. What a misfortune, that makes one worry a lot. Jin-kun thanked him for his concern. There was rumored to be a dispute over the right to use the waterway, and the deputy said he'd make some concessions. OKG apologized. They bought the right of use in a hurry. However, Il-Hai Guild made a different choice. But who would have thought they would take such a risk and go to the capital? It's all lies. After Jinmu and his crew set sail, Jin-kun was at the crossing every day. In all this time, he had never once seen a single Yi-sung Guild ship leave the wharf. Kalbgak had heard that Dunaktong was a very bloodthirsty and inhuman scoundrel. That's a shame. He's known for chopping people in half. So why didn't he just wait his turn and sail out of the harbor? He speaks without an ounce of sympathy. Jin-kun had no doubt that they had come to embarrass the Mutang in front of other people. Bastards who don't know the concept of shame. Everyone knows very well that the Ju family is behind the Yi Sung Guild, which is constantly interfering with the Il-hae Guild. And this show is just to make the other two guilds who also made an alliance with Mutang think about the fact that they might get hurt, just like Il-hae. And they also dare to pretend to be concerned about what's going on. Jin-kun's blood runs cold in his veins at what might have happened to his youngest. Kalgak will gladly lend his support if they need help. Didn't they all belong to an alliance of united political forces? Jin-kun thanked again for showing concern. But Mutang has the strength to deal with the situation, so he would just accept the sincere words. It was a pity, but if the man suddenly changed his mind, he could appeal at any time. The strong warriors that the Ju family prides them on are always at the ready. What a simpleton, clinging to his pride to the end. He was about to leave. Suddenly, the apprentice announced that they had arrived. A message has arrived from the Il-hae Guild. The merchant ship that Jinmu had set sail on had reached its destination safely. Jinmu. He is alive, invincible, and unstoppable. He, along with his disciples, managed to escort the merchant ship safely to Jeonju. And that wasn't all. It says here that Mutang's disciples were able to arrest Dunaktong. They received a decent reward from the Jeonju administration. Kalgak asked how dare he talk such nonsense here. However, the disciple mentioned that the message said in black and white that Dunaktong and the 30 pirates were caught alive. He just couldn't believe that this lousy guy had all done such a great deed. Jin-kun, after all, just wanted Jinmu to stay alive. But how could a guy who broke so many rules be able to elevate Mutang's name like that? At first, it seemed like Jinmu self-proclaiming himself as a sword Mutang was just pulling another arrogant childish prank. But he was really good at it. He just couldn't believe the nonsense that those pathetic people had taken over Dunaktong. Jin-kun asked, causing the expression on the Ju family's eldest lord's face to become so gloomy. Was it that he wasn't happy that Jinmu's Mutang pride had captured Dunaktong? Kalgak began to deny those words. In any case, Jin-kun didn't really need his answer. His younger brother Jinmu is still young and enthusiastic. It seems like he just couldn't stand to silently watch pirates terrorize trading companies. What a guy. He's unbelievable. Taking only 7 second-generation disciples with him, he managed to capture Dunaktong. How can someone who calls himself a monk be so reckless? The others also heard that they were able to straighten out Dunaktong's pirate gang with 8 people. They say they were novices from Mutang, and they even heard that the Ju family had tried to capture Dunaktong more than once, but all were unsuccessful. What a pity that they would send such weak warriors to do such a thing. Even Jin-kun's younger brother managed to pull it off. The Ju family didn't seem to be too worried about the difficulties in running commercial affairs in Takan. Since Jin-kun still has a lot of business to do, he decided to be the first to leave. Oh, those guys. Jin-kun had thought that they would handle everything without much trouble, but who knew that the message would take so long to arrive? When Jinmu came back, he would have to give him a good reprimand. His body was shaking with unspoken anger. He called Il-sung over to him. Kalgak ordered her to immediately send her carrier pigeon to Jeonju and make sure if it was all true. The residence of the Ju family. Jin-kun dared that man to laugh in front of everyone. Damn bastard. The plan was perfect. He forced Yi Sung Guild to take away the right to use the water canals that Il-hae Guild owned, and ordered Takana's trading companies to make sure no one bought goods from Il-hae. But they decided to go up into the mountains to avoid losing money and ask Mutang for help. And Mutang would face 2 problems during the escort. If they sent elder warriors to protect them from the pirates, they would be laughed at. The second option was the complete downfall of the Mutang, if they turned to the Ju family for help. Because they wouldn't be able to handle the guild's proper security, but it wasn't enough for them to reach their destination safely. They also decided to capture the pirates. And with only 1 first-generation apprentice and 7 second-generation apprentices, it seems that this time the beautiful older brother, Kalgun, is not doing so well. He's always being compared to his peer, Monk Jin-kun, and not just in martial arts. But he's always shown disdain for Jin-kun. Father isn't the only one worried about it. Just when he wanted to ask why his older brother was getting involved where he wasn't asked, he suddenly had to dodge a flung object. Kalgak warned that if he didn't get out of here immediately, he wouldn't miss next time. You can tell by the way he's looking at it that there was some kind of problem. In that case, Kalgun has to deflect. However, he won the verbal altercation. Il-sung entered the older master's room. He found out that what he had said earlier was the truth. After the monks repelled the pirates' attack, they captured them. So he's saying that some Mutang scum with milk on his lips could have done it. But Dunaktong said something strange. It's possible that a first-generation disciple of Jinmu is a Tangi-level master. This is so crazy. Looks like the Sapa gang leader has finally lost his mind in the face of death. Don't they like to increase the skills of their opponents? He noticed that his subordinate was silent. Kalgak wondered if he had fallen for his words. If the report was to be believed, he had self-proclaimed himself a Mutang sword. It's almost gone now. But the young master clearly knows what it means to be the sword of Mutanga. The subordinate thought it would not be unreasonable to verify this information. Come to think of it, it was Jinmu who had caused all the trouble lately. The flawless plan failed because he didn't find out everything about this jerk properly. A 20-year-old warrior who had reached the Tongi level. A unique case. Something like this could attract the center's attention right away. The buds must be cut off before they open. Now he needs to meet with the Amcheon squad leader. Il-sung thought it was overkill. Isn't he under the personal command of the head of the Jew family? If the squad starts to act, everything will be known to the head of the family. But this measure will solve the problem. If Jinmu is really a Mutang sword, then it's not overkill at all. Kalgak is only going to arrange a small test. In that case, he will call the squad leader Amcheon. The next day, Il-higiled. Cheon-san said that Jinmu had dealt with 5 freaks at once with one blow. Cheon-sang thought he was going to die of excitement. He jumped up and raised his sword like that, and then bang. Their teacher was a ray of light in Mutang. Even the pirates themselves were no match for him. He mentally praised Cheon-sang. The protagonist remembered if that Jin-kun guy had forgotten about their arrangement. He should have kneeled down in front of him and apologized, right? The bastard who can't take responsibility for his words, only bragging about his body. And it was Jinmu who did all the dirty work. So why is it because of Jin-kun? Jin-kun noticed his younger brother's stare. He seemed to be upset because his older brother didn't praise him out loud. Jin-kun wished he could do that. But a lot of attention is not good. Arrogance is never a good thing. It was the older brother's duty to make sure the younger one didn't stray from the true path. He mentally asked not to upset his dear younger brother, whom he was very proud of. Jinmu didn't understand why that infuriating bastard suddenly started to smile like that. What good could it ever do to elevate the status of these asshole monks? Takana suburb. Of course he guessed that drinking with monks was a boring affair. But he couldn't stand the continuation of such a banquet. It's too monotonous. He would rather admire this beautiful view together with a drink. After which the guy looked at his hand. The fighting method of that unknown old man who attacked them in Muol. It would be good to try it on the head of Mutang. Perhaps he could use it sometime in the future. Mutang's apprentice. At the time of the death of his previous body, he was saved by the herb of eternal life. It has been a long time since suddenly awakening in Mutang and becoming a disciple. It was beyond his power to find out what mistake the Reaper of Death had made. But that doesn't really matter now. If one were to omit the lack of being able to use some combat techniques, then living in this business isn't so bad. At least here one doesn't have to burden one's head with pesky thoughts. One must take care of the position of chief apprentice. Earn achievements and increase your reputation, as well as educate other disciples. Why is there so much to do? What is it that made him so terribly angry all of a sudden? He needs to take a deep breath. But right now, he is only 20 years old. He would first become a master apprentice. Then, after mastering the dual energy technique, he would be able to bring back his Dark Dragon martial art. And then, he could take over all of Mutang. But isn't getting his hands on just one clan too small? He is now a resurrected Hukran Mugan, and remembers well the days when he was absolute lord. You would be a waste of time to dwell only on Mutang. It's not so bad to clean up all of Mutang, but it would be even better to get more Sepachong. He can get back all the money he didn't have time to spend in his previous life. And Hyan's new concubine, too. In any case, Sapa was the best place where the strongest guys gathered. After he developed his strength, it would be possible to control both Mutang and Sapa. Why didn't he think of that before? He just needs to get his hands on everything. But first he has to deal with one pesky bug. The bottle hit the wall where the man was. Jinmu asked how long he was going to chase him. The protagonist asked if he had something to say to him. Who was the man, and did he really know Jinmu? However, the stranger claimed that this was the first time he was seeing him. At that time, Jinmu didn't understand why on earth he was following him. The man claimed that it wasn't true. The protagonist advised him to stop being an idiot if he cared about his life. First the passerby, then the drunk. Now it's armor. He had been watching ever since Jinmu left Il-Hai's guild, just changing his appearance. The protagonist wondered who his customer was and why this guy was watching him. He has a sharp eye. His appearance immediately changed. Jinmu immediately recognized the professional. He's carrying around several masks. This makes it more difficult. He was only going to check this monk's level and return as he should. However, not only did Jinmu notice him, the best disguise warrior reflection Amcheon. What was it about purest energy that spread everywhere anyway? This guy clearly wouldn't let him escape. It came out just as he expected. This bastard's got Tanga levels. Just from those words, Jinmu realized that this man was here to test his level. It's quite interesting. We need to find out who gave him the order. At first, Jinmu just thought of killing him, but now we'll have to ask him a couple questions. Let him come willingly. Well, he probably won't answer even if Jinmu just asks. Therefore, it would be worth beating him up first. Suddenly, he heard some noise. The man turned around to see what the noise was. The other man, however, asked if he should check it out. He felt some unusual pulse, even though he was quite far away. The man ordered the boys to investigate further. Not the slightest mistake could be made. The others, however, called him Senior Bi-hyung. Bi-hyung ordered Il-Wei to go with him to where the rumble was coming from. And who could even make such a noise in the middle of the night? He recognized those clothes immediately. Mutang clan. Jinmu saw that this man knew how to use the flight combat technique. Not bad. He dodges attacks. So let him try to deal with this one as well. And even from this strike, he was able to dodge it. Judging from the clothing and fighting technique, it's a Mutang apprentice. Why is she damaging private homes? They were curious to find out. But that monk's martial art is quite unusual. And if you look at it that way, that monk's martial arts level is quite high. It seems as if he's just punching. But you can see the traits of the Mutang clan's style in his movements. He just trimmed all the different parts of the martial arts, but also made the Mutang clan style more effective in fights. What an interesting person. But his opponent is also quite interesting. He is able to dodge all those attacks. That wasn't all. He probably thinks he'll dodge them. But really, this monk is just toying with him. He can knock him out whenever he wants. Considering that this man didn't reveal who the culprit was until the very end, he's pretty brave. But unfortunately, Jinmu is getting bored. It would have been better for him to respond when the protagonist gave him the chance. Therefore, he will just end this person right now. Suddenly, they noticed that this type of palm strike was something the Mutang clan didn't use. He had seen this kind of stance before. Bi-hyung snapped out of his seat to stop this monk. The old man stopped the main character's hand. He looks like a monk of the Mutang clan. Therefore, it is unclear how such a person knows this technique. Jinmu asked, wondering if he really wanted to find out. It was only then that he realized who was standing in front of him. The curved back, the smell of a poor man, and that ghostly brush grip. There can be no mistake here. This bastard is one of the strongest in the current Murima clan, a man with the most mystical past. The beggar's clan is a silent reign, Yang Sobang. When he was Hukrin Mungan, he had a hard time because that bastard stole the scroll with the secret of the evil clan. A dirty bastard who pries into other people's private lives. He always ran away whenever the protagonist tried to find him. So why did he suddenly find himself here? He turned to the monk of the Mutang clan again. Yan Sobang simply asked where he learned this technique. Jinmu released himself from his grip, saying that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He doesn't even know this old man's name, so just let him leave. They don't have the best relationship, so they need to get out of here as soon as possible. However, a sword was put to his body. Jinmu asked what else it was. These guys are too annoying. Who the hell are they anyway? Do they really talk to this guy? This hat is apparently part of their work uniform. They didn't understand why this monk was so rude. Jinmu demanded that they just disappear. After all, he only has business with this person. More and more people are gathering here. They must keep the mission to find them a secret. They can't let themselves be calculated. But the palm strike of this guy. He was sure that this monk was related to them. Therefore, Yan Sobang simply couldn't let this lead slip away. Suddenly, he got a transmission that they were able to find them. They are all chasing after them. What a lucky monk. He turned to Il-Wei, talking about stopping here. It's best to stick to the plan. The old man asked the guy what his name was. The protagonist asked why he's the one who has to give his name. He doesn't even know this old man's name. For a monk, he was too rude. Of course, it wasn't the first time he heard it. He would know who he was if he wanted to. The old man was sure that they would meet again soon. After that, he disappeared with the other man. The case was bad. The other people couldn't believe they could disappear so without a trace either. To think that he had contacted of all people, it was that damn Yang Sobang. It's only a matter of time before those bastards pay attention to him. Jinmu has no choice. He has to finish this case first. He needs to vent his anger after all. These guys are going to have a good talk. Kalgak, it's been reported that one of the Dark Sky Squad has been captured. Juhak, that rogue, was caught while on a scouting mission. Kalgak asked what was the difficulty in finding out what level this first-generation disciple was at. They were suddenly notified by the main family that the Ju family was behind the recent incident involving Mutang. The main family blamed the father for a lot of things. And the Ju family was running around to make sure the rumors didn't spread. If they found out that Kalgak was following a first-generation disciple without permission, that is going to end badly for him. There's no way he's going to let that happen. He must get Juhak back before anyone found out that he was from the Ju family. The man was just about to say about the approval of the head of the family when he was suddenly interrupted by Kalgak. Doesn't this fool understand the situation they are in at all? What kind of approval could he be talking about? Amcheon's squad must infiltrate the Ilhi Trade Association at midnight tonight. The man should bring back the entire Amcheon squad. Cheon-sang rebuked the master for being late, and Jinmu didn't even expect that he was still awake. Just in time. Cheon-sang asked who he was. The main character said not to worry about him. Didn't ask where the others were. They're all asleep. In that case, Jinmu needs something for Cheon-sang to do. As ordered, they were already near Ilhae's walls. Those people are probably already asleep. The main goal is to rescue the Juhak as soon as possible. Suddenly he heard something, so he told everyone to stop. It felt like someone was sitting in ambush. From that incredible energy, one could tell that they were definitely masters. But who is it and how many are there? It's not just 1 or 2 people, but at least 10. Could it be the monks of Mutang? But how did these monks know they were coming here today? But that simply couldn't be. He's never heard of monks sitting in ambush. Even though they don't know who these people are, they don't have time for that. We have to go and rescue Juhak immediately. It's better to deal with this quickly. He threw his weapon at the presumed spot where the man was sitting. What was that even? Is there really anyone else watching Jinmu besides them? A clan of beggars, a reconnaissance group, Chulgulgai. He informed the leader of his hunch that it was those scum. The beggar that was the most famous in the Central Plain gave an order. Find out everything about the first-generation disciple Jinmu. That's why there are hundreds of beggars trying to find out everything about Jinmu. Only their surveillance team is here in the outer territories of the Ilhi Trading Guild. Since they put on their night outfits and compound masks, they can't find out who these guys are. Could it be the Mutang disciples that came to protect Jinmu? Those bastards are attacking again. That's why the assassin weapons. Now all guesses that they are Mutang's disciples have fallen away. They would not let them get away so easily. After all, they were the ones who first started this fight. It was already beginning to get light. But even then, there was a battle going on. Jinmu wanted to just sleep, but those damn idiots kept disturbing him. He immediately went out to see what kind of idiot decided to practice swords in the middle of the night. Jinmu had a terrible lack of sleep because he went to bed late. Therefore, they would all die today. From the sound, he realized that this person wasn't in the garden or the front yard. He was behind the wall. There was still a battle going on there between the groups. There is no clear winner, for they are on the same level. They are masters that came brutal training. Suddenly, they noticed the main character that was watching them. Jinmu asked them to ignore him. Let them continue on. It's quite an interesting sight since they are all masters. But who would have thought that all these guys know Jinmu? The main character asked if he was really that famous. He was satisfied with that. It was even better for him. It means that his achievements were recognized by her. He had become higher in people's eyes, but something was bothering him. The fact that they recognized him right away and are fighting each other with swords and masks. Jinmu thinks he doesn't know something here. He immediately asked who these bastards were. They immediately decided to retreat. It looks like these guys are tired of fighting. It seems to be the same thing people call fishing in troubled waters. He attacked these guys. As it turned out, these two were the leaders of the two groups. Why are today's youth so rude? Didn't Jinmu ask them who they were? In that case, they should answer him. He immediately attacked his main character. However, the latter managed to duck. After that, Jinmu punched him in the stomach. At that moment, he was attacked by 2 more people. The main character just disappeared from their sight, grabbed them and threw them right into the wall. This guy is strong. He's on a whole other level. To think that a Mutang has such a strong disciple. Jin-kun immediately came there along with the younger disciples who wanted to know what was going on here. The protagonist had even forgotten that monks get up early in the morning. Would their opinion of Jinmu deteriorate because of all this commotion? Jim-kun asked the protagonist again what was going on here. The protagonist was trying to come up with some excuse when suddenly Jin-kun realized that he should have come out earlier. Jin-kun didn't know that his younger brother had fallen into a trap. The man demanded that these scumbags drop their weapons immediately. They realized that they were in trouble. He noticed that it was Jin-kun's heavenly blue dragon sword. Meanwhile, the man ordered the younger men to tie them up and bring them inside. Jin-kun inquired if he was all right. The younger ones were also worried about their big brother. Could this be some kind of joke? After all, they aren't even capable of fighting, so why tie them up? How dare he even turn around as if it was Jin-kun's merit? All he did was just warming his ass inside. Meanwhile, the other disciple was worried because Big Brother was wearing the same robe. And also this Jin-kun dares to ask if the main character is all right. Is that bastard really worried about him? That can't be true, not with that bastard. Jin-kun ordered them to remove their masks. Only then did they notice one of the top 5 disciples of the beggar clan, Chol Gulgai. The man inquired as to why he was fighting Jinmu while wearing a mask. So these are the people from the beggar clan. Perhaps it was that old geezer Yang Sobang who ordered them to find out everything about Jinmu. After that, Jin-kun noticed a familiar face again. It was Yu Wei-gan. Of course, the protagonist didn't know who this person was. This is the martial arts master of the Ju family. What is he even doing here? Jin-kun assumed that he had received orders from the Ju palace or from the head of the Ju family, Mu-rin. Wei-gan started making excuses that the head of the family didn't know anything about it. Of course, this whole Il-He trading guild situation is quite absurd. Who would even dare to give the order to attack a disciple of the Mutang clan? Jin-kun goes up to Mutang Mountain and reports to the elders about the act of the beggar clan and the Ju family. Wei-gan tried to stop him. Jin-kun didn't even want to hear excuses. How dare they even dare to attack Jinmu, which is the Mutang sword? No matter what, he wouldn't just let it go. Their faces tensed up as soon as they heard about the Mutang sword. However, it seemed to the guys that this guy was more like Mutang's fist. Jin-kun summoned a disciple named Chun-gang. Jin-kun ordered him to send a letter to Mutang and tell the elders as well as the head what happened. They asked Master Myung-chun to come here urgently. The elder will decide what to do about the people who decided to target Mutang's disciple. What does the expression targeting Mutang's disciple even mean? There have been cases where disciples have left the mountain and died. In the case that it was not because they made a mistake or got caught up in the battle, but because of someone's plot or ambush, then it was a big mistake. The Mutang clan would never leave that person alone. The order would be given to all Mutang disciples. And large-scale Mutang retaliation would follow. This is Mutang's rage. Jin-kun's orders are to lock up and watch closely. It's good to see this guy freaking out. Suddenly, Jin-kun touched his hair. Jin-kun assumed that the protagonist probably didn't get enough sleep because of this. So he told him to take it easy and go get some rest. It felt like things were out of control. How dare this person even dare to stroke his head? Whatever it was, it really wasn't all that bad. Mu-rin punched that brainless jerk. How dare he even dare to use the Amcheon squad without the permission of the head of the family? All he did was besmirch the name of the Ju family. Kalgak apologized to his father. However, that wasn't enough. A simple apology wouldn't do anything in this case. They had just received a letter from the main family asking them to proceed with caution. But it was at this moment that he decided to do so. Regardless of how things turned out, if the rumor of the attack on the Mutang disciple spread, it would inevitably lead to a clan battle. On top of that, there was that incident in Takana. It would definitely not end well. Is there a conflict with the Mutang will become a problem, then the Murim Guild will not sit idly by. This war was destined to happen. If the Murim Guild were to get involved, then the Zhu family would have an advantage. The Mutang clan had been ignored in everything until now. This time, we need to show the world that it's better to work with them, instead of these monks that decided to lock themselves up on top of a mountain and practice Taoism. Next day, Il-He Trading Guild, master of the Palace of Enlightenment, Myung-chun. He wanted to listen to what they had to say. Yo Mu-rin, head of the Ju family of Takana, beggar clan Yangsong. Myung-chun asked if the head of the beggar clan would admit why they attacked Jinmu. Immediately he began to deny it, because it wasn't true. Then why were there men wearing masks? Yangsong wondered how to tell him that the elder had told them to move stealthily. Now it was the turn for the head of the Ju family. Why did Amcheon's squad attack Jinmu? He asked to be careful with his words. Who was attacking this guy? There's clearly some kind of mistake. Mu-rin didn't come here to apologize. He started to claim that when they were patrolling the Takana region, they saw Jinmu attacking an innocent master. Therefore, they came here to hear an apology.